Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku neglected heroism and became the Dark Successor. Here is short summary. After All Might crushed his dream, Izuku was given a new purpose by a mysterious figure. Now, he must prove himself in a deadly game against another candidate to claim the title of the next Dark Successor. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. As school let out and classmates made plans with friends or headed home, Izuku scrolled through his phone. The incident with MT Lady was all over the news, and the Green wanted to get home quickly so he could get his notes in order, compare the data. However, as he went to set the notebook in his bag, it was snatched out of his hand by a certain blonde classmate who was glaring down at the boy like he'd just stepped in a pet's crap. "We're not done yet, Deku," he growled. "Katsuki, what's that?" one of his henchmen noticed, strolling up, his hands in his pockets. Without looking at it, Bakugo held it up for said grunt to read the cover. "Huh." He'd yelped in confusion. "Hero analysis for the future. Seriously?" Midoriya, the second henchman, rubbed the back of his head, a condescending grin on his face, while the first held his sides as he laughed. Neither noticed how the blonde was still looking down at the boy. It's fine, isn't it?" Izuku asked, pushing his chair back in his rush to stand up. "Give it back." He reached for the book in Bakugo's hand, only for the explosive boy to smash the notebook in between the palms of his hands. His red eyes locked onto Izuku's green as he let out two simultaneous explosions, the notebook still between the hands that produced them. "WWY?" Izuku quietly cried out. With a nonchalant attitude, Bakugo threw the badly burned notebook out a nearby open window. Izuku could only watch as it fluttered in the air before splashing down into a small pool where it promptly sank. Most heroes, the best ones, showed signs of greatness even as students. "I want to have the title of being able to be called the only kid to make it to UA from this dump of a junior high." Bakugo grinned narcissistically. I'm a perfectionist." Laying a hand on the quirkless boy's shoulder, the blonde let out a friendly grin as smoke began to emit from his hand. Izuku froze, his eyes locked onto the appendage like a mouse might watch a snake. "So anyways," he continued as if nothing had happened as Izuku trembled uncontrollably, "don't apply to UA, nerd." Izuku turned his focus from the bully's hand to his smiling face as he shivered in fear. The trio left him there trembling as they walked away. "Come on, you could at least say something back," one complained. "Don't say that," the first extra said, smirking. "He's pathetic. He still can't face reality." When they reached the door, Bakugo stopped, looking back over his shoulder at the green-haired boy who didn't even have the courage to look at them. "If you wanna be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance skydive off the roof." Hearing that, Izuku had turned to look at the blonde with tearful eyes, only to see small explosions emit from his hand. "What?" he challenged. There was no reply. As he walked behind the school to retrieve his notebook, Izuku cursed his bully in his head. "Idiot. If I actually went and did it, you'd have instigated a suicide. No hero school would take you after that. Think before you speak." As he finished the thought, Izuku finally found his notebook, resting in the schoolyard pond where it was being nibbled on by some fish. "Dummies, that's not fish food," he said softly as he picked it up to look at the burned cover, a light layer of ash coating the front. "It's my notebook." The title of the notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13, seemed to look back at him mockingly. With a heavy sigh, Izuku put it in his bag and headed home. Along the way, he remembered back to his childhood. He'd been obsessed with All Might's debut video and couldn't wait for his quirk to develop. After the rest of his class had gotten their quirks, Izuku still wasn't showing any signs of one, so his mother, in desperation and worry, had taken him to see a doctor where he'd finally gotten his diagnosis. Izuku Midoriya was quirkless, all because of an extra bone in his pinky toe less than an inch long. "It's quite interesting actually," Dr. Ujiko said as he studied the boy behind his thick glasses. "While the statistics say 1 in 5 people are quirkless, the actual statistics just aren't as well known. Quirklessness has been decreasing in each subsequent generation since they first appeared, and the majority of quirkless individuals are elderly or well into the later years of life. It wouldn't be off to say that instead of 1 in 5 people being quirkless, the actual number is closer to 1 in 1,000, maybe even 10,000. Scientists fully expect that within 3 generations quirkless individuals will completely cease to be, and every child will be born with a quirk. That night Izuku's mom had turned on the video and started to leave when he'd softly called after her, "Mom." Her hand on the doorknob, his mother had turned around to see her only child pointing at a frozen picture of All Might's smile on the computer screen while his eyes watered. He saves people with a smile no matter what trouble they're in. Tears had grown in Inko's eyes at the sight of the small smile on her son's face as he tried to be strong, to imitate his idol. "Can I be a hero too?" Inko Midoriya's slow steps had turned into a run as she covered the short distance separating the two of them. Her arms wrapped her seated child in a tight embrace as she buried her head in the back of the chair he sat on. "I'm sorry, Izuku." She'd cried out, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Tears leaked from the child's eyes as he realized, even then, the barrier that now separated the two of them, both physically and mentally. A part of his mind emotionlessly thought over how she would never know what it was like to not have a power, a quirk to call her own. That as useless as her ability to attract small objects to her was, at least it wouldn't mean that she'd be ostracized by society. However, that small voice was drowned out by the larger part of his mind. "That's not it, Mom," he'd thought. "That's not what I wanted you to say. What I wanted you to say was, you can be a hero." Shaking the memories from his mind, middle school Midoriya resolved himself once more as he entered a tunnel. "You decided, didn't you? No matter what everyone else says or believes, you'll be a hero." Just as he was about to exit the tunnel though, a sound behind Izuku had made him turn around. Rising up to the ceiling was a wall of slime, and as Izuku watched, frozen in fear, an eye had appeared from the green liquid mass rolling around before it locked onto him. It was soon followed by another eye and then a mouth that gave Izuku an evil grin. A medium-sized body to hide in. Perfect. Izuku had tried to run, but the slime villain was upon him in seconds. As he was lifted off the ground, Izuku dropped his notebook that he'd been flipping through. Unable to move, the green was helpless to stop the villain as he shoved the green murky slime that made up his body down Izuku's throat and up his nose. Struggling to breathe, Izuku could only listen to the villain. "Don't worry, I'm just hijacking your body. It'll only hurt for about 45 seconds. Then it'll all be over." Managing to get a hand free, Izuku clawed at the villain's body, desperate for air, only to get a cruel laugh in response. "No point in trying to grab me, I'm fluid. Thanks for the help, you're my hero." I never expected him to show up here of all places. Can't breathe. As Izuku's vision began to dim and the weight of his body seemed to grow, a primal desire to live took over his body. With renewed vigor he futilely tried to rip the villain off of his face. "I'm dying. No, I don't want to die. Somebody, anybody, help me." A sudden burst of wind had freed Izuku from the slime, and as he'd fallen to the ground, his vision dimming, the last thing Izuku saw was the outline of a man he'd recognize anywhere. All Might. It was pain that woke Izuku up from the land of Morpheus, repeated stinging pain to his left cheek as something rhythmically smacked it again and again. Cracking an eye open, Izuku was greeted with his idol, his hero, the man who he respected with his entire being, standing with his face just inches from Izuku's own. When meeting his hero, Izuku did the only logical thing, scurrying backwards in a blind panic. "I'm glad you're okay," All Might said as he raised a hand in greeting, his ever-present smile on his face. "Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fight. I normally don't make mistakes like that, but I guess I was distracted enjoying my day off. Thanks for your help. It's all because of you I was able to capture the villain." So saying, All Might held out a bottle. Inside, Izuku could just make out amidst the green liquid a single eye of the slime villain who'd so recently held him captive. Shaking off his hero worship, Izuku began to scramble around looking for his hero notebook. Catching sight of it, Izuku quickly flipped it open only to see All Might's signature written inside, even if it was upside down. Bowing low repeatedly, Izuku could only thank the man, proclaiming the writing as a family heirloom for generations to come. "Well, I need to take this guy to the police," All Might said, tapping the bottle containing the slime villain which he'd set in one of his pockets. I'll be seeing you on the other side of the screen. Crouching down, All Might began to stretch in a way that Izuku knew from watching his videos meant he was preparing to leap away. Wait, already. Heroes are constantly fighting, not only villains but time too. Wait, Izuku thought as he reached out, there's still something I need to ask. Well then, All Might said as he finished stretching. Leaping into the air, his voice trailed behind him, I'm counting on your continued support. In the air, All Might was briefly confused by the extra weight he felt. Looking back, he was greeted with the flapping body of the boy he'd just saved. Hey, let go. Your enthusiasm is a bit much, All Might said as he attempted to detach the boy from his body. Over the wind he could barely hear his passengers protest, but, if I let go, I'll die. That caused All Might to freeze as he realized the truth of the situation, looking at the crowded street hundreds of feet below him, and I have something I need to ask you. Letting out a sigh, All Might instructed his stowaway to close his eyes and mouth. The boy had quickly done so, burying his head in the hero's pants. Looking around for a place to land, All Might raised a fist to his mouth as he let out a small cough. Seeing the blood on it, he cursed. When they'd finally landed on the roof of a building, Izuku had quickly fallen to his knees, trembling as All Might stood his back to the boy. All Might began only to let out a cough. If you talk to the people downstairs, I'm sure they'll let you down. Now I have to go. Wait, Izuku called, turning to face his hero's back. No, I cannot wait. I have to go, now. The hero practically growled as he grabbed the edge rails, preparing to leap away. Even if I don't have a quirk, can I become a hero? Izuku yelled. Hands on the railing, All Might paused, although Izuku, eyes closed, didn't see it. Can someone without a quirk be like you? The answers to those questions would change the life of Izuku Midoriya, and unbeknownst to both him and All Might, the rest of the world as well. In a single moment, Izuku Midoriya's lifelong dream shattered. It's not bad to dream, but you also have to consider what's realistic. Pros are always risking their lives. Without power, can one become a hero? I don't think so. If you want to help people, becoming a police officer is always an option. Those villain custody officers are often mocked, but they too help others. It's not wrong to dream, kid, but you need to be realistic. With those final words, the shriveled, deflated form of the #1 pro hero and Izuku's lifelong idol left, leaving a broken teen alone on the rooftop. Moments after All Might's departure, Izuku collapsed to his knees. He couldn't do it. His hero, the man he'd looked up to all his life and wanted to be like more than anything in the world, told him his dream was impossible to achieve. As his mind repeated the words over and over, an explosion in the distance caught Izuku's attention. A villain, he thought eagerly. Jumping to his feet, he raced towards the door that accessed the roof. I wonder what hero will show up. As he reached for the knob, All Might's words echoed through his head. It's not wrong to dream, kid, but you need to be realistic. As the saying died away, so too did Izuku's desire to see the fight. Instead of a frantic fanboy running to see the action and heroes at work, the door opened instead for a green-haired teen whose mind was turned inwards rather than outwards. A wheezing laugh drew the attention of a bald-mustached doctor to his patient. The darkened room covered the patient's body in shadows, hiding the majority of him from view. If one had been able to make him out, they would have seen a large man in a black business suit sitting on a similarly colored plush chair like a king on his ornate throne. The faint pale blue glow of computer screens illuminated the remnants of the man's face, a mask of scar tissue with no visible eyes, nose, or ears to be seen, although the outlines of what could have once been eye sockets were visible if you looked closely. Attached to the patient was a wide variety of medical equipment. Some fed him nutrients and liquids while others monitored his vitals. Strapped over his mouth and where a nose would have been was an oxygen mask that slightly dulled the man's laughter. Is something wrong, my lord? The doctor asked, concerned. No, my old friend, the patient wheezed as his faint chuckles died away. It just seems like my entertainment for the day is quite unique. The doctor didn't comment, more than willing to let the conversation, if it could be called that, die. He'd served his master for several decades and not even he knew all the abilities his lord possessed. Nor did he know what it was that his master deemed special, although it would have to be quite unique if it not only caught his master's attention but retained it. All that the former Dr. Kyudai Garaki, better known to the public as Daruma Ujiko, knew was that after his master's mortal enemy had injured him, his lord had taken to watching the city of Musudafu through its security cameras with use of a quirk. The doctor assumed he did so since that was where UA was located, the school that turned out him, and allowed his master to look for any quirks he might desire among promising students. With a final check of the machines that surrounded his master, the doctor stood up. Picking up the lab coat on the back of a nearby chair, he threw it over his shoulders as he prepared to leave. "If you're all right, then I'm going to go. I have a job that I need to show up to every now and then if I don't want to lose it," he said, looking towards the back of his master's chair. The patient waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder. "A question before you leave me, is the mask you made ready for use?" The question stopped the doctor in his tracks as his mind whirred. Was his master planning to go out? If he was, the doctor could only assume it was for him. Choosing his words carefully, he answered, "It should be ready for casual use. However, I don't know how well it will hold up in a fight, especially against him. I wouldn't recommend using it for another 10 months, there's still too many tests I want to run. However, if you're determined to go out, then it should more than suffice for a few hours." The doctor saw no sign of acknowledgement but knew that his message had been heard. Turning, he left the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the scarred man alone with the medical equipment and computer screens. Once the patient had confirmed that the doctor had left the building, he pressed a small button on a remote that rested next to his chair that would broadcast his voice to a small bar in Kamino Ward. "Kurogiri, come to me. I may require your services." Knowing that his order had been heard and would be obeyed, the patient leaned back in his chair as he returned his focus to the mess that was developing in the city where heroes were born. The show he'd been watching so far was good, but as he watched a young blonde-haired man get attacked by a villain with a slime quirk, he couldn't help but grin. His damaged vocal cords ached as he laughed again. "What are you going to do now, All Might?" He still can't face reality, even though he's a third year in junior high. Izuku flipped a page in his notebook from Kamui Woods to MT. "Lady, it's time for you to start seriously thinking about your future." Another flip, this time from MT. "Lady to All Might's signature. Without power, can one become a hero? I don't think so. It's not wrong to dream, kid, but you need to be realistic." The last memory hurt the most and caused Izuku to finally close his journal so he could stare at the burned and well-worn cover, still covered in ash and smelling like smoke from the abuse heaped on it earlier that day. "Even a top pro said it," Izuku thought sorrowfully. Lifting an elbow to his face, he sniffled as his eyes began to water. "No, don't cry. You knew, didn't you? Deep down, the reality. You knew. That's why you tried so hard. You were averting your eyes, not wanting to confront the truth you already knew." An explosion across the street caused Izuku to look up in confusion. Seeing the smoke and flames, his brain came to the obvious conclusion, is this where the explosion earlier was? Wait, does that mean I came out of habit without noticing? Hating himself for what he was doing, Izuku crossed the street and struggled through the crowd to get to the front. "Stop it," he kept pushing. "Don't do this to yourself." However, when he reached the front of the crowd and caught sight of the villain, Izuku couldn't help but freeze in shock. The slime villain who'd tried to attack him was there, which meant he'd escaped All Might. But All Might had captured him. How could he have escaped, unless, when he latched onto All Might, "It's my fault." Izuku thought, his own self-loathing growing in agreement at the realization. "I let him escape. All this chaos, the damage, all the injuries and destruction, they were all caused because of me." A voice from a nearby civilian caught his attention. "Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" a man complained. Apparently the villain took a junior high student as a hostage. "The pros don't want to endanger him, so they're currently holding back," his friend replied. Hearing that, Izuku froze. "Because of me, someone's in danger." He had done the exact opposite of what a hero should do. Instead of helping people, he had endangered them, and now someone had to experience the sheer terror Izuku had felt as slime flowed down his throat and up his nose, suffocating him. It was at that moment Izuku, truly, for the first time in his life, gave up on his dream. With a detachment even he couldn't explain, Izuku turned to look back on the scene and watch the heroes in action. After all, it wasn't like he could do anything. He was just a quirkless Deku with an impossible dream that he would never be able to reach because of something he never had a say in. He should just watch from the sidelines like the extra he was. But the heroes weren't doing anything. While it was clear that the heroes were protecting the civilians in case the sludge villain turned his attention towards them, they weren't making any attempts to try to help the hostage. Death Arms stood there, a look of frustration on his face. Mount Lady arrived but couldn't get close due to how narrow the road was. Kamui Woods was rescuing and extracting civilians, but he couldn't get close to the fires since he was made out of wood. Meanwhile, Backdraft was putting out fires in the nearby buildings, although the flames sprang back up almost as soon as he doused them, since he needed to turn his attention to other fires to try and keep them from spreading since the fire department was nowhere in sight. Death Arms had attempted to punch the villain, but after failing to damage him due to the villain's fluid body, he dropped back to protect civilians. "I'm sorry," Izuku mentally called out to the villain's captive. "I'm so sorry. Hang in there. Someone will come to save you." As he finished his mental call, the slime villain spun around, giving Izuku his first view of its hostage. It was Katsuki Bakugo. "Kacchan," Izuku whispered softly. Almost as if he heard the faint whisper of his name, Katsuki turned to look at the crowd, although to Izuku they seemed to lock onto him. The next thing Izuku knew, he was past the heroes running towards his bully. "Idiot, stop," he heard Death Arms yell after him, but Izuku kept going. Hearing the voice, the sludge villain turned to look at the approaching boy. "You," the villain called out angrily, but Izuku didn't hear, caught up in his own thoughts. "Why did I run out? What am I doing? Why?" His inner turmoil was interrupted by the villain as he brought his arm back, yelling out, "Die in an explosion." "What do I do? What do I do at a time like this?" His mind moved through his hero journals, latching onto something he'd written about one of Kamui Wood's moves. Preemptive binding, lacquered chain prison. Quickly stretch out arms, vines, to make the opponent flinch back, then use the opening to restrain them. He didn't have vines for arms, but he did have something that could make the villain flinch. With a spin, Izuku took off his backpack, using the spin to add more force to his throw as he chucked it at the villain, aiming for its eye. "Take that," he thought as the backpack soared through the air, its contents billowing out. The backpack didn't hit the villain in the eye, but one of his class notebooks did, causing the sludge villain to flinch back as he roared with pain. The sludge retreated off Bakugo's face, leaving the blonde bully coughing and gasping as he spat out sludge and took in large mouthfuls of air. "Kacchan," Izuku called as he reached the villain. He desperately began to claw at the slime in a fruitless attempt to free his tormentor. "Why are you here?" Bakugo called out angrily, his hands and eyes smoldering. "My legs moved on their own. I don't know why though." Flashes of the past ran through Izuku's head. "There are probably many reasons," he realized almost calmly, "but at that moment I did it because it looked like you were asking for help." Tears sprang to Izuku's eyes as he said it, but he tried to imitate All Might's grin, the one that he'd seen time and time again for years, that had comforted him on his darkest days. "Don't get in my way," the sludge villain screamed, having recovered from Izuku's earlier attack to his eye. With a roar of anger, he drew back his arm to send the green flying. Seeing the blow that was coming, the heroes launched themselves forward, determined to save the green-haired boy, but before they could reach him, an explosion rang out, dousing the area in smoke. As it cleared, onlookers could see Izuku with his eyes clenched shut, his hands shielding his head, remarkably uninjured. Opening his eyes surprised at the lack of pain, Izuku looked up to see his idol standing before him for the second time that day. "Pathetic," the symbol of peace growled, audible only to Izuku. "Even though I admonished you, I didn't put what I said into practice. Pros are always risking their lives. Then where was I?" Quote. Drawing back his arm, All Might yelled the name of his signature attack, Detroit Smash. The sheer force of the attack sent the sludge villain splattering against a wall, while All Might hung onto the two teens to keep them from being blown away with him. The heroes huddled, with civilians doing their best to shield them, as those outside the mall looked over to see a miniature tornado form in the air. After a few seconds, the wind died down, leaving everyone staring in awe at the power commanded by the number one hero. As they stood in stunned silence, a sudden rain began to fall. Death Arms looked up to see the clouds in the air spinning around where the tornado had been. As he watched, the sky began to darken and a faint drizzle began to fall. Rain, one citizen asked, holding out a hand. Don't tell me it's from the wind pressure just now. An updraft developed and then, with one punch, he changed the weather. Is this the power of the number one? Death Arms wondered, looking at the hero in question with no small amount of awe. No one noticed the small half-step back All Might took or the look he shot over his shoulder at a green-haired boy lying on the ground behind him. No one noticed, except a man with no eyes watching the scene through a screen. So that's the one who motivated you to keep going, All Might. To go, plus Ultra was it. Yes, he would make a great successor, but not for you, All Might. No, not for you. I've already stolen away your master's grandson, but he has not turned out as I had hoped. The man thought, stroking his chin. This boy may be difficult, but I saw you crush his dreams, and heroes don't like it when others interfere in their business, try to do their job for them. At that the man began to laugh, slowly at first but louder as his mind continued to race. Did you know I've watched him, All Might? Yes, I've watched him before you even knew he existed. The boy is quirkless after all. How could I not watch someone so rare nowadays? He's bullied, you know, and by none other than the very boy he tried to save. The one who told him to, what was it again? Take a skydive off the roof and pray you get a quirk in the next life. Yes, something like that. He would have made a great hero even without a quirk, but you, the one he admires most, destroyed his dream. Ha, he has nothing left other than his mother, and I know quite a few pro heroes who would love to do me a favor so they could get out of my debt. If she was to disappear and the boy saw a hero do it, well, I believe he might just be willing to go down a darker path. One that let him take his anger and hatred out on a world that has never cared for him. The man's laugh died away, becoming only the occasional chuckle as he ran through plan after plan, using the quirks that increased his brain power to determine the odds of success each had. Standing behind the man, a being composed of purple mist watched the screen as heroes began to lecture the green-haired boy, who snuck occasional glances towards All Might, who was being questioned by reporters. A few feet away from the green was the boy who'd been held hostage, although it appeared he was being praised not only by heroes but by reporters and civilians as well. The mist man was probably the only one who saw the glare the blonde shot at his attempted rescuer before he looked back at the ground. Katsuki Bakugo, a classmate of Izuku Midoriya. The mist man turned to see his master staring at him despite his lack of eyes. I'm sorry, that's the name of the blonde child who was taken hostage. His quirk explosion seems to be quite powerful, but it would be useless to me. One of my current quirks regulates my body temperature so I can survive temperature extremes, but I became unable to sweat as a side effect. It seems that young Bakugo's quirk allows him to set his sweat alight, although it may only be his hands. Master, if you are interested in the child, do you want me to kidnap him? The mist man didn't particularly care either way. The blonde boy seemed edgy somehow, and he would never be able to stop his master even if he wanted to. He mentally sighed. He had no idea why his master had called for him, but he could only hope that he was allowed to go back before Tamura completely dusted the bar. It was always a pain in the to clean up, even if all he typically did was teleport the dust to the middle of the nearest ocean and call Jiren for a replacement. Maybe some other time, Kurogiri. Instead, I have thought of a way to test Tamura to see if he truly is worthy of being my successor. If he passes, he will no doubt have grown more than he has thus far under my supervision. The seated man trailed off. And if he fails? Kurogiri asked in a voice that hid both his annoyance and curiosity. Where was his master going with this? Then I will have a new successor, one who even now is looking for a new goal to set his eyes upon, someone to look up to. Is it the blonde one, Bakugo? Kurogiri asked. The boy had quite the quirk, Kurogiri had to admit, and if the feeling the boy was giving off even through a screen was right, he also came with quite the temper. But something about the boy made Kurogiri dislike him. It was as if his master's growl made the Kurogiri shiver in fear, causing patches of mist to break off and float away. No, you fool, not him. I already have one emotional cannon as a successor, I don't need two. No, I mean the other boy. I've observed him every now and then. He might not have a quirk, but he makes up for it using his head. I even got a glimpse inside of one of those notebooks he carries around with him once. His quirk analysis are quite advanced. He is easily at my level, some quirks he might even surpass me in analysis. Kurogiri shivered slightly. His master was a genius, always 5 moves ahead while his opponents never saw more than 2. The only being that could possibly rival his intellect was the creature Yue kept as a principal, but for this boy to have the potential to be as smart as the 2 geniuses, it was horrifying to think about. So what are we going to do? I assume you wish to see him since you summoned me. The evil smile he received took every bit of self-control Kurogiri had to keep from flinching. Thankfully he'd had years of practice, but when his master broke out that grin it meant something major was going to happen. You're so very right, my dear servant. I do wish to meet the boy, in fact I'll be going with you to see him. That froze Kurogiri in his tracks. His master was leaving. He hadn't done so in years, and in the back of his mind Kurogiri had begun to faintly hope that he may be permanently stuck there, similar to how demons were sealed away in those games Tamura was always playing due to their power. He mentally shook his head to clear his thoughts while he turned back to the screen which his master had frozen on the green in question. As he looked at the boy, Kurogiri could feel nothing but pity for him. Whoever this boy, this Izuku Midoriya was, Kurogiri only hoped that he was able to appease his master, otherwise everything the child cared for and loved would soon vanish as if it had never been there at all. As Izuku walked home, the golden light of the setting sun did nothing to lift the green tea's mood. After 10 years of study, of defiantly reaching for a dream everyone told him he'd never reach, he was left with nothing. Deku. A voice, Izuku recognized, called out, shaking the boy from his thoughts and causing him to instinctively flinch. KK Kachin, Izuku whispered a greeting as he reluctantly turned around. His body already tensed expectantly, waiting for the pain that was sure to come sooner or later. Izuku was greeted with the familiar sight of his bully, although Bakugo seemed to be gasping for breath. He's been searching for me, Izuku thought as he internally panicked. I never asked for your help. As if you could make a difference. I was fine by myself. Got it, you're a quirkless failure with no hope for the future. So don't look down on me. Bakugo grinned, seeing the quirkless bastard who'd tried to rise above his station, shaking in those stupid red shoes he always wore. No, the response was soft, barely a whisper, but Bakugo heard it. Huh, he growled. I said no. Izuku yelled, and Bakugo was shocked to see real anger in the green eyes of the boy whose life he'd made a living hell for 10 years, even if the boy was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. I want you to know, Izuku said, stammering, although his voice became more confident as he began to walk towards Bakugo, who seemed frozen to his spot, that it was a quirkless who saved your life. That it was someone lower than those damn extras you're always going on about that saved the almighty Katsuki. Bakugo. You say I've always looked down on you, Bakugo, and you're right, I have, because at the end of the day, you're no hero. You're lower than that pile of slime that you couldn't escape from. Izuku mocked. At least he had the balls to try and kill me himself. You can't bring yourself to even do that. All you can do is, what was it again? Ah, yes, tell someone to take a skydive off the roof. Is it any wonder you're so weak when you're nothing more than a coward, a villain? As Izuku finished his rant, panting for breath, a satisfied grin on his face, Bakugo began to move. Oh, I'm a coward, am I? He asked softly as Izuku's grin died and he began to back away, arms out placatingly as his shaking worsened so it looked like the broccoli-headed boy was vibrating. I'm weak, am I? I'll show you weak, Deku. Bakugo screamed as he launched himself at the green, who flinched backwards, one arm coming up to protect his head as he waited for the explosion. When nothing came, Izuku looked up and was shocked to see Bakugo struggling in the air. Wrapped around the blonde's arms and legs restraining him were black tendrils with prominent red cracked lines. Bakugo was struggling against his bindings, but his eyes were firmly locked onto Izuku, and the green was shocked by just how much hatred he saw in them. Izuku had hoped, deep down, for years, that one day he and Bakugo would be able to overcome their differences and become friends again, just as they had been when they were children. Now, looking into Bakugo's crimson orbs, Izuku was forced to finally admit that it would never happen. A chuckling from a nearby alleyway drew the attention of both boys, who turned their heads to look down the dark, narrow alley. Out of the shadows stepped a man in a plain black suit, but both boys barely paid his clothes any attention, for atop the man's head was an intimidating navy blue, skull-like gas mask with various pipes attached to it. The man's right hand was casually held in the air, pointed at Bakugo, and it was from him that the tendrils that restrained the boy came, the fingers of his hand transforming into the inky black tendrils. Well, what do we have here? A bully, and one who looks to be using their quirk in public. That just won't do. Tell me, boy, the man said, turning his mask in Izuku's direction, what would you have me do to him? Izuku's first response was to ask the man to let Bakugo go, but as he opened his mouth he paused. For years Bakugo had been let off with nothing more than a half-hearted warning. Teachers, parents, even the heroes, police, and reporters today had nothing but positives for the boy, all because of his quirk. It's sickening, Izuku thought with disgust. No one cares that he uses his quirk in public. No one cares that he bullies others, physically hurts them. If I actually jumped off the roof like he said, they'd probably give him a fucking medal. Casting a glare at the struggling blonde, Izuku turned to the masked man. He didn't know why, but he felt the same feeling that he had when he'd finally told Bakugo everything he thought about the boy, that for some reason honesty was the best policy. He's hurt me for years. I don't want you to do anything permanent, but if you can make him feel at least some of the pain that he caused me, that would be enough. For a moment the man seemed to study Izuku, weighing his words. Izuku stared towards where the man's eyes would be under the mask, not blinking. Finally the man gave a nod, and Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Very well, the man said softly. Boy, he yelled, and Bakugo ceased his futile attempts to free himself to turn his attention to the one who held him captive. I'm going to release you, then I want you to hit me with the most powerful attack you have. By all means feel free to use your quirk. Young man, get behind me, the man addressed the last part to Izuku in a low voice, who rushed to obey. Once the man was sure his order had been carried out, the tendrils retracted, returning to normal finger, leaving Bakugo to drop to the ground, landing on his knees. Giving an evil grin, the explosive quirk user stood up and casually rolled his shoulders, his eyes locked onto the man who'd so easily overwhelmed him. I don't know who you are, old fart, but... Turning his palms upwards, Bakugo let out some small explosions. I'm going to make you regret letting me go. Then do it, the man challenged, almost sounding bored at how long Bakugo was taking to do just that. Giving an evil grin, Bakugo held out his left hand while he used his right to make a circle, which he held up in front of his outstretched palm. I've been thinking about ways to use my quirk for years, and guess what? You just volunteered to be my test dummy. Try not to die, you fucking bastard. AP shot. From the circle came a beam of explosive force that blasted itself at the suited man and Izuku. Izuku's mind was already breaking down the attack even as he cowered behind the man, desperate for cover. By focusing the path of his explosions into a single point instead of around his whole palm, Bakugo is creating a concentrated beam which reduces the area of impact, but increases the attack's power. I wonder how strong it is, although I guess I'll never be able to test it. He thought morosely. The masked man didn't say anything or even react as the explosion flew his way, instead just casually holding out a hand towards the blast. Absorption and release, he called out as the beam slammed into his hand. For a moment Izuku thought he saw burns appear on the hand before they vanished along with the attack itself. There was a moment of silence as the two boys both wondered where the attack had gone, but the man never lowered his hand, and a second later proved why. From the palm of his hand where AP shot had hit, Bakugo's attack appeared, only this time it was going back the other way, from the man towards Bakugo, and that wasn't all. Whereas Bakugo's attack had been the size of a small tube, the attack now heading towards the explosive blonde surpassed the boy's size completely and seemed more akin to the size of the large pipes seen at a stereotypical construction site. Letting out a roar of anger, Bakugo thrust both his hands forward and desperately tried to fire off explosions to halt the beam. However, if his efforts had any effect, it was minimal at most, and before he could dodge out of the way, the massive beam enveloped him. When the rebounded attack vanished, Bakugo was left lying on the street, his school uniform torn and burned, while his body, caked in a layer of ash, was covered in a mix of first and second-degree burns. For a moment Izuku froze, heart in his mouth, fearing that Bakugo had died and he was now an accomplice to a murder, but a low groan from the supposed corpse in question caused him to sigh in relief. Impressive. Startled, Izuku turned his attention back to his savior and saw the man staring, or at least he assumed so, at the downed boy. That particular quirk, he explained, clearly for the sake of his soul-conscious audience member, works by absorbing emitter attacks and sending them back with increased power. For the boy to create such a devastating attack that a minor increase could do this, well, it's very impressive. I believe I shall be watching this young man quite closely in the future. But first, a surprise for later. The man trailed off as he walked over to the unconscious blonde, where he grabbed the boy's head in his hand. For a moment Izuku thought he saw a white mist emerge from his savior's hand before it dissipated, absorbed into Bakugo's head. A low muttering caused the man to turn to his audience, and he was shocked to see the green he'd just protected writing information down in a notebook that had seemed to appear from thin air while words tumbled out of his mouth a mile a minute. Absorption and release is an impressive quirk, but it seems to have its drawbacks. If he doesn't know how much damage he'll take from an attack, it's likely not worth the risk to just stand there and take it. I saw the burns on his hand, so he still takes damage from the original attack. And what about emitter attacks that cause pain to produce? Does he suffer pain when he reflects the attack in addition to the pain he gets from being hit by it? Is the pain from the reflected attack more than that the attacker experiences when using their quirk due to the increase in strength, or does the pain stay the same? Either way, it seems that absorption and release goes well with his healing quirk, which leads to the question of if his healing is just an aspect of absorption and release to allow him to tank the attacks and damage that comes from reflecting them. Add to that his tendrils, and slowly Izuku trailed off, turning to face his savior. You have multiple quirks?" he asked, stated clearly stunned by the mere thought of someone with such a quirk. "Yes," the man said, clearly amused. "Come, young man, it has been a long day, and I have found that facing a demon from your past is best discussed over a cold drink." After buying soda from a vending machine, the masked man had refused Izuku's offer for a drink, citing an inability to remove his mask. The two had sat on a bench in a nearby park, and Izuku had let it out once again, getting the feeling to be honest with the man, a complete stranger. Over the course of an hour, Izuku unloaded the story that was his life. Of years of torment, pain, and fear, all for standing out. Not in a good way like Bakugo, but rather for being useless, quirkless, a freak. He let it all out, only ending with how he'd been saved from death by All Might, who then promptly crushed his dreams, saying that he could never be a hero. When he finished, the two sat in silence as they watched the moon begin to rise in the now black sky. "Tell me, young man, what makes a hero?" the man asked finally. "A hero is someone who saves others with a smile." Izuku immediately replied, a picture of All Might jumping immediately to the green tea's mind. "And what does your friend from earlier consider to be the hallmark of a hero?" Izuku paused for a second, thinking. To him, a hero is someone who wins no matter what. Who never gives up or stops fighting, regardless of what they're facing. Quote, "Each person has their own definition of what being a hero is," the masked man said softly as he leaned back on the bench, appearing to look up at the sky dotted with twinkling stars. "My younger brother, he thought that a hero was someone who helped others, whoever they may be." The two sat in silence for another few minutes before Izuku managed to work up the courage to ask, "What's a hero to you?" The man was silent for a moment, clearly rolling over the answer in his mind. "To me, a hero is someone who does what they consider to be right, no matter what others say. Or whatever the cost," he added mentally. "I think I can agree with that," Izuku said a few seconds later, having seemingly considered it. "When I confronted Bakugo, I finally managed to say everything that I've built up over the years. I don't know why, but I did it, and that's more than I could have ever hoped for." "You're welcome for that," the masked man said offhandedly. "That was you?" Izuku asked, gaping at him. "One of my quirks," the man trailed off when he realized that Izuku already had his pen and notebook out, ready to scribble down notes. As he looked silently at the boy, the green flushed and hurriedly put it away while stammering out an apology, only to stop when the man held up a hand. "It's good to want to take notes, to learn and theorize about the abilities of not only your enemies but your allies. However, you also have to realize the importance of internalizing information. I know that you write about heroes in those notebooks of yours, What do you think would happen if a villain got a hold of them and decided to auction off the information? Seeing the boy pale, the man was quick to reassure him. Again, it's not wrong to gather information, but be careful. Anything you write down someone might read, so just keep it in your head. Try to do the same with your mumblings. That's not a trait most people would consider desirable, and you're revealing your true thoughts. I could easily see you accidentally revealing a weakness of either yourself, an ally, or an enemy. Work to keep it from happening, understood? When Izuku nodded his understanding, the man continued, anyway, as I was saying, one of my quirks is inner voice. All it does is make someone say what they're thinking or believe. The nice thing is it's not their surface level thoughts, but rather their honest thoughts, the ones that they bury and it's not considered polite to say that come out. So when that blonde kid made his comment, I just used my quirk to get you to say what you were thinking. But why me? Izuku asked. There must be hundreds of kids in Japan who get bullied, who are outcast by their peers. Why would you help me? Because you were there, the man said simply. And how many of those kids are treated that way because they're quirkless? Izuku didn't respond, so the man let the silence return for a few minutes. Besides, at least one good thing came out of all of this for you, the man said, finally pulling Izuku from his contemplations. You impressed me today. It takes courage to stand up to someone with overwhelming strength, and for you to do so, well, it shows that you have promise. The man paused to gauge Izuku's reaction, and seeing the eagerness of the bright-eyed boy, he decided to continue string him along. My quirk, my real one, is called All for One, he said quietly. It's the epitome of quirks and gives me the ability to steal quirks from others and distribute those quirks at will. Seeing the warring thoughts on his listener's face, he quickly added, most of the quirks I steal are from villains, or people who have committed some sort of crime. After all, he said with a laugh, the news would report it if a hero lost their quirk all of a sudden. The one sentence caused Izuku to relax just the tiniest, but it was enough to confirm All for One's decision. Izuku was worthy. I could even give you a quirk. Of course, that's only if you want me to, he said snidely as he cast the bait. Yes, I accept. I mean, please take care of me, Izuku said with a small bow to the suited man, having stood up in his excitement. What quirk would you give me? Izuku asked with an embarrassed blush. And there's the bite, All for One thought, amused. All that's left is reeling him in, and Izuku Midoriya will be mine. I was going to give you a personal favorite of mine, All for One said casually as he pushed himself to his feet. A quirk called Air Cannon. It will allow you to shoot bursts of air from your hands like so. Aiming his hand at the top of a nearby tree, Izuku watched as All for One's arm seemed to bloat before a blast of air shot from a hole in his hand, causing the branches on the tree to shake violently in the sudden wind. The more air you build up, the stronger the blast when you release it. There's more tricks and features, but I'll leave it to you to discover them. Would that quirk be all right? Seeing Izuku's eager, expectant face was all the answer All for One needed. As he reached out and put a hand over Izuku's face, he warned, however, receiving a quirk hurts a lot. Then there was nothing but pain. Great, terrible, destructive pain as something was violently forced into Izuku's body. Izuku could feel an empty space deep within him suddenly fill, but the process was rough. Izuku's body wasn't meant to have a quirk, and he could feel it trying to force the quirk out, reject it. However, All for One was uncompromising, unforgiving, and he forced Izuku's body to obey his will. The pain seemed to go on for hours, but in reality it was less than half a minute before All for One let Izuku go, and the green-haired boy collapsed to the ground, panting and sweating as if he'd just finished a torture session, which he could almost admit he had. That was horrible, he wheezed, and All for One let out a cruel laugh. Yes, my younger brother said the same thing when I gave him a quirk. After giving Izuku a few minutes to recover, All for One asked the boy to show off his new power. Quirks are like your fingers and toes, he began to teach with Izuku hanging off his every word. You control it, it's a part of you. However, while some quirks can be used instinctively, others need to be used deliberately. Air Cannon is one of the quirks that requires intentional use for you to utilize the full potential of it. When I wanted to use it, I always imagined a point on the palm of my hand that sucks air in like a vacuum. Then once you have enough air built up, you just let it out from the same point. Nodding his head, Izuku held out his right hand. now with a noticeable hole in the palm of his hand. Aiming it at the same tree. All for One had demonstrated air cannon on earlier. Izuku did as the man had instructed. He imagined air being sucked into his arm, and to his shock he thought he actually felt something. It was weird, not unpleasant, but strange, like something light and invisible was tickling the inside of his arm. If he had to put it into words, it was like when you're drinking from an empty cup with a straw, the sucking of air, except instead of using his mouth Izuku was using his arm. Shaking the feeling off, Izuku waited until his arm had grown to the size of an American football before he stopped sucking. Good, now just let it out, All for One instructed. The air wants to leave, to be free, all you're doing is directing its escape. With another nod of understanding, Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding as he imagined the air trapped in his arm escaping through the same hole it had entered through. It was as if he'd opened an invisible gate and it all came rushing out. However, unlike All for One, who'd controlled the size of the air as well as the speed he released it at, Izuku just let all the air he'd built up loose at once. Trees shook and fell while branches crashed to the ground as the wind violently impacted everything in the general direction of Izuku's outstretched hand. When all the accumulated air was finally released a few seconds later, Izuku and All for One stood in silence for a moment, taking in the sight of the park that had looked like it had just come through a violent windstorm, which it admittedly had. I should have probably added the fact that you can control the size, shape, and speed of the air you fire out. All for One added after a moment as Izuku dropped to his knees, shocked at the power he possessed. Like your friend's AP shot, it can be a beam of concentrated power or a wide-range burst like you did just now. Seeing Izuku having calmed down, All for One reached into a pants pocket and pulled out a small black card that he handed to the boy. I have to be going, but should you ever need my help or support, all you have to do is call me at that number. You have a business card? Izuku asked incredulously. Of course, All for One confirmed, and Izuku had the strange feeling that the man was grinning beneath his mask. I am just a humble businessman after all. Although my business is quirks and my company was a criminal empire that once covered the entirety of Japan and beyond, he added mentally. Thank you, Izuku called after the man's retreating back as he walked away. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Izuku yelled as he fell to his knees and began to cry, the card still clutched tightly in his hands. He had a quirk. He, the worthless, useless, good-for-nothing Deku, had a quirk to call his own. You will do great things, Izuku Midoriya, All for One called out, and looking up through watery eyes, Izuku saw that the man had stopped in front of a portal that had opened up behind him seemingly from nowhere. Izuku thought he saw a pair of yellow eyes from the portal's depths, but he quickly focused on the man who had given him so much. I know you will, and I can't wait to see the things you accomplish. Turn this world on its head, Izuku, and build the society that you desire. No matter what you do, know that you have my complete support and that I believe in you. Leaving the boy sobbing on the ground, All for One strode through the portal that closed behind him. For almost half an hour Izuku sat there in the park, on his knees sobbing. He had a quirk. Someone believed in him, something his own mother hadn't been able to do. All Might may have been right that power was what mattered, but now Izuku had a power of his own, something he'd been denied for years, for something he could never control. He'd been persecuted, beaten, bullied, and degraded by everybody, but now he had the power to show them all that he was not, had never been, and would never again be, a Deku. It was a ringing phone that caused Izuku to come back to himself, and pulling it out he only now realized how late it was. Oh, gods, Mom's going to kill me. Izuku panicked when he saw the time on his phone reading 22:13 and the caller ID flashing Mom. Hesitantly opening it up and calling out a hesitant hello, he was rewarded with deafening sobs that forced him to hold the phone away from his ear lest he go the way of Van Gogh. Izuku, 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 she cried, it hurts. I know, Mom, I know. Don't worry, I'm on my way home and then we can discuss my recklessness from this afternoon. Wait, that was you. Yes, Mom, it was, and honestly it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me. No, 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 she sobbed. Not my little boy, please, no. Mom, I'm sorry I hurt you. I'm sorry I'm out past curfew, but I have something I need to show you. Trust me, you're going to love it. Izuku was rewarded with the phone line going dead. Apparently his mom had hung up on her end. Huh, Izuku thought. That's strange, normally it's all I can do to get her off of me. Oh well, I'll see her in a bit. Before Izuku headed home, however, he took a glance at the business card the masked man had given him, hoping to find a name for the man who had given him so much. The card was all black and on one side were 3 words in fancy silver calligraphy followed by a telephone number in the same silver color. Izuku frowned in confusion as he looked at the words. After all, wasn't All for One the name of the man's quirk? As Izuku began the walk home playing with his new quirk by sucking in and shooting off small blasts of air, the man who'd given him said quirk leaned back on his chair as he breathed through his oxygen mask. Izuku Midoriya, you were everything I hoped for and more. All for One thought with an evil smile. You were so desperate for power, for a way to prove yourself, and now you have power but nowhere to direct it. I will give you everything you need just as I have with Tamura, and then watch to see if you are the one who will carry on my legacy. However, Tamura has Kurogiri, so you will need somebody of your own, a lieutenant to interpret your commands and help you on your way. Who to choose? Ah, perfect. With a dark grin, All for One picked up a black cell phone from the table beside his chair and began dialing a number. Once he finished, he held the small device up to his ear and waited. Hello. A voice answered when the call finally connected. Itachi, how good of you to pick up when I call, All for One grinned. He so liked their reactions when he called his servants for seemingly no reason. The panic and fear as they tried to come up with a reason for his call, some action they may have done that offended him, it was always very amusing. Am I, my lord? The voice trembled. It's an honor to hear from you after so long. Tell me, is there something you desire from me, from us? All for One grinned. Of course Itachi, I never do anything without reason. Now tell me, is your daughter ready? All for One could almost hear the man's hesitation through the phone. Itachi, he prompted, his voice which had been slightly cheerful taking on a dark tone. Why yes, my lord. The man stammered. She's ready and knows the truth behind our family's business. She didn't like it, but she has grown to accept it in her role, albeit with some reluctance. All for One hummed as he tapped a finger on the wooden side table, a sound that carried through the phone to his audience. She shall do, he said finally. I have found a boy, a potential successor of mine. I wish for her to serve as an advisor to him, a trusted lieutenant if you will. Is it Tamura? Itachi asked before the sound of a hand slapping up to cover his mouth came through. It is not Tamura, All for One said after a minute, the man's fearful antics serving to cheer him up. So the odds of your daughter dying are less than they would be if she was with him. In fact, the boy is highly intelligent. I do believe that she will find a like-minded companion in him and vice versa. It's quite clear the boy has the same lack of a social life as she does, and both have issues with their confidence. Very well, Itachi said after a minute, but will she have to give up her, if he desires it? I do not know, All for One hummed, clearly knowing but wanting to make the man say it. Her purity, Itachi yelled. Will she have to give it up if he orders her to? A growl made Itachi freeze in his custom-made $1,000 black leather loafers. You overstep your bounds, All for One spoke, his voice low. Dangerous, she shall be his and he can do with her as he pleases. Unless, of course, you have an objection. Both of them knew that there wasn't, and if there was, there wouldn't be for long. No, Itachi said after a moment, I have no objections. When will you get her? I will send somebody to retrieve her tomorrow. Make sure she is packed and ready to go by noon. All for One said before immediately hanging up. Setting the phone down on the small wooden table, the villain turned back to the screen set up before him. It showed a small living room with an attached kitchen, something 1,000 other homes in the city had. However, his main focus was on the overweight green-haired woman on the floor trying to claw her way towards a hallway that led to the apartment's entry door. Blood splattered the floor and ran down her face from a cut on her forehead. Her legs were clearly broken, twisted at unnatural angles with bone even poking through her right shin. Standing above her, admiring his handiwork, was a man with orange hair dressed in a beige, pinstriped baseball uniform with shoulder pads. On his right arm he wore a gray, orange, and green gauntlet twice the size of his arm, and a plain white mask similar to a baseball umpire's covered his face. Clutched in the man's right hand, tapping against the floor, was a metal baseball bat slick with blood. As All For One watched, the man drew back the bat before slamming it into the woman's left hand, where he was rewarded with a loud crack and an even louder scream of pain. "Slugger," All For One called, causing the man to step back from the woman as he turned towards a darkened corner of the room where a hidden camera the hero had set up captured the scene. "Remember, you can have as much fun with that woman as you want, but the boy must see you as the cause when he comes back," he commanded. Yeah, I remember what you said. I can do whatever I wanted to the mom so long as I only scare the fucking brat from this afternoon," Slugger said as he took a practice swing, blood flying from the bat to paint the walls red. "Exactly," All For One agreed. "Don't touch the kid, but his mother is yours." "Well, I haven't gotten any action lately," the hero said with an evil grin as he tossed the bat to the side, "and she may be a little pig, but I've always preferred my women with a little extra meat on their bones." As the pro-hero moved to undo his belt and green-haired woman bubbled futile protest, All For One muted the screen before closing his eyes. He'd never been a fan of Beep, but he knew that it made for a decent motivation to a certain kind of villains that were unable to find release on their own or struggled to find willing partners. That didn't mean he had to enjoy it though. As he waited for Izuku to come home, All For One began to plan his next move. The boy would be crushed and immediately develop a deep resentment and hatred for those involved in his mother's Beep and subsequent death. It was critical that he aimed that hatred at heroes and society as a whole, a task made monumentally easier by the boy's idol, the number one hero himself, crushing the boy's dream. Even if the boy didn't know it, All For One knew from his conversation with Izuku that the boy held a tiny bit of anger for the man who'd crushed his dream of 10 years, even if the dream, All For One admitted, was likely impossible or at the very least insanely difficult without the assistance of a quirk. Now, however, the most important thing was harnessing that rage and anger for his own ends. He'd succeeded with Tamura and he'd succeed here. He had to. Itachi walked through the halls of his mansion, passing servants and guards that saluted upon seeing him and who he dismissed with a wave of his hand. He'd learned about the man he now served from his father when he turned 10, just as his father had learned from his father when he turned the same age. His family's relationship with All For One was a unique one. It had been All For One who'd funded their original business, his money that had let them grow the family company into a supergiant, the largest home good chain and electronics company in the country, if not the eastern part of the world. But that wasn't all his master had done. When his great-grandfather had gone to All For One as a teenager, desperate to be able to pass his quirks to his descendants, it had been All For One that had taken his quirk and fused it with another, connecting the man's quirk to his bloodline so all his descendants would have his quirk in some form one way or another. Itachi knew that without All For One his family likely would never have gained the notoriety, the money, and fame that they now possessed, but it was on days like these he wondered if it was all worth it. After all, he was basically selling off his daughter to his master. If All For One commanded his daughter to become nothing more than a common whore in the red light district, Itachi would have been able to do nothing but hand her over. Such was the fate of those who possessed the quirk bloodline, or at least its abilities. Bloodline was a quirk that would pass itself on to the user's offspring with certainty, however anything sworn by their blood would become binding. A seemingly useless quirk, but when fused with the quirk possessed by Itachi's great-grandfather, the two had combined into a singular quirk. As a result, the family's quirk had become almost synonymous with the family name, since the quirk continued on passing through the family for generations. When Itachi had reached the age of 16, he'd sworn to serve All For One in any way he could, just as his father and grandfather had done before him. He'd expected his daughter to do the same when she came of age, putting the family's power, wealth, and influence at their master's disposal. However, now Itachi didn't know. He didn't know if All For One would have his daughter swear to serve him, this potential successor of his, or even Tamura. Itachi shivered at the last thought as he stopped outside his daughter's room, the two large oak doorways reminding him faintly of the wrought iron gate that sat at the end of the driveway, imposing to all but those that dwelled within. Itachi had only met Tamura once, and it hadn't even been in person. Rather, his master had shown him a video of the boy, and that was all that Itachi could call the 20-year-old, a boy. In the video, Tamura had in a fit of rage slammed his hand on a bar and then grabbed a man by the throat. Itachi had watched with horrified fascination as the man's skin began to crack and fall off as he, along with the bar, decayed into dust. All for One had asked him to produce a custom product to keep Tamura from decaying everything he laid his hands on, and Itachi had, reluctantly, made a pair of 3-fingered gloves for the boy. He'd asked who the boy was, but all for One had said was, "He is my successor, Tamura Shigaraki. You or your daughter might one day very well serve him." Itachi. When he'd returned home, Itachi had frantically researched the boy, but his search had turned up nothing. There was no Tamura Shigaraki, no records of his existence or even of his quirk. The boy was a complete unknown. If there was some small comfort in this mess Itachi now found himself in, it was that at least his daughter would likely not be serving a man likely to kill her in a temper tantrum. She would at least have her life if nothing else. Taking a deep breath, Itachi pushed open the oak doors and paused, like always, to take pride in his daughter. She was beautiful, smart, intelligent, and carried with her at all times the bearing of a proper heiress. Like all her predecessors, she'd refused the family business for public principle but accepted it as a necessary evil. She was his pride and joy, and if All for One found some way to hurt her, Itachi swore that he would somehow find a way to kill the godlike man he called his master. Hearing his entrance, his daughter turned her head towards him, her onyx eyes lighting up when she saw him. Like normal, her hair was tied up in a spiky ponytail, and she seemed to be studying if the large pile of books all over her bed were anything to go by. "Hey honey, how are you?" Itachi asked, taking a seat on an open spot. "I'm doing well, father. How are you?" His pride and joy asked back, her onyx eyes flashing with concern, clearly sensing that something was wrong. Itachi was desperate to protect his daughter from the realities of the world, the cruelty some people possessed, but he knew that today was the day he finally would have to let her go. "He called," Itachi said after a minute, closing his eyes so he wouldn't have to see her reaction. "He, my master." For a moment Itachi could picture it so clearly, the way her mouth would open in a small "oh" of surprise before she'd snap it close, since it wasn't proper behavior. "He is going to send someone to retrieve you tomorrow. He has a task he wants you to do." "What is it?" Itachi almost flinched at the coldness in his daughter's voice, but he refrained even as his heart broke inside of him. "He wants you to act as an advisor, a lieutenant to a boy that he considers worthy of possibly succeeding him." "Tamura, gods, no!" Itachi yelled, opening his eyes to give his daughter a look of disgust, although the sight of his daughter's cold, emotionless face directed his way made him want to cry. "If he had, I would have had you on the next plane to America, bloodline oath be damned." The flicker of surprise that flashed through her eyes made Itachi want to leap with joy. "You would have broken it. Even if it would mean your death. Indeed, breaking a promise or oath once it was sworn turned your own blood against you. The blood would heat up within your veins until it boiled, and pain would consume your body as it superheated, cooking you from the inside out. Only one person had broken the oath to All for One in the past. Only one person was needed as an example to ensure their family's unquestionable loyalty. "You are my life," Itachi said simply as he brushed a stray hair behind her ear. "Ever since I held you in that hospital room, everything I have done has been for your sake. That is why I'm willing to let you go with All for One's servant to serve the boy. He told me about him, and from what I've heard, he needs someone to connect with just as much as you do." For a moment silence descended between the two before Itachi's daughter finally spoke. "Do you think it's the right thing to do?" "I don't know," Itachi said honestly, "but I do know that if you don't do this, you'll never know." Silence descended between the two as Itachi's daughter thought it over. "Fine," she said after a few minutes of silence had passed. "I'll go, if for no other reason than to at least meet him." She was immediately wrapped up by her father in a hug. "Oh honey, I'm so proud of you. You're finally fulfilling the dream every parent has for their child. You're making your own decisions," Itachi said, planting a kiss in her hair. "I love you, my little Kriti." "And I love you, Dad," she said with a laugh as she leaned into his hug. "I know, Momo, I know," Itachi Yaoyorozu said as he pulled his daughter close. "Trust me, I know." Toshinori Yagi, better known as the pro-hero All Might, collapsed in an alleyway coughing up blood as he transformed back into his true form. Toshinori had spent the entire evening searching for the green-haired boy from this afternoon. He needed to know why the boy had rushed in, to know if the boy truly was the one. However, luck seemed to be against the hero as he hadn't seen hide nor hair of the boy after the incident. Cursing overeager reporters in his head, Toshinori collapsed to the ground against one of the alley's walls with a low groan as he coughed out blood. He was weakening, fast. Toshinori knew he didn't have much time left. His wound from the battle against All for One had been starting to hurt and his ability to maintain his hero form had been slipping more and more. After today he wouldn't be surprised if he'd lost another half an hour between using it to save the two boys and then using it to search for the green-haired one afterwards. Pushing himself to his feet, Toshinori forced himself onwards. Chiba was probably a little far, but after failing to find the boy in Musudafu he'd spread out searching farther and farther with no success. His day only worsened when a fist hit him in the side of his head, launching the weakened hero back into the wall he'd just pushed himself off of. Well, boys. What have we here? Looking up, Toshinori was greeted with a trio of petty thugs. The leader had some sort of mutation quirk that gave him the right arm of a gorilla, and if the pounding in Toshinor's skull was anything to go by, he'd been the one to hit him. On the gorilla's right side was a blond man wielding a switchblade, while on the other side was a brown-haired man with a plotted bush in his hand. Probably related to his quirk, All Might thought. Come on man, you know the deal, hand over your wallet and nobody gets hurt. The leader commanded, holding out his oversized arm for said items. Toshinori sighed. While it was highly tempting to get up and try to punch some sense into the trio, he had nothing. He'd been running on fumes earlier, pushing his limits and then surpassing them. Right now One for All was as gone as could be until he passed it on. He was basically quirkless. Sighing, All Might complied, handing over his wallet, then his watch, then some breath mints the blonde thug had spotted in his back pocket. As the trio of villains briefly argued over what else they should get him to hand over, a shouted, "Hey!" from the entrance to the alley caused all four to turn. Standing there, hands on her hips, was a girl of medium height with a slim build. She had teal eyes and long ginger hair that she was wearing tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs were split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair stuck up in large tufts at the top of her head. "What's going on here?" she asked, setting the grocery bag she was carrying on the ground. "We aren't doing anything here, girlie," the villain with the bush challenged. "Now run along before you get hurt." "I can't do that," the girl said, and something about the way she spoke caused All Might to look the girl over in a new light. There was something about her, something familiar. When somebody's in trouble, giving help that's not asked for, that's what it means to be a hero. "Well then, hero," the blonde thug mocked as he walked up to stand in front of the girl holding his switchblade menacingly. "Don't complain when you get hurt." The last part came out in a high-pitched squeak as the man collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 males flinched in sympathy as the orange had lowered her shoe from where she'd buried it in the man's crotch. "That's one," she said nonchalantly as she cracked her knuckles. With an angry roar, the gorilla mutant launched himself forward, sweeping his arm horizontally. The girl merely ducked under the attack and launched her own punch, which buried itself in the gorilla's stomach. For a moment All Might thought he saw her fist grow as if she'd somehow increased its size, but he was distracted by the gorilla being launched backwards, tumbling head over heels down the alley. Stop," the third thug, the one with the plant, ordered. Looking up, the orange it saw that the man had one arm wrapped around the throat of the man the trio had been mugging while the other cradled the plotted bush to his chest. "Don't come any closer or I'll hurt him." Holding her hands up placatingly, the girl began to move slowly, walking towards the side of the alley opposite the man with the bush. "What are you doing?" the man asked, eyes darting around searching for a trap, moving to keep the girl in front of him. "I'm giving you a way out," the girl said soothingly as she stopped so her back was towards the back of the alley while Yagi's and the man's holding him were towards the entrance and street. "This is your first time doing this, isn't it?" she asked, getting a shaky nod in return from Yagi's captor. "Then it's fine," she soothed. "Nobody's been hurt, we're all fine. All you have to do is walk away and forget this ever happened. We won't tell the police about you and you can go back to your regular life." "Really?" the man asked, licking his suddenly dry lips as to the girl, his eyes seemed to light up with a newfound hope. "Really," the girl confirmed, "just walk away, and it'll be like this was nothing more than a bad dream." Okay," the man said, Pushing Toshinori towards the girl, he ran, dropping his bush whose pot smashed onto the ground, sending dirt skidding across the cement. As the orangey pulled out her phone and called 911, Toshinori came over, the girl's grocery bag in his hand. "Why'd you do that?" he asked curiously, though to the girl his bright blue eyes seemed to burrow into her own teal ones, as if he was searching her soul for the last piece of a puzzle. "Because a hero is someone who tries to help without being asked," the girl immediately responded, only for All Might to shake his head. "No, why did you let the man go?" The girl sighed. "I know him, or at least I did. That was Mr. Sensei, my English teacher last year. My school recently had to make some budget cuts and Mr. Sensei was one of those that didn't make the cut. Last year he wouldn't stop bragging about his newborn daughter, and I heard this year that his family's struggling to make ends meet." The girl sighed and kicked a clump of soil on the ground, breaking it apart. "The problem is those budget cuts are nothing more than the principal lining his own pockets and paying off the school board so they don't investigate. It's been going on for years now. Why hasn't anyone done something?" All Might asked, horrified. The girl snorted. "Who would believe some kids? If the teachers laid off complain, then they're obviously only jealous of the ones that weren't, and if the ones with a job complain, well, they'll soon be seeking new employment." "Young girl," All Might began. "Kendo. Huh, it's Kendo, my name. It's Itsuka Kendo." "Well then, young Kendo, know that I will make sure this matter is investigated, but more importantly I have a question for you. Just now, why did you help me?" Once again Kendo bore witness to the extreme pressure that the man's gaze seemed to hold. I don't know," she admitted softly. "It was like my legs decided to move on their own." For a moment the man continued to stare at Kendo before his face broke out into a massive grin. "Perfect. Perfect," he yelled, his eyes burning in delight. "Young Kendo, that was the perfect response. While it's true that heroes are people that try to help even without being asked, a true hero is someone that does so unconsciously. Who tries to help others both intentionally and instinctively. You, Kendo, will be a great hero." Before Kendo's shocked gaze the thin man disappeared in a puff of smoke, and in his spot was the buff Herculean form of the #1 pro hero. It only lasted a few seconds before, with another burst of smoke, the thin man returned as blood dribbled from his mouth. You're All Might," Kendo said, clearly shocked. The man grinned. "Indeed, and you, young Kendo, are worthy. Worthy of succeeding me as the symbol of peace, of inheriting my power. Your power, my quirk, was passed on to me like a sacred torch. A power to pass on power. I was crowned with the quirk, one for all." "One for all," Kendo whispered softly. "That's right, a power passed on from generation to generation. It is the crystallization of power that combines the voices of all those who need help with a courageous heart, and I believe that you, Itsuka Kendo, are worthy of receiving my quirk." Why would you give me something so great?" Kendo asked, looking at All Might with awe. "I have been looking for a successor," All Might said. As he lifted his shirt, Kendo clapped her hands to her mouth, horrified to see a large cruel scar that covered the majority of the left side of All Might's chest. 5 years ago an enemy did this to me. Most of my respiratory system was destroyed and my stomach had to be removed entirely. I've wasted away as an after effect of the surgeries I needed to survive, and I can only do hero work for a few hours a day." Dropping his shirt, All Might looked Kendo in her eyes. "Ever since that day I've been searching for a successor, and I believe that you are worthy. But of course," he said with a careless shrug, "it's your decision, so what do you say? He's told me so much, trusted me with his greatest secrets. Do I have a reason not to accept?" "No, not at all. I have no reason to refuse," Kendo thought. "Yes, I accept," Kendo said confidently. All Might grinned as red and blue flashing lights began to dance over the alley. "A quick answer. I expected nothing less," the #1 hero said with his trademark smile, a certain green having disappeared from his thoughts the moment he found his chosen successor. After all, he hadn't been able to find the boy, and between a girl with such a useful quirk almost made to handle the strength of One for All and the green, well, the boy was only quirkless after all. "Mom, I'm home," Izuku called out as he entered the apartment he and his mother lived in. Located on the 3rd floor of the second building in their apartment complex, the apartment was small but big enough to allow the two Midoriyas to live comfortably. "How, you might ask? Were a mother and son able to afford an apartment in the city, much less a comfortable one, when Izuku was a full-time student and his mother, Inko, was a stay-at-home mom. Child support from Izuku's father Hisashi. The man had always been a distant figure who'd never taken an active role in Izuku's life, but after finding out his son was quirkless, Hisashi had finally divorced Inko and left to start a new family in another country. It was the annual checks the government forced him to provide that allowed the Midoriyas to live as they did, wanting for little. Taking his iconic bright red shoes off as he closed the door behind him, Izuku turned to look down the dark hallway, a confused frown on his face as he wondered why his mother hadn't responded to his call. He was home hours after his curfew, and his mom, who even he would admit was emotional and overprotective at the best of times, would normally have come flying down the hallway in tears, assaulting him under a barrage of questions. "Mom," Izuku called again as he walked down the hall towards the living room. His mom still hadn't answered, but now Izuku was able to make out a strange, almost bestial grunting coming from the living room. Strange shadows danced on the hallway wall as Izuku approached, illuminated by a bright light Izuku recognized as the television. Turning the corner, Izuku froze, his yellow school bag that had been draped over his shoulder dropping to the ground with a muted thud as the scene before him was permanently etched into his memory. His eyes were immediately able to identify the two figures in the room. One was a hero by the name of Slugger that Izuku recognized from his entry in Izuku's hero analysis for the future number 10. While he was clothed in his hero uniform, a beige, pinstripe baseball uniform with shoulder pads and a gray, orange, and green gauntlet on his right arm that made the limb twice as large as his left, it was the plain white mask, similar to a baseball umpire's, that allowed Izuku to immediately identify the man. However, as he took in the hero's appearance, Izuku didn't miss one key detail about the man's uniform. His pants lay on the floor around his ankles, leaving the man free to plunge his manhood into the woman pinned underneath him. Contrary to Slugger, who seemed ready to leave to begin a day's patrol as soon as he pulled up his pants, the woman known as Inko Midoriya looked like she had been through hell. Spread eagle on the floor, Inko's legs were clearly broken, twisted at unnatural angles with a shard of white bone protruding out of her right shin. Her left arm was outstretched towards the doorway where Izuku stood frozen in horror, but the hand hung limp, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Dried blood caked the right side of Inko's upturned face, originating from a deep cut on her forehead, but what scared Izuku the most were her eyes leveled in his direction. They were empty, devoid of the life that Izuku had always seen present within them, and reminding him instead of a porcelain doll, delicate, fragile, and oh so easily broken. As part of Izuku's mind processed what he was looking at, another, smaller portion decided to take in the room itself. The lights were off, leaving the muted television by the wall displaying the Musudafu Nightly News as the only source of illumination in the room. The couch and table which normally sat in the center of the room had been tossed aside, resting haphazardly against the wall to Izuku's left like an afterthought. The floors were coated with blood and the grisly crimson liquid splattered the white walls, faint red lines showing where the Greentee's lifeblood had slid down them, like raindrops on a window pane. The last item of note was Slugger's metal baseball bat, which sat on the floor to the hero's right within easy reach of the man. It took Izuku less than a second to analyze the situation, but it took his mind more than a few to accept what he was seeing with wide, disbelieving eyes. After all, this couldn't be real, could it? Heroes were supposed to save people, not hurt them. So how could a hero, one of the good guys, be in Izuku's apartment raping his mom before his very eyes? The possibilities were quick to come, but even quicker for Izuku to dismiss. Quirk. Unlikely. Slugger's quirk was clearly documented, and no heroes in the area or citizens in the apartment complex had quirks that created illusions or glamours. Izuku would know since he'd taken notes on all of them. If it was a quirk, it likely belonged to a villain. So was this a villain he was seeing? Possibly, but it made no sense for a villain to come after the Midoriyas. They didn't have any valuable possessions, didn't know anyone, or were famous enough to be worth kidnapping or ransomed, and frankly lacked any traits or characteristics that would make them stand out. Even their green hair couldn't be considered strange in a world where hair color and skin tones were as varied as a rainbow. Additionally, if this was a villain disguised as a hero, they likely would have reacted in some way to Izuku's calls when he'd entered the apartment, either hiding, fleeing, or preparing to ambush him. By ignoring him entirely, The person in front of Izuku was showing how confident they were in their ability to either get out of trouble or avoid being caught if there was an investigation. Conclusion. What Izuku was seeing was likely what was truly happening. A hero was raping his mother. With a bestial roar of anger that didn't fit his normal meek personality, Izuku thrust his right hand forward, instinctively activating his new quirk. A burst of wind flew out of Izuku's open palm and lifted the surprised hero from where he stood, tossing him backwards with enough force to send him through the wall and crashing into the neighboring apartment. As Slugger went airborne, Izuku was already rushing forward. Pulling his mother towards him, he turned her body over and cradled her head in his lap. "Mom, Mom," he cried, tears running down his face as his nose began to run. "Are you okay? What do I do? Tell me what to do, Mom." However, the glassy-eyed gaze of his mother didn't change. "Pulse, check for a pulse," Izuku cried as the little bit of first aid taught in school came back to him. Scrambling for a moment, Izuku hurriedly pressed his pointer and middle finger underneath Inko's jaw next to her windpipe and felt for the life within his mother's body. He felt for a second, which became 2, then 5. 5 became 10 and 10 became 20, but no matter where he felt, Izuku was unable to detect Inko's heartbeat. "No, no, 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 no. Izuku cried frantically as he straddled his mother, where he quickly began to perform chest compressions. "No, Mom, come on, don't do this to me," he pleaded, his voice hoarse, eyes red from countless tears that begged to be released. Pausing in his chest compressions, Izuku cradled his mother's face as he blew air into her lips, attempting to restart her heart. "I can't lose you," he cried, as he held his mother's prone form. "Not now. Not when I finally can make it, so you don't have to worry about me. So I don't have to see the fear in your eyes every time you look at me. Come on, Mom," Izuku pleaded, as he pulled his face away from hers, collapsing backwards, resting the weight of his body on his heels as he looked down at the body underneath him. "Losing you would kill me, you're the one constant in my hell of a life." Collapsing forward, Izuku buried his face into his mother's round belly as he sobbed. Whispering his next words, Izuku let out his greatest fear, one created by a life of isolation, being ostracized by his former friends, his school, and society itself. "Please, please don't leave me alone." However, no matter how much he pleaded, how much he begged and cried out to the universe, no matter how many deals he offered to forgotten gods and demons from the darkest pits of hell, nothing changed. Inko Midoriya, the kind, emotional, motherly, slightly overweight woman from apartment 3D, was dead, leaving behind her broken son crying over her lifeless body. "Wow, talk about being a drama queen," an arrogant, slightly drawling voice from behind the grieving Izuku called out. Izuku froze. He knew that voice. It was the voice of a man he'd respected only hours ago, who he'd cheered on at the man's debut when he'd captured a mugger. It was the voice of a hero. "Slugger," Izuku practically growled the name as he raised his head to face the man. No, the beast that had taken away the one person in the world that cared the slightest bit about Izuku, his mother. Standing there in front of the hole in the wall he'd made when Izuku sent him flying, the baseball hero. Slugger, now with his pants up, stood tapping his metal bat against the palm of his right hand. "Do you know what you just did?" the hero asked, and despite his mask concealing his face, Izuku somehow knew the man was sporting an arrogant, shit-eating grin not unlike that of a certain blonde classmate of his. "You just attacked a hero. According to the law, that makes you a villain, which means, as a hero, it is my duty to take you down. But you did this," Izuku challenged, staring with a mix of contempt and hatred at the man before him. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Slugger said, pausing in his tapping to raise his right finger to his chin as if in thought. "From what I can tell, a boy, that's you," he said, pointing the bat clutched in his left hand at Izuku in case the boy didn't understand, awakened his quirk after he experienced a life-threatening situation at the hands of a villain. "You then used your newfound power to kill your own mother, the poor woman," Slugger continued, shaking his head in mock grief, "and assaulted the body. Fortunately, a hero who was at your earlier villain encounter came to make sure you, the poor, innocent, quirkless victim, were okay. Hearing a commotion inside your apartment, I burst in to make sure everything was all right, and upon realizing what you were doing, I engaged you in combat, where I emerged victorious. I mean, Slugger said with a slight disbelieving chuckle as he spread his arms out. The story practically writes itself. I can see the headline now. Backquote victim to villain. Slugger stops new villain who committed matricide. Sounds kind of catchy, don't ya think? Throughout Slugger's monologue, Izuku had sat there on his knees frozen. However, as the man finished, Izuku spoke in a voice so soft the hero struggled to hear it. Why? Why? Slugger asked as he let out a disbelieving chuckle. You don't know why. I'll tell you why, he screamed, the veins on his neck bulging outward. Because you, he said, once again raising his bat to point it at Izuku. A quirkless nobody had the balls to try and be a hero. Do you know what I had to do to become a hero? The sacrifices I had to make to get to where I am today. No, you don't. I've watched people die, had to kill to save the lives of others. Yet you, he growled, you had the balls to think that a fucking quirkless middle schooler could save someone when heroes couldn't. Slugger let out a cackling laugh. You want to be a hero, kid? Gods, it's pathetic. You're like a dog chasing its own tail, not realizing that if you catch it you'll only end up hurting yourself. I bet your bitch of a mother thought the same thing every time you brought it up, giving you an amused grin like you were her pet performing a cute little trick. Izuku stood there as Slugger finished his rant, trembling. You mean to tell me, he said, his voice practically a whisper, that you attacked my mother, BPD, and killed her because I tried to be a hero earlier today? Of course not, Slugger said calmly as he waved a hand as if to disperse the question. I did it because you reminded me of All Might. The baseball hero spat the name out with derision, rushing in to help someone without a thought. Do you know that you endangered not only us heroes but also the civilians behind us? They were left wide open when we rushed forward to save you all because, what was it you said again? Once again Izuku could feel the man's smile through the mask he wore. Ah yes, my legs moved on their own, Slugger said in a poor imitation of Izuku's voice. It looked like you needed help. Well, villain, Slugger said, drawing out the word. Here I am, the hero said, spreading his arms wide like a magician getting ready for his big trick, here to help and save the day. Master, Kurogiri said as he watched the hero on the screen speak to the boy who'd captured his master's attention. It looks as if Slugger is preparing to attack young Midoriya despite your instructions. Should I prepare to intervene? That is unnecessary, Kurogiri, All for One said, his filtered voice coming through the skull-like mask that still rested on his head. I already sent Slugger his instructions. He knows where his limits lie. When I told him he couldn't touch young Midoriya, I meant that he wasn't allowed to kill the boy, or deal permanent or life-threatening injuries to him. This is exactly what I wanted, Izuku to see. A hero in all their so-called glory. Why? Kurogiri asked, honestly curious. He knew from what he'd seen of the boy that he was a superhero fanboy to a massive extreme. The sheer worship the boy had for All Might was made clear by his room, which they'd seen through the video camera Slugger had in his mask, the hero having explored the apartment when he'd first arrived on All for One's orders after subduing the boy's mother. In fact, Kurogiri had actually been to Izuku's room, having warped the other hero analysis for the future notebooks to All for One, who'd been looking through them as they waited for Izuku to come home. If the occasional dark laugh was anything to go by, Kurogiri felt that more than a few heroes and villains were going to be suffering unfortunate accidents in the upcoming days and weeks so that the loss of their quirks wouldn't be noticed. Because, All for One responded, shaking Kurogiri from his thoughts, Izuku holds heroes up on a pedestal. To him they are gods, myths brought to life. Something he knows deep inside that he can never be but has never stopped trying to reach. To Izuku, the peak of these so-called gods, the king of them if you will, is none other than All Might. Even now All for One couldn't say the name of his rival without sneering at it. But today his hero, his god, told him that he will never be able to walk in his footsteps, to save others the way he does. Izuku's dream, weakened by years of abuse and denial, was crushed by his hero, and then not an hour later he tries to act as a hero only to fail and be saved by the very man who told him no. To make it worse, other heroes then scolded the boy, only driving his dream down further. The raging fire of a dream the boy once had is now nothing more than a faint ember, a single lingering coal among the ashes. When I spoke to him in the park, Izuku acknowledged the fact that power is needed to create change in the world, an important lesson and one that I agree with wholeheartedly. However, I gave Izuku power, a quirk of his very own. As faint as it is, there is the chance that now that he has power, Izuku may strive to become a hero once more, using his quirk to prove all his naysayers wrong. By sending a hero to attack Izuku in his very home and kill his mother, I gain two things and lose nothing. Care to guess what they are, Kurogiri? The man composed of purple mist considered the question for a moment. One gain was clearly obvious and he told his master as much. You crush his dream to be a hero permanently, Kurogiri guessed. After all, how could young Midoriya stand to have the same title as one of the people that killed his mother? Correct, and if nothing else he will also learn from this lesson that there are civilian casualties caused not by villains but by hero. Endeavor, the number 2 hero himself, serves as a prime example of this type of incident. Now what is the other benefit? Kurogiri pondered for a few moments but eventually had to admit that he did not know. Perception, All For One responded, gesturing to the screen that showed the hero and boy in question. Izuku is fighting a hero, an action that in and of itself makes him a villain according to the law. From here on out, the best he could hope for when it comes to heroics is becoming a vigilante, a profession also deemed illegal by the law. However, vigilantes are still in a sense heroes, something Izuku now despises. With his dream dead and nothing else to connect to, Izuku will latch onto two things, his hatred for heroes and his own power. Power was already in Izuku's thoughts after the day he had, so it won't be difficult for him to come to believe that it was due to his own weakness that he lost everything. As a result, Izuku will seek to grow his power and eventually he will focus it on the heroes and society that cast him out. He will be perfect. All For One said, practically letting out a purr of pleasure as he imagined what heights Izuku might achieve. Kurogiri could only stare with yellow eyes at his master, who seemed lost in thought. If his master had truly been able to predict and manipulate Midoriya to such a degree, Kurogiri could only imagine what would become of the boy once he was within his master's grasp. He tried to do so and could only shiver in fear. Turning his attention back to the screen, Kurogiri watched Slugger launch himself at Midoriya with his bat raised and gave a silent prayer that the hero would kill the boy before he could become the monster Kurogiri knew his master envisioned. As Slugger launched himself forward, Izuku once again raised his right hand and blasted the man away, sending the hero tumbling head over heels before he stopped his rolling by slamming his bat into the ground. Gripping the metal rod with both hands, Slugger used it as a crutch to climb to his feet and began to stride towards Izuku, who rose to his feet and stood watching the hero approach, his eyes blazing with anger and hatred. I see, Slugger said as he strode forward, your quirk works by drawing in air from your surroundings before releasing it as a shockwave. It's a good quirk but not good enough for you to stand toe to toe with a pro hero, not as you are now. As he finished, the hero threw his metal bat at Izuku, yelling out, "Mound charge," as he did. Dodging out of the way of the bat, Izuku found himself face to mask with Slugger, who'd used the time it had taken Izuku to move to get close to the green-haired boy. It was a good concept, and to an unexperienced fighter it could easily be costly. However, despite his inexperience, Izuku had one thing others put in his position did not: years of research on heroes. He'd spent hours studying them, their quirks, special moves, actions, the way they worked and cooperated with others, the way they thought. To Izuku it was as if they were an open book that only he could read. As a result, instead of meeting a boy recovering from dodging his bat, the baseball hero was instead met with a blast of air that sent him flying through multiple walls and into an apartment 3 down from the Midoriyas. Slugger crashed through the apartment's wall before he hit a dinner table, sending rice and sushi flying. Still in motion, he collided with a small family shrine that collapsed to the ground, a picture of a deceased uncle shattering on impact with the ground. For a moment, the baseball hero and the family of 4 stared at each other before Slugger quickly dropped into his hero persona. "Quick, get out of here," he ordered, pulling himself to his feet. "I'm in the middle of battling a villain. Once you're safe, contact the police. If you see a fire alarm or something similar as you're leaving, pull it and evacuate as many people from this building as you can." Peeking through the hole he'd just come through, Slugger winced when he saw an angry Izuku striding his way, palm raised. Quickly dodging out of the way of the air blast, Slugger turned to see that the attack he'd just dodged had actually gone through the wall and into the next apartment complex entirely, letting Slugger lock eyes with a male bodybuilder with black hair tied up in 2 ponytails, dressed in a pink magical girl costume that proclaimed the man as Miltan. "Actually," Slugger said, turning away from the strange sight to focus his attention back on the family that was now standing at the door but looking at him with wide eyes. Better evacuate the other apartment complexes as well, this might get a little messy. The father only nodded his head before hurriedly ushering his wife and 2 children outside to safety. As soon as they were gone, Slugger dropped his act and let out a groan as he cracked his neck. Okay, maybe the kid's quirk is a little better than I thought, the hero said, revising his previous statement before grinning, although no one could see it. But that just makes this all the more fun. As Izuku strode through the second apartment Slugger had been thrown through, his eyes firmly locked onto the hole in front of him, his mind was focused on only one thing, utterly breaking the monster that had killed his mother. His thoughts clouded with revenge. Izuku could only react with confusion when the apartment's fire alarm and sprinkler system went off, dousing the green in a spray of water as a high-pitch alarm began to blare. This brief moment of weakness was all the time a certain pro hero needed. Slamming his right fist into Izuku's unprotected stomach, the green-haired boy could only gasp, sending spittle flying as the punch actually lifted him into the air. However, Izuku wasn't afloat for long, as using his left hand, Slugger grabbed Izuku's shirt and swung the green-haired boy around in a circle before releasing him, sending Izuku flying into a couch which tipped over as he hit it. The baseball hero, Slugger. Quirk. Swing. Allows Slugger to increase the momentum of objects he holds in his hands when he swings them around. However, the object must be off the ground and Slugger must be keeping the object aloft for his quirk to work. Standing up, Izuku glared at Slugger, who strode forward, grabbing a broken splinter of plywood off the ground as he went. Giving it a few test swings, the pro hero came to a stop, leaving the two separated only by the overturned couch. Just like I said, kid, you have a decent quirk, but you're still a long ways away from being able to take on a pro hero. Izuku didn't answer. Instead, his mind raced as he reviewed what he knew about Slugger. He counters the weakness of him not having any objects to grab by wearing the gauntlet on his right arm, which allows him to increase the force of his punches. He uses a metal bat as support gear, but I already neutralized that when I dodged his super move, so it's still in my apartment. Good news is he's having to make do with nearby materials, none of which have been designed to be used like his bat was. The impromptu weapons will fail easier and most should be able to be destroyed by air cannon. He's a close-range combatant while my quirk is more suited for mid-range or long-range combat. Right now I should focus on creating distance between us to keep Slugger from getting any closer. All this ran through Izuku's head in seconds, and as he scanned his surroundings, Izuku got an idea. Raising his right hand, he pointed his palm at the pro hero, who couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment when it came to how predictable the boy's moves were. Sure, they had been effective in their fight so far, but he just kept repeating the same basic move. Raise hand, blast the hero away with a jet of air, and repeat as necessary. Come on, Slugger yelled. I already evacuated the apartment complexes so you could go all out on me. Give me a real fight. Slugger said, his battle mania coming through loud and clear. After all, the boss had said to rough up the kid, and although the boy's inexperience with his quirk was painfully obvious, it was still a powerful quirk. I plan to, Izuku growled, the hero's desire for a fight reminding him of a owned classmate, making him hate the man all the more. Instead of firing the blast of air at the man, Izuku instead lowered his hand and released the built-up air pressure downwards in between the two combatants. The blast hit the ground just in front of Izuku and blasted through 2 floors, creating an angled hole from the ground floor of the building to the 3rd floor where the two stood. However, the blast had a secondary purpose, sending debris, splinters of wood, and other miscellaneous rubble flying at Slugger, who instinctively raised his right gauntlet-clad arm to cover his face. The instinctive reaction gave Izuku just the opening he needed to raise his left hand and release another blast of air that sent the baseball hero flying backwards into the apartment wall. Another air blast sent the overturned couch trailing after him, although Slugger managed to dodge out of the way at the last second. A loud crack caused the green to look down at the ground underneath him. The floor, weakened from the hole Izuku had just blown in, it was breaking apart. Before Izuku could react, the wood underneath him gave way, sending Izuku falling down to the floor below. It was around a 9-foot drop, and although he landed on something soft, Izuku couldn't help the gasp he let out upon landing, the impact forcing out whatever air he had in his lungs. Opening his eyes, Having instinctively closed them as he fell, Izuku took a few seconds to take in his surroundings. He was in a simple bedroom littered with debris from the large hole in the ceiling directly above the bed Izuku was lying on. A large hole in the floor by the doorway kept Izuku from leaving the room, trapping him inside. "Oi brat, don't go running away on me now," Slugger's voice rang out. Looking up through the hole he'd just made, Izuku quickly rolled off the bed, landing on the floor beside it with a thud. Slugger, a metal rod now in his hands, landed on the bed in the classic superhero landing. The metal rod, sharpened, Izuku noticed on both ends as if it had been torn off from something, impaling the mattress where Izuku had been only moments before. Scrambling to his knees, Izuku glowered at the hero who stood up, spinning the rod around expertly before he stopped, holding it backwards slightly behind him like a bow staff. "I'm going to kill you," Izuku threatened, his voice low-laced with promises of pain and torment. "No you won't," Slugger replied, that damn arrogant smile Izuku sensed still hidden beneath his white mask. "You're nowhere near strong enough to kill me, much less threaten me." "Well," Izuku said, his voice slightly more pleasant, as if he recognized the fact that his goal might indeed be out of reach, "that won't stop me from trying." Pulling the bar out of the mattress, the hero swung the rod horizontally at Izuku's head, only for the green to duck underneath the metal and stick his left hand out. From the hole that sat in the middle of the palm, a burst of air shot outwards, blowing the hero backwards, the metal rod still clutched in his grasp. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't have time to build up the air in his arms, so the blast wasn't as strong as it could have been. Instead of sending Slugger flying head over heels like he'd been doing, Izuku instead was only able to send the hero stumbling backwards. While it bought Izuku a second to stand up straight, it didn't give him enough time to react to Slugger, who turned his stumble backwards into a spin. Grabbing his metal staff with both hands, Slugger swung it around, slamming the metal rod into Izuku's right temple. This time it was Izuku's turn to stumble backwards, his head throbbing and ears ringing from the impact. Slugger didn't give the boy time to recover. Throwing his staff to the side, he grabbed the back of the green tee's shirt as he lifted the boy's thin body into the air. Using a modified judo throw, he pulled the green over his back as he threw him down towards the ground. However, Izuku didn't hit the floor, rather the baseball hero threw the boy through the hole Izuku had made earlier. Izuku's body hurt, dazed from the impact. When Slugger hit him, he was unable to fully comprehend what was happening. All he could feel was a tugging on his back, then a sudden feeling of weightlessness, then pain. His mind focusing, Izuku held back a scream as he bit his lip so hard it began to bleed. Keeping his eyes clenched shut to keep from shouting out, Izuku waited a moment until his mind adjusted to the pain before he opened his eyes to the sight of a piece of wood jutting out of the right side of his stomach. Izuku's mind raced as he looked at the piece of wood. It was big, which was bad. Should he pull it out? No. They said to never pull an object out if it went inside you and got stuck. Something about how the object could break apart, which would only make things worse. But did that count if he was in the middle of a fight for his life? Wait, what if the piece of wood had broken his spine? He could be paralyzed. Wait, God, was he paralyzed? He was paralyzed, wasn't he? Just his luck to finally get a quirk, only to get paralyzed an hour later from a fight with a hero who'd BP'd and murdered his mom. Yep, that sounded like his kind of luck. Opening his mouth, Izuku tried to speak, only for a weak cough to come out instead. Instinctively covering his mouth, Izuku looked at his hand, only for his eyes to widen at the specks of blood he saw on it. Great, he may not be paralyzed, but he was dying. Wow, that does not look good, a smug voice called out. Lowering his hand, Izuku sent a weak glare at the ceiling where Slugger sat crouching at the edge of the hole he'd just thrown the green through. The hero sat down, his feet dangling off the edge as he slid off, falling to the ground below, where he landed in a crouch next to Izuku's prone body. Standing up, the masked hero looked the boy over, tutting slightly at the sight, more specifically the glare Izuku aimed his way. Now, the hero chided, I told you you wouldn't beat me. Not only do I have years of training, but I also have experience, something you are lacking quite a bit of. This outcome is only natural. After all, the hero always wins. The hero broke off, glancing upwards out a nearby window, causing Izuku to take note of the distant sound of sirens gradually growing louder. Amazing, isn't it? Slugger said, turning his attention back to the boy. how a fight can seem to last for hours when in reality it's only a few minutes. Sighing, the hero moved so he was straddling the boy, and reaching out his gauntlet-clad right arm he closed his hand around the Greente's throat. "Now go to sleep," the hero said, as he began to squeeze Izuku's, eyes widening as he began to struggle for air. "This'll all be over soon." Izuku's arms came up as he struggled against the larger, heavier man, but his efforts were futile, the hero only using his left arm to pin down Izuku's right, leaving the Greente's left arm free to thump uselessly against the hero's chest. Izuku could feel himself dying as he struggled to get free, to get air. As his vision began to darken around the edge, Izuku remembered back to what the man who'd given him his quirk had said: "You can control the size, shape, and speed of the air you fire out. Like your friend's AP shot, it can be a beam of concentrated power or a wide-range burst like you did just now. Focus," Izuku thought as he weakly raised his left hand, setting it against the base of Slugger's arm where the limb connected to his body. "Focus, make it small, concentrate your power." As Izuku's mind began to shut down, the young broccoli-headed boy activated his quirk. From the palm of Izuku's hand a beam of concentrated air burst out. However, instead of the wide bursts that Izuku had been using ever since All for One had first given him the quirk, this burst of air was different. It was the size of Izuku's palm, and as it left Izuku's hand it encountered an immediate obstacle in the form of Slugger's right shoulder. But the concentrated air would not be stopped by mere flesh and bone. Instead, it tore through the hero's body until it came out his backside, severing Slugger's right arm from his body entirely in the process. But the air didn't stop there, for it powered on as it traveled upwards, tearing through floor after floor until it emerged through the roof of the apartment complex, sending rubble flying outwards. Civilians who'd been standing outside the complex curious about the evacuation scrambled away and ran as rubble began to rain down on them from above. Police officers who'd been preparing to enter the complex hesitated and turned their attention instead to evacuating the nearby civilians. It was best to leave the fighting to the heroes. Izuku gasped, breathing in and out heavily as he drew in great lungfuls of air, an obstacle no longer keeping him from doing so. Slugger meanwhile still sat atop the Green, his legs on either side of the boy pinning him down. Slowly the hero turned his masked head to the right, where his eyes locked onto the bleeding remnants of what was his shoulder. It looked like as if someone had thrown a large ball through the upper right part of his torso. Wait a moment, the baseball hero, though, his mind strangely detached from the situation, as if he was watching events from a third-person point of view. "If that's where my arm used to be, then where is it right now?" Looking down at the boy underneath him, the hero found his gauntlet-clad arm lying limp across the Greente's chest, its grip around his throat having come undone when it had fallen off. As he stared at his severed arm, the baseball hero's mouth fell open as he began to hyperventilate, breathing in quick bursts before a panicked scream tore itself out of his throat. "Ag hhhhhhhhhh." Scrambling to his feet, Slugger stumbled backwards as his left arm clutched at his wound, doing little to stop the blood that painted Izuku's shirt, face, and ground around him a bright crimson. Mumbling incoherently, Izuku could only stare at the hero, catching the occasional words through his mad chattering. "It's all his fault, all his fault. Quirk, 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 quirk. Failure means death. Don't wanna die, don't wanna die, don't wanna die. Useful, need to be useful." As Slugger's voice trailed off, the hero turned his head to stare at Izuku. The hero's mask had fallen off sometime during his mad panic attack, leaving Izuku's emerald orbs to lock with the man's blue eyes that now sparkled with an inner madness. His orange hair no longer spiked upwards but rather fell in sweaty strands on either side of his pale face, although whether he was naturally pale or was suffering from a lack of blood, Izuku was unsure. "Be useful, tolerate no rivals," the hero mumbled as he strode forward, stumbling like a drunk or zombie towards the downed Greent as his lips curled upwards into a mad grin. "Remove rivals, be useful," the hero said as he reached the boy where he stood over him, his sole hand rising up as the hero once again reached for Izuku's throat. As Izuku watched the hand come down towards him, his mind locked on the panic he'd felt just moments earlier when he'd struggled to breathe. First the slime villain, now Slugger. Izuku was quickly developing a fear of asphyxiation, and as the hand reached for his throat, the fear quickly overtook him. "No, no, 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 no." Izuku screamed as he thrust his arms upwards underneath Slugger's arms towards the hero's body as he activated air cannon. Heeding its master's fearful cry, 2 large bursts of air sprang out of Izuku's palms and impacted Slugger's chest, where they lifted the hero from the ground and carried him to the ceiling, then through it. Floor after floor the hero burst through in seconds until he emerged from the roof, where he was lifted high into the sky. Underneath him the building began to collapse, the air pressure which had carried the hero aloft having torn the inside of the building, and its inner supports to shreds when combined with the other damage wrought in the two's battle. However, Slugger could only watch the destruction unfolding beneath him with unseeing eyes, his body flapping in the wind like a broken scarecrow due to the damage that it had sustained only seconds earlier. As gravity took hold, the baseball hero's body began to fall towards the ruins underneath him, where it would land atop a metal rod sharpened on both ends which stuck out of the rubble like a flagpole without a flag. Meanwhile, as the hero disappeared through the floors above him, a green-haired boy was left on the bottom floor of the apartment complex, pierced on the remnants of what was once a desk. As the building began to shake and collapse, Izuku's vision began to darken as the adrenaline began to ebb away and his wounds caught up to him. "I'm sorry, Mom," Izuku thought, as a thin trail of blood began to leak out of the corner of his mouth. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you, that you died because of me. I'm sorry." As Izuku's eyes closed and the boy slipped into the realm of unconsciousness, the last thing he saw was a purple portal appearing in front of him, yellow eyes shining from its depths as a familiar figure emerged, clothed in a black suit and navy blue skull-like gas mask, his hand outstretched towards the green-haired boy's face. As the show cut to commercial, 2 dull, lifeless green eyes stayed locked onto the screen. The television, the only source of light in the otherwise pitch-black room, illuminated the pale face of Izuku Midoriya, who sat on top of his small bed, strips of bandages wrapping around his torso and neck. "I'm a villain," Izuku thought as he hugged his legs to his chest. To a boy whose lifelong dream had been to be a hero, the word seemed foreign, wrong, but Izuku knew it was accurate. The words from the news report bounced around his head as his eyes remained locked on the television, the occasional blink and light rise and fall of his chest the only sign that Izuku was even alive. 11 people have been confirmed dead and more than 3 dozen were injured, 4 were reported as being in critical condition, and at least 2 are expected to join the list of deceased within the week. "People are dead because of me," Izuku thought as he slowly turned his gaze from the screen to his hand which pressed his knee to his beast. "With these hands I killed people. People I know." Memories of his neighbors sprang to his mind. Helping the elderly Mrs. Yuki take out the trash, walking Mr. Kiro's pet dogs, babysitting Madame Shina's children when she had to work late at the office. Izuku shook his head, trying to push the images away, but another one replaced them. The image of his mother. Inko's broken body as Slugger BP'd her, her shattered limbs, and the blood-splattered walls, but above it all those eyes. God, those eyes! It was like Izuku had been looking at a doll, and though he knew it was her, Izuku just couldn't make himself believe that the shell of a body had been his mother, the woman who'd raised him. Who had been there with the kind smile and worried eyes whenever he came home from school limping and smelling like smoke. Who would silently dress his wounds and make him his favorite meal because she knew that if she called the school or parents it would only make things worse for him. Izuku was horrified at what he'd done. How many people he'd hurt and killed because of his actions. How many who'd lost homes, family, friends, and livelihoods at his hands. However, what scared Izuku the most was that try as he might, Izuku couldn't bring himself to regret killing Slugger. And that scared Izuku because if he could find joy in killing, in hurting someone, then didn't that mean that Izuku was just like him? These thoughts had been swirling around in Izuku's head since he'd awoken that morning, but try as he might, Izuku couldn't seem to find the solution. Was it wrong for him to take joy in the death of the one who'd killed and BP'd his mother? Or was it right for him to feel that he was justified in taking the life of one who'd taken what little Izuku had to begin with? Izuku was shaken out of his thoughts by the sound of the doorknob turning and quickly shut off the television before turning to look towards the door. Izuku found himself greeted by a man in an elegant suit and tie. However, what was strange was that from what Izuku could see, the man's body was made entirely out of a dark purple mist, his only notable feature being a pair of large, familiar yellow eyes. A metal brace covered the sides and back of the man's neck, although Izuku was unable to clearly tell what purpose it had. For a moment the two stared at each other in silence. Izuku recognized the man's eyes. They were the same ones he'd seen in the depths of the portal that All for One had used to leave after giving Izuku his quirk, and Izuku thought he'd seen the same pair of eyes in the portal the man had used to reach Izuku seconds before he could pass out. That most likely meant that the man had a teleportation or warping quirk. A few days ago Izuku would have been badgering the man non-stop about his quirk, how it worked, its limits and capabilities, but now Izuku sat silently in bed going over the information in his mind, careful to let none of his thoughts show on his face. "Ah, you're up," the mist man said after a moment of silence, although not one long enough for either party to consider awkward. "I was ordered to bring you to my master soon after you awoke, but first, do you need anything?" "No," Izuku said. Unfortunately his stomach chose that moment to betray him, letting out a rumble that caused the green to flush slightly in embarrassment. "Some food then," the mist man said with a nod, as if Izuku had requested food aloud rather than with his body. "You can meet master afterwards." As the mist man turned away, beginning to close the door behind him, Izuku called out, "Wait, what's your name?" For a moment the man paused. "Kurogiri," he said finally before closing the door. Getting up, Izuku couldn't help but stretch his sore body as he took in his room. It was small, about the size of the one he'd had at his apartment before. Shaking off that train of thoughts before it could start, Izuku moved towards a small dresser set against the wall. He hadn't explored much earlier, simply using the remote on the bedside table to turn on the television set in the wall across from his bed. He'd turned it to the news where he'd seen the recovery crews digging through the wreckage, quickly becoming lost in his own thoughts. As he dressed himself in a black short-sleeved shirt and similarly colored jeans, Izuku couldn't help but wonder where exactly he was. Perhaps he should have been panicking more, waking up in a strange room after killing his mother's rapist and murderer, but Izuku knew two things that kept him from going into a panic attack or muttering spree. First, he was confident he'd seen All for One in the moments before he'd lost consciousness. The man had never wronged Izuku yet, so Izuku felt that at the moment he could trust the man. Secondly, someone had treated his injuries. He had been professionally bandaged, and although sore, his body was otherwise fine, somehow having recovered from the damage he'd sustained his fight. Done dressing himself, Izuku left his room. Following the hallway to a flight of stairs, he headed down, where he found himself in what appeared to be a dining room for a small restaurant. Taking a seat at a bar which let him look into the kitchen where Kurogiri was hard at work cooking, Izuku quickly found himself presented with a plate of sushi and steamed dumplings, which he dug into ravenously. As he ate, Izuku watched Kurogiri clean up the plates and utensils he'd used to cook, washing them in a sink of hot soapy water before depositing them back in their proper place. "You like cleaning," Izuku commented, breaking the silence which had descended between the two. Kurogiri paused, a shot glass clutched in one of his misty hands, the other holding the towel he'd been using to dry it off. Turning, he looked at Izuku with his bright yellow eyes. "What?" he asked, turning his head slightly to the side in confusion, which reminded Izuku of a puppy in the process. "You like cleaning," Izuku repeated. Raising his chopsticks, he pointed them at the man's hands. "Growing up, I didn't have many friends. Instead, I spent my time watching people, figuring out their habits, their moods, and their quirks." Izuku thought silently. After all, he had to know how Kacchan and his followers were feeling in order to avoid the worst of their beatings. It had been a hard lesson, but a necessary one. For a moment Kurogiri considered the green, obviously wondering how to respond to such a comment. "I do find it relaxing," the man finally admitted, "and I've had a lot of practice cleaning up after someone." "All for One?" Izuku couldn't help but ask. "No, another," Kurogiri said, obviously lost in memories. "A lost little boy who still hasn't grown up." The man made of mist stayed silent for another minute before turning back to Izuku, who was finishing off the last dumpling. "Good, you're finished," Kurogiri said, as Izuku watched a portal of dark fog composed of the same material as the man appeared next to Izuku. "All for One wanted to see you as soon as possible. It would not be a wise idea to keep him waiting." Following the unspoken command, Izuku stepped through the dark portal and vanished. When Izuku reappeared, he found himself in a dark room illuminated by a mixture of televisions and computer screens. He was facing the back of a large black leather chair that sat in the center of the room. Izuku could barely make out a figure sitting on the chair, his broad shoulders clothed in a dark material that did little to hide the powerful muscle underneath. But what drew Izuku's attention was the pale bald head that stuck over the top of the chair. It was covered in scar tissue. As he looked closer, it was clear that the head was made of nothing but scar tissue, and it took what control Izuku had to keep an instinctive flinch from escaping him. Someone had wanted the man in the chair dead, and if this was what the back of the man's head looked like, Izuku shuddered to imagine how the front must appear, because as far as he could see there was no sign of them stopping as they circled around the man's head to his face. Medical IV stands stood attentively beside the chair, long tubes pumping unknown mixtures into the man's body. "Ah, Izuku, I'm glad to see you could make it." A rough, grating voice emerged from the figure, one that despite its difference Izuku recognized undoubtedly as his savior. "Forgive my appearance, but I absolutely abhor the mask you previously saw me wearing. Unfortunately, due to my injuries, it is a necessity when I make a public appearance. You do understand, I hope." "Of course," Izuku said, his natural politeness coming through. What caused them?" he asked hesitantly. "Your injuries." "An old friend," All for One said mysteriously, "but this conversation isn't about me, it's about you, Izuku Midoriya. Tell me, how are you feeling after what happened? Are you all right?" Just like when he'd spoken to All for One before, Izuku felt the need to be honest with the man, that he could trust him, although only now did Izuku recognize the feeling as one of the man's quirks. I don't know," Izuku admitted softly. "I'm horrified by what I did, the damage and lives I took. But, All for One encouraged. I don't regret it," Izuku said, his soft voice gaining strength and confidence. "I don't regret killing Slugger. I had one thing in my life I cared about, and Izuku hissed the word with so much anger and hatred it reminded the Lord of Darkness of when he was forced to say the name of his most hated rival, took it from me. Now I have nothing," Izuku said as he collapsed forward onto his knees where he began to cry softly. "You have nothing," All for One repeated, causing the green to look up with tear-filled red eyes. "You were right, even your power, the quirk I bestowed upon you, is gone." Izuku froze before he quickly reached inside of himself, searching for the power, the quirk he'd had only days before. Just like All for One said, it was gone. "Why?" Izuku asked as new tears began to fall. "Why would you give me a quirk only to take it away?" "To save you," All for One said simply. "Security cameras, listening devices, telephones, all those existed in and around your fight with Slugger." Despite having no eyes or ears, All for One could still detect the anger that radiated from the green-haired boy at the mention of the man's name. "Those devices could have recorded or captured your fight. You were listed as quirkless, and while it's not illegal to develop a quirk, it is illegal to use it without permission. What's more, you used your quirk to not only fight and kill a pro hero, but you also brought down a building, killing nearly a dozen more. The hero Kamizen would need someone to blame, and they aren't about to risk their own necks by exposing a hero as the one responsible. No, it would be better to pin the blame on you, someone formerly quirkless, and let Slugger receive the accolades and respect the public believes he deserves." "What does that have to do with my quirk?" Izuku asked, although All for One detected a hint of coldness in his voice. The boy believed him. He had too many past experiences with authority not to question them. Quirkless were rarely treated well to begin with, and from what All for One had seen, Izuku's teachers had gone out of the way to punish the boy whenever he got injured. Better to blame the quirkless loser and preserve the record of their UA hopeful after all. Either way, their actions suited All for One's purposes just fine. "One of my quirks, radio waves, allows me to disrupt radio waves in my immediate area. However, I discovered that when I combined it with air cannon, I was able to create a larger blast. And I had air cannon," Izuku realized. "Yes, so I took the quirk in order to cover up your presence in the battle. As far as the authorities are concerned, Slugger merely battled the original holder of your former quirk and was killed in the process." "But why didn't you give me it back?" Izuku asked, a hint of accusation in his voice. "You were too severely injured," All for One said calmly, spreading his hands wide so Izuku could see them from where he stood behind the chair. "You had a shattered spinal cord, broken vertebrates, piercing trauma that destroyed most of your stomach and nicked your left kidney and liver. Add in the cuts, bruises, concussion, and other trauma and you should have died. Izuku had frozen as All for One listed off his injuries and his voice came out a mere whisper. How am I alive? He may not have been a doctor, but even he knew the body could only put up with so much damage, although ever since quirks had appeared, research had found that bodies had evolved to withstand much more trauma than normal. It was why heroes could survive being thrown through buildings, why the average villain could be hit with Endeavor's flames that could melt metal and emerge with only burns. I gave you a different quirk, All for One explained, super regeneration. Just as it sounds, it heals all wounds, including missing limbs within moments. Even your organs were no problem for the quirk to replace. However, I took it back as soon as you were fully healed. So now what? Izuku asked as he looked at the back of the chair. What's next? Will you give me air cannon back? A different quirk? Or will you get rid of me altogether? That's up to you, young Midoriya. All for One's left hand rose into the air where he held it flat. On the one hand, I could give you a quirk, give you power, but I would want to know what you intend to do with it. Would you try to help people? Be a hero like Slugger, or would you rather seek to destroy the corrupt system society has in place altogether? Make it so others don't have to face the hardships, the discrimination that you did. The other hand rose, or would you rather leave, walk away from all of this? You would be quirkless, but I have contacts, resources. I could make it so you live a comfortable life, never having to face the hardships others in your situation would have. Choice as yours. I only need an answer. Silence descended between the two. It grew from seconds to minutes, but neither spoke. Izuku was considering his options, and All for One knew that if the green-haired boy was to have the chance to succeed him, then he would need to decide to do so on his own. He could not always be there to hold Izuku's hand, and though he would help him, support him, everything would ultimately be up to Izuku. It was just after the silence reached the 7-minute mark that Izuku spoke. When I talked to All Might, he told me that without power one cannot become a hero. When I battled Slugger, Izuku hissed the name, he said that I wasn't strong enough to go toe-to-toe with a pro hero, not as I am now. Izuku paused and another moment of silence passed. I refuse to be powerless again, to be the useless Deku taking whatever the world throws at me. Izuku said, his voice brimming with newfound confidence. I will become powerful, strong enough that no one will ever be able to hurt me again. And what will you do with that power? All for One asked. Change society. Izuku replied. I'm the outcast, the one who stands on the side looking in. I've seen the abuse heaped on others. He let out a cold laugh. I've experienced it. Society lifts people up based on their quirks, the stronger the better, telling them, you can be a great hero. Everyone else, well, they're treated as extra citizens that lack the same potential as those with better quirks. I'm going to change that, make it so everyone is protected and treated equally no matter their quirk. Even if that means going against the system. All for One asked, being treated as a villain. People like the way things are. If you try to change that, you will make enemies, the man warned. Can you stand killing people? Hurting others for your own benefit? For your cause? Because if this is the path you take, you will be forced to do just that. Society needs to change, Izuku said softly. If it stays the way it is now, something will have to give. I don't know what it is, but I know, I can sense that right now society is headed towards a collapse. Whether it's a rise in criminals when All Might eventually retires, or the free quirk use ideology preached by the Meta Liberation Army, something is going to change, a catalyst that brings everything crashing down. And you would be that catalyst. Better the one you know than the one you don't. Izuku responded simply. If I work to change society, I'm the catalyst for the change that's coming. Then I'll have some control over what happens. I'll be able to limit the destruction and loss of life that is sure to come. But people would still die. All for One pointed out. Izuku paused, a look of deep contemplation on his face as he closed his eyes. People die, he said softly as a lone tear ran down his face, one that All for One knew was shed for Izuku's late departed mother. Better they do so to bring order and peace than in the chaos as society collapses around them. Besides, I can target the chaos, direct it at the heroes and the Kamizen. It'll limit the destruction if nothing else. As Izuku finished speaking, silence once again descended between the two, and Izuku got the feeling that he had just been tested once again by his savior. Finally a rough laugh came from the one seated on the chair. Good, the The man cackled before his laugh descended into a coughing fit. You will be just fine. The man said once he'd recovered. Now tell me, what quirk do you want? Air cannon. Rivet stab. Ah, maybe transforming arms would suit you better. None of them, Izuku said, making all for one pause in his mutterings, giving Izuku the feeling he'd surprised the faceless man. As you said, at the moment I have nothing to my name, not even the clothes on my back are my own. But I will rise through my own power. With your permission I will find the quirk I want, and then once I do I want you to transfer it to me. Will you do that? The question hung in the air for a moment, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder if he'd pushed too far, asked for too much. But then once again All for One broke out into wheezing laughter. You certainly know what you want, the man complimented, but you do not have nothing. You have me, and I will always be there to support you. I even have a gift to get you started, a present if you will, for choosing your own path. Momo Yaoyorozu. At the sound of the name, a figure Izuku hadn't noticed stepped out of a pool of nearby shadows. She was tall, taller than Izuku, standing about 5 feet 8 inches if he had to guess, with milky white skin. She had black hair done up in a spiky ponytail, and a large strand of hair hung down the right side of her face. She was dressed in a black skirt that went down to the middle of her thighs and a red shirt that was open at the top, giving Izuku an eyeful of her rather impressive cleavage, which made the green flush violently red. Her clothes were made of high-class materials, and along with her black boots that went up to just under her knees, it was easy for Izuku to tell that the girl was from a family where money was not an issue. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, All for One said, gesturing to the black-haired teen, who gave a slight bow in greeting as Izuku frowned, wondering why the name sounded familiar to him. Her family has served me loyally for years, and she has quite the impressive quirk. I am sure you will be able to put it in her to good use as you pursue your objectives. As the two teens watched, All for One pressed a button on the side of his chair and spoke aloud, requesting Kurogiri to come to him immediately. Less than 10 seconds later, the three were joined by the Misty Man, who All for One ordered to warp the teens to Cherry Blossom Manor, before returning to him. As the trio were swallowed up by Kurogiri's warp gate, Izuku heard All for One call out after them, Izuku, when you find the quirk you desire, do not hesitate to ask me for help. I am here to support you, to help you try again as many times as you need. Everything is for you. Then they were gone. When Izuku reappeared, he found himself in front of a mansion. It was a 3-story building built in a square with traditional Japanese architecture. A large wall surrounded the complex, with a large cast iron gate in the front that led to the circular turnaround drive the three were standing on. Izuku turned to his companions only to see Kurogiri warp away, leaving Izuku alone with the girl All for One had given him, Momo Yaoyorozu. Goshujin-sama. Startled, Izuku turned to find said girl bowing to him. I am familiar with similar-sized buildings. If it pleases you, make your way to the garden in the center of the building. I will prepare some tea and snacks, then meet you there. We can talk then. Yeah, sure, Izuku said, averting his eyes. It was quite clear that the girl wasn't aware that every time she bowed she was basically giving Izuku a free glance at her chest, or if she didn't care. Izuku passed through several rooms as he made his way through the compound's deserted halls. Although it was clear the mansion had been abandoned, everything was clean and in good condition. Izuku didn't stop in any of the rooms, but he did note their location. There was an indoor pool with a connected sauna, a training room, a gym, an archery range, a library, and several bedrooms of various sizes and levels of class. Finally, Izuku slid open a shoji and found himself in the garden. It was located in the direct center of the mansion, surrounded by the building on all 4 sides, and was made in the style of a Zen garden. There was a rock garden and a small pond stocked with koi fish. The pond was fed by a small waterfall, and there was a small pathway made out of smooth polished stones that one could use to walk through the garden. Dotted throughout the garden was a variety of plants, and placed periodically along the stone path were bonsai trees for anyone who wanted to trim them. At the very center of the garden was a large cherry blossom tree surrounded by natural grass. A raised wooden platform sat at the foot of the tree for someone to meditate on, and it was here that Izuku sat. As he sat listening to the sound of trickling water and the tap of a shishi adoshi, Izuku couldn't help but find himself relaxing. After everything that had happened, his mother's death, the fallout of his battle with Slugger, Izuku had sworn to change society. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing either. Many nights Izuku had laid in bed as various burns from Bakugo throbbed under the burn cream and bandages he knew how to apply, wondering what it would be like if the two of them were still friends. Izuku might have given up his fantasy of reconciling with Bakugo, but as a child it had been so easy to blame the adults and their praise for his friend Kachan's new attitude. The only problem was how to do it. Izuku knew that he was nowhere near ready to start his campaign of change. If this was a game, then Izuku hadn't even completed his character customization yet. He still needed his quirk, and to prepare for the fights that were sure to come, Izuku had no doubt that he would need to exercise and train in the coming months, preparing his body. Some quirks could even reflect or damage the user's body, and though Izuku had no intention of choosing one such quirk, it was still best to prepare his body for the trials ahead. Thankfully, school was not an issue. Izuku was likely believed to be dead, having died when the apartment building collapsed, which gave the green-haired boy plenty of free time. High school was another thing to consider. Though he had no intention of attending, it was better to be aware of the entrance exams, especially for hero schools. It was strange to think of heroes as enemies, but Izuku was coming to terms with doing so, although he had no doubt that Slugger's actions and the words of his former idol contributed a great deal to his mind's adaptability. The sound of wooden sandals on stone caused Izuku to open his eyes, where he found himself face to chest with his new companion. Yaoyorozu had evidently found time to change her clothes, as she now wore a black yukata with red clouds and a red interior, although Izuku couldn't help but note that due to her chest the top once again was wide open, giving Izuku a free view of Yaoyorozu's ample cleavage. Two bumps pressed hard against the robe's fabric, and Izuku felt himself blush red as he realized, with a mix of angst, arousal, and horror, that Yaoyorozu wasn't wearing a, which meant said bumps had to be the girl's hardened nipples. "Here's your tea, Goshujin-sama," Yaoyorozu said as she presented Izuku with a cup of said liquid. "Ah, thank you," Izuku stuttered, cursing his luck inside his head. Hero, villain, no problem. He was as confident as could be, but put a cute beautiful girl in front of him and Izuku was a stuttering, blushing mess of hormones. Yaoyorozu took a seat next to Izuku, and for a few minutes the two sat in silence, sipping their respective drinks as they listened to the sounds of the garden around them. Eventually Izuku broke the silence as he put his cup down and turned his attention to his companion. So why are you calling me Goshujin-sama?" Izuku managed to get out. Yaoyorozu, who'd put her drink down once Izuku had begun speaking, cocked her head to the side as she lifted a finger on her left hand to her jaw, her eyes creasing in obvious confusion. "Cute," Izuku couldn't help but think, flushing red. "Because you are my master, are you not?" she asked. "All for One said that I was to serve you to the best of my ability, and act as your attendant. That means I'm a mix of bodyguard, secretary, maid, chef, lieutenant, and whatever else you need me to be. I'm yours to command in any way." Izuku, if it was possible, got even redder at the hidden connotations in Yaoyorozu's sentence. While it was painfully unclear whether the girl was genuinely innocent or a vixen that wanted to snap him up, Izuku's blood and brain couldn't help but take the message in a more adult way, bringing several rather vivid images to mind. Gods, he was such a pure, but it didn't help that being quirkless he hadn't had any romantic life to speak of. Even Bakugo had a girlfriend for a few months before said girl had moved away, but Izuku, his romantic experience consisted of letters in his shoe locker telling him to go to the back of the school where he'd be publicly and vocally ridiculed for believing any girl would ever like him. Even Bakugo and his followers had done it a few times to drive the point home, but every time Izuku couldn't help but get his hopes up, only for them to get crushed each and every time. "Tell me about yourself," Izuku asked, the dour memories managing to briefly overcome his raging hormones. "By your command," Yaoyorozu said with a bow. "My name, once again, is Momo Yaoyorozu. My family has served All for One for generations. I am the sole daughter of Itachi Yaoyorozu and the heiress to Yaoyorozu appliances." Izuku couldn't help but let out a gasp at the name of the company. Since quirks first appeared, few companies were able to mass-produce items due simply to the wide variety of physical changes that had developed. Of those few companies, Yaoyorozu Appliances was a standout, the largest home goods and electronics store in Japan, if not the eastern part of the world. It was said that every appliance sold in Japan was a product of the company or one of their subsidiaries. Only Dettnerit had as much acclaim, and the two weren't even rivals since Dettnerit focused on products for the individual customer while Yaoyorozu specialized in home appliances. My quirk, Yaoyorozu continued calmly, is a single quirk created through the merging of two separate quirks generations ago. The first quirk is called Bloodline and guarantees that my quirk will be passed on to any offspring I have. It also makes it so that anything I swear on my blood becomes binding. If I break that oath, my blood will heat up within my body until it evaporates, essentially cooking me from the inside out. Don't look so horrified, Yaoyorozu reassured, seeing Izuku's look of horror. All the oaths I swear are permanently stored in my mind, and any time I come close to breaking it, my body tingles as a warning. That means I have to consciously and knowingly break my oath to suffer the punishment, otherwise I can pretty easily avoid it. The second aspect of my quirk, and the one both I and my family are officially recognized as possessing, is creation, and it allows me to transform the fat cells in my body into any non-living object I can imagine. However, I must know the object's atomic structure to do so, and I am unable to create living things. Also, everything I create will dissolve after 24 hours. The last part's something the government's really thankful for, as it keeps my family from creating gold, jewels, or other expensive things that could basically crash the global economy. Yaoyorozu trailed off as she noticed the look Izuku was giving her. That's, Izuku whispered, causing Yaoyorozu to lean in closer to him. Amazing. Izuku shouted, causing said girl to fall back in shock, Izuku's eyes having been replaced by stars as he flashed her a bright smile. The potential of your quirk is limitless. Izuku began to mutter. If all you need to know is the object's atomic structure, then it should be possible for you to produce items that otherwise would not exist. You could produce diamond weapons for combat and specialized gear for whatever situation you're in. You might even be able to reproduce other quirks like Midnight Somnambulist as long as you learn the quirk's atomic structure. Before Izuku could continue his muttering spree, All for One's words came back to him. You have to realize the importance of internalizing information. You're revealing your true thoughts and could easily accidentally reveal a weakness of either yourself, an ally, or an enemy. Pausing, Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening them again. What I'm trying to say, he said, is that your quirk has amazing potential. I am here to serve, Yaoyorozu said humbly as she once again graced Izuku with a bow. Also, don't call me Goshujin-sama, Izuku ordered with a huff. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Understood, Midoriya-sama, then please call me Momo, the black-haired girl said with a smile. Okay, Momo, Izuku said with a blush. Great, the girl said happily, clapping her hands together as she gave Izuku a bright smile. Now let's find your quirk. Kurogiri, All for One said when the man warped back to him from dropping off the two teens. Are the two settled in? Yes, master, the Nomu said with a bow. When I left, Yaoyorozu had gone to prepare tea for the boy while Izuku was leaving to explore the mansion. Good, good, the centuries-old villain muttered. Cherry Blossom Manor will serve as a fine base for Izuku and his forces. It's located on top of a mountain, giving those inside a view of anyone approaching up the hill or by air. Add in the defenses and reinforcements as well as those loyal to Izuku, and it is likely that only a raid team composed of dozens of heroes would be able to take the mansion. Yes, it shall do well. Now Kurogiri, come here. The man did so, clearly reluctantly, but once he was within arm's reach, All for One pounced like a cobra. His right hand struck out at lightning speeds, grabbing the Nomu by his head. Kurogiri's arms rose up as he instinctively clawed at All for One's hand before they fell to his size and his resistance stopped. For 5 minutes All for One sat there holding his servant aloft by his head with a mix of natural strength and a strength enhancer quirk before he let the Nomu fall to the ground with a thud. Kurogiri sat up and shook his head as if coming out of a daze. Kurogiri, All for One spoke, gaining his servant's attention. I said you can return to Tamura. Ah, yes, of course, Kurogiri said, seemingly confused, but under his master's watchful gaze he did as instructed, warping away to the bar that served as the blue-haired boy's base. Letting out a low chuckle, All for One looked at his right hand as he pondered the quirk he'd just used. Amnesia was a quirk that allowed the user to erase the last 24 hours of memory from anyone whose head the user was touching. While it sounded useful, the quirk possessed a glaring flaw that had kept all for one from desiring it. If the person who'd lost their memories experienced reminders of what happened, they would be able to recall their missing memories, making the quirk effectively useless. All for One had used amnesia to erase Bakugo's memories of his defeat at All for One's hands, as well as his suicide threat to Izuku. While All for One had considered replacing the blonde's memories or killing the boy, he'd instead decided that it was far more useful to simply erase the memories entirely. If Bakugo recovered his memories, it would drive Izuku all the more, and the blonde-haired boy would serve as a great rival to the Green. However, while All for One originally hadn't desired the quirk, his opinion had changed once it had undergone an awakening that let the user, a serial rapist if he recalled correctly, edit memories from the last 24 hours, replacing them with others, although the user could only do so while they were holding their target's head. Once they let go, they became unable to use amnesia on the person for a full day, and unlike the original ability of amnesia, the memories that were covered up and replaced were impossible to recover. All for One had used this ability to edit Kurogiri's memories, removing Izuku and Momo from his mind entirely. Instead, he'd made the Nomu think that he had simply been busy the last 3 days warping various illegal products from warehouse to warehouse for his master. It was truly unfortunate that Kurogiri would be unavailable to Izuku during the contest he had planned for his successors, but the vast potential of the Yaoyorozu family's quirk evened the playing field in the man's opinion. Besides, he'd erased Kurogiri's memories, so Tamura would be unable to simply ask Kurogiri where Izuku was located and warp to the Green to kill him. All for One had also tampered with the memory of Momo and her father, Itachi. Dementia might sound like it erased memories, and it did in a way, but it wasn't as powerful as amnesia. Unlike amnesia, dementia was not limited to the last 24 hours, instead it allowed the user to make memories, for a lack of a better word, hazy, unclear. The person it was used on would still retain their memories and could remember them if they focused, but the memory itself became unclear, the details faded. It also had a subtle repulsion on it that made it so victims were incapable of remembering the memory unless they specifically tried to. They wouldn't flash back to, as an example, and it would fail to appear in a natural thought process. However, what made All for One decide this quirk was worth adding to his arsenal was that the memories, if not remembered on a regular basis, would continue to fade and in time would disappear entirely. It was powerful, but unlike amnesia, dementia did not allow the user to see or search for the memories they wanted to use it on. This meant All for One had to have prior knowledge of, if not the memory itself, at least general idea of what occurred or was involved in some way. It was like an internet search for a specific post on a specific website when you'd never seen either before and were only able to search using your prior knowledge of the post. All for One had used dementia to cover up Tamura's existence. He'd simply searched for the boy and covered up all memories related to him. This was easier for Momo since he'd had time with her, and it was one of the reasons he'd had her come over so soon after discovering Izuku. He'd had not intended to introduce her to the boy until the Ravenet was incapable of accidentally revealing Tamura to her new master. However, Izuku had been unconscious longer than expected, so he'd had a bit more time to mess around in her head. Now Tamura was nothing more than a hazy, half-forgotten memory to the girl, and she wouldn't remember anything about him until they met again. All for One leaned back in his chair, resting his scarred head against the top of it as he let a rare grin make its way onto his face. Both successors now had their lieutenants, and once Izuku got the quirk he desired, the true game, the contest between his rival heirs, could begin. Family and friends, I welcome all of you to this gathering, which is made sacred by the spirit of love and friendship you have brought with you on this sorrowful occasion. On behalf of the Gasai family, I would like to say, thank you, so very much, to all of you who have come to be with them today. We are here to say farewell and to honor the life and memory of Yuki D. Gasai. Yuki was a great many things. Compassionate, kind, always seeing the best in people who oftentimes were blinded by their own inner flaws. I did not have the honor of knowing Yuki myself, but from speaking with a few of you here today, as well as the family members she's left behind, I feel as if I too were able to know her, if only briefly. I heard about her inspiration and devotion to her family, the free time she spent working at a quirkless help center, her compassion for those in need, love of children and animals, her adventurous spirit and strength, as well as the courage she had to stand up for what she believed in and to speak for those who could not. Each of you comes with your own unique memories of Yuki, for she was not the same person to any two people. You each bring your own special memories of a woman who touched your lives with love and friendship in myriad ways. As the preacher droned on, Izuku leaned back against the tree he was standing under, making himself comfortable as he looked upon the proceedings below him. It wasn't the worst funeral speech the Green had heard in the last 2 weeks, and honestly was likely in the top 5, but Izuku couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. None of the other funeral attendees even knew he was here, but to Izuku this funeral, just like all the other ones, had called to him like a sailor to the siren's song. After all, Gasai-san was the final person killed in the Musudafu apartment complex collapse to be buried. Izuku had attended the funeral of each and every person, although he'd never made his presence known, always looking on from a distance observing. After all, what could he do? Walk up to the grieving family, the toddlers looking around in confusion, the relatives that either sobbed or hid their tears under a fake smile, and say, "Sorry, I didn't mean to kill I was trying to kill Slugger instead. Yes, the pro hero. No, I'm not on any illegal substances. Wait, who are you calling?" Yes, it was better for everyone's sake that he stayed back out of the way, offering his own silent condolences and apologies to the deceased. There were only 3 funerals that Izuku hadn't attended, his own, which was to be expected, as despite being very much alive it would do the green-haired boy no good to suddenly crash his own wake. Slugger's for obvious reasons, as Izuku doubted he'd be able to keep himself from trying to set the hero's remains alight, and his mother's. Izuku had wanted to go, he truly had, but every time he worked up the nerves the image would return, haunting him with his mother's blank gaze and bloodied, broken body. The person Izuku had been unable to save. "Are you all right?" a soft voice asked, and Izuku turned to look at his companion. Momo had gone all out for the funeral, dressing up in a black sleeveless dress that accentuated her curves in all the right places and hung to just above her knees. A black hat with a similarly colored silken veil rested on her head, although she'd put the veil up to speak to him. Her black designer boots completed the outfit, making it appear as if the heiress had been waiting to attend the funeral all her life. Some noise below caused Izuku to look down to where the proceedings were taking place, and he would be the first to admit that this funeral was quite different to the other ones he'd gone to. Those had been done with the traditional Buddhist ceremonies, but apparently Gasai-san's father had been a foreigner and a devout religious one at that, and Yuki had taken her father's teachings, which was why this funeral was being conducted in a Western manner. It was strange, but it didn't really matter to Izuku either way. He wasn't involved, and both Yuki and her father were dead. "No," Izuku finally answered Momo, his eyes still locked onto the funeral playing out on the hill beneath the two, "but I will be." The ceremony lasted another hour before ending, and it was another one before the last of the family and guests had left, leaving the grave, a traditional Japanese family crypt, deserted. As Izuku walked up, Momo following silently in his wake, he paused to take in the small sticks of incense that were still burning within the urn. For a moment the two stood there silently observing before Izuku held an upwards palm towards Momo, who immediately created an incense stick with her quirk that she handed him. Reaching into his pocket, the boy pulled out a silver lighter engraved with an image of a small foreign goddess that he used to light the stick that he then placed in the urn. Pocketing the lighter, the Green put his hands together and bowed to the grave once more, offering a silent prayer and apology to the one whose life he'd unintentionally cut short. When he finished, Izuku turned and immediately began to walk away, a slight yelp alerting him to the fact that Momo had not been as ready to depart as he was. The two walked to the gates of the cemetery, where a private limo sat silently humming in wait for the two teens. As they piled in, Izuku loosened his tie, letting out a sigh of relief now that he could breathe unhindered by the piece of fabric. "Where to?" Momo asked, having chosen to sit across from Izuku so as to give instructions to the driver, who had extremely strict orders to ignore the Greentea's presence entirely unless otherwise commanded by either the young mistress or the boy in question. Said boy remained silent for a moment, his eyes shut, allowing Momo to take in his appearance. Izuku, as Momo had begun calling him in her head, was dressed in a pair of black dress pants and similar colored button-up shirt, both made out of high-quality silk, although the top button of his shirt was undone, its wearer having undone it before they'd even left the complex. Hanging loosely from the boy's neck was a green tie, the same color as the boy's hair, and his eyes, Momo though softly as she shook her head wondering where that had come from. The cloth's dark color gave the boy a somewhat intimidating appearance, although it was his eyes that really sold it. Izuku's eyes were a vivid, almost poisonous jade, and were as cold and hard as the rock itself, reminding Momo of a predator she'd once seen hunting in a nature documentary. Occasionally when the boy got caught up in one of the conversations the two teens shared, said look would fade from his eyes, replaced with a sunny warmth that screamed of life. However, without fail the boy would eventually realize his mistake and the mask would return. As if hearing her thoughts, Izuku's eyes sprang open and Momo once again found herself captive to her master's jeweled eyes and the frozen depths within them. It was the movement of his mouth that knocked her from her trance, allowing the raven-haired girl to capture the green tea's last words. Go to her grave, please. The last word was a whisper, but Momo heard it loud and clear. She knew that the last 2 weeks had been a shock to Izuku, but she still didn't understand why the boy had gone to such desperate measures to avoid his mother. She knew it was related to what had happened in the apartment, having been given a brief overview by All for One on Izuku's fight with Slugger, which had led to the apartment complex collapsing, but she couldn't figure out why Izuku was avoiding her with all his power. Did he feel responsible for her death? Did he cause it accidentally? Had he been the one to kill her and bring the building down with her inside? Momo had plenty of questions, but until Izuku trusted her enough to tell her the truth, that's all she would have. Half-baked theories and ideas. Giving instructions to her driver, Momo turned back to her young master only to find the boy practicing a meditative breathing exercise. Izuku's eyes twitched occasionally and every so often he'd grimace slightly as if he was seeing something unpleasant, but otherwise the boy was silent the entire trip, leaving Momo to her contemplations. When the limo finally pulled to a stop, Momo was the first one out, followed somewhat reluctantly by Izuku, his confident demeanor having been replaced with that of a timid bird. Stay nearby, I'll call you if I need you, Momo instructed the driver, who gave her a nod of confirmation before pulling away, merging seamlessly into the traffic. Okay, Momo said, turning her attention to where Izuku had been standing. What's next? She trailed off as she noticed that her master was in fact gone, his former location now vacant. It took half an hour for Momo to find Izuku. During that time she had moved on from blind panic, where'd he go, to anger, he left me, to rage, when I find him I swear I'm going to fear, oh gods what if he's gone for real, to pleading, if you let me find Izuku in one piece I promise all, to rewards, if I find Izuku and he's safe and he has a good reason for leaving and he apologizes, then maybe, just maybe, I'll give him a reward. The last one had made the Ravenet blush red as she briefly wondered and internally panicked about how Izuku would react to such a thing. If his original reaction when they'd met was anything to go by, then she could very well accidentally fry his brain. However, Izuku had been improving. Over the last 2 weeks the two teens had come to a sort of unspoken agreement. Izuku would give short, precise orders or instructions that Momo would follow. If she needed more information or a clarification, she would ask simple questions that Izuku would return with simple answers. It might have seemed strange to outsiders how formal the relationship between the two teens was, but to the socially starved teenagers it was more than enough. They both knew that such an arrangement couldn't last, but for now it would suffice. Ironically, Momo stumbled across Izuku almost literally. The Green hadn't been in the well-kept part of the graveyard, and as she walked down the rows of crypts, said monuments had become more and more worn, ivy beginning to overgrow the structures that had begun to crack with age. It was here that Momo found Izuku collapsed backwards on his knees, his chin pressed against his chest, and his gaze downcast. Momo quickly looked Izuku over, confirming that he was, in fact, okay before she turned her gaze to the crypt itself. Like the others, the crypt was in disrepair. Small pieces of stone had chipped off over the years and multiple cracks cutting through the small structure. However, unlike its neighbors, it was obvious that someone had tried to fix that particular crypt up. There were no vines or ivy on the grave, and the grass in the immediate area had been trimmed down. Thanks to the repairs, Momo was able to make out a faint name on the grave, Sheru. She's buried here, Izuku said quietly. Turning, Momo found the Green Tea's gaze locked onto the slab before him, under which, she supposed, rested the ashes of his mother. Her maiden name was Sheru. It's a beautiful name, Momo said as she crouched down so she was next to the boy who didn't lift his gaze. I only knew because she told me when I asked why I had never met my grandparents. They died in a plane crash. A child on board had a quirk that increased his strength relative to his temper. Kid ended up bringing down the plane when he threw a temper tantrum after he found out the airline was out of peanuts and juice boxes. Only a few people survived the crash and my grandparents weren't among them. My mom was in high school. Momo didn't say anything, instead she merely raised a hand as she began to rub small circles on Izuku's back, letting the green get the story out of his system. She became an outcast. Only her friend Mitsuki was there for her as she grieved and adjusted to life on her own. Everyone else, her so-called friends, they just moved on without her. Then she met my dad. I don't really remember him that well. He was always working and I don't have any real memories of the man, but she loved him. When he left after I was declared quirkless, she was so mad. Izuku trailed off reminiscing on past memories, but Momo didn't stop her rubbing. She said that she didn't need him, that all she needed was me and that we would be fine as long as we had each other. She tried to hide it, but I knew she never really got over him. We kept the name Midoriya after they got divorced, and sometimes late at night I would overhear her crying in her room as she watched those stupid home movies she was always making when I was young. I think that's about when she started to stress eat. And Momo prompted after the green fell silent. And that's when I began to hide my problems from her. Izuku said softly. She had been through so much, done so much for my sake, and I knew how much easier it would have been for her to just abandon me. Leave me on a street corner or in an alley and just walk away after telling me to stay put. I could never repay her for all she did, so I just tried to make things easier. I hid the bullying, badly I'll admit, and though she knew that something was wrong, she was never able to prove it. I know she recognized the burns. We only knew one person who could do that to me, but I never admitted who'd done them. She called the school and asked questions, but the teachers denied all her accusations. Izuku scoffed as he raised his eyes, and Momo was shocked at the sheer amount of hatred buried within those emerald orbs. They didn't want to mar the record of the next great hero. Izuku practically growled the words. As a result, nobody stopped him when he burned me, marked me as if I was his property. Seeing Momo's questioning gaze, Izuku turned his back to the girl. Unbuttoning the top few buttons on his shirt, he pulled it aside, exposing his shoulders and giving Momo a clear look at the handprints that littered his shoulder blades and upper back. The hand Momo had been using to rub the green tea's back rose trembling to her mouth, and she reached out with her other hand, softly laying it on top of the scars. Super regeneration didn't heal them, Izuku said, his voice softening slightly under her touch. As far as I can theorize, it can't heal wounds that have already begun healing or have been cauterized. My scars check both boxes. How? Momo asked, her voice trembling with hidden emotions. How could teachers, adults, people whose job is to look out for the well-being of children, let this happen under their supervision? Society, Izuku responded as he slowly removed Momo's hand from his body and began to button his shirt back up, his back towards his companion as the scars and burns disappeared under the black silk. Every teacher wants to say they taught the next All Might. Every school wants to have the claim that the #1 hero attended there, walked through their halls. Neither wants to risk their best shot at making that happen by marking his record anything less than perfect, especially over a mere quirkless. Turning, Izuku looked into Momo's eyes, and Momo found herself taken aback by what she saw in his gaze. His eyes were still the same hardened jewels that she'd seen before, but only now could Momo accurately identify the reason behind his gaze. It was sheer will, an inner confidence forged through years of abuse, belittlement, and isolation. Momo recalled the words Izuku had said the day she'd first met him, watching the green-haired boy from the shadows of the lab. I'm the outcast, the one who stands on the side looking in. I've seen the abuse heaped on others, experienced it. Society lifts people up based on their quirks, telling them, you can be a great hero. Everyone else, they're treated as extras that lack the same potential as those with better quirks. I'm going to change that, make it so everyone is protected and treated equally no matter their quirk. Only now did Momo realize the true extent the issue resonated with Izuku. All his life he'd been held down, and now he was determined to change a society that would let people be treated like he had, and Momo couldn't say that she disagreed. If society had let him down so badly and was willing to let someone who'd tortured a classmate be a hero, then there was something seriously wrong. Momo may have only been introduced to her family's darker side recently, but she considered herself logical, and from what she knew of society, having gotten a look at both sides, she would admit that Japan was not the shining beacon of order it claimed to be. Quirkless persecution was rampant, quirkist practices were growing, and in the shadows and cracks of society villains were preparing for when the symbol of peace, All Might, fell. Momo had noticed, as had many of those who'd paid attention, the hero's gradually declining appearance in public, and though she didn't know why, she felt that it was because his era was ending. All Might had been a hero, the hero, for years, decades even, but even he had to retire eventually. He wasn't immortal, and that meant that the future would change hands, be passed on to the next generation. She'd originally thought that she would help as the ruler of her family's corporation, but now Momo knew that wasn't her role. Her role was to assist Izuku. She'd only been with him for 2 weeks, and while she'd had her hesitations, Izuku had shown her repeatedly that he was meant to lead. He was hauntingly intelligent, naturally charismatic, and ruthless when he needed to be. Something about him seemed to say, "Place your trust in me and follow my lead. I'll show you what I can do," and Momo had done so and seen the results from them living together. She'd known the green-haired boy for less than a month, but she knew that if anyone could fix the problems that existed around them, it would be Izuku, and she would be there to help him. It was why All for One had placed her there. She realized, he too had seen the spark inside the boy, his willingness to do what it took to achieve his goals. Momo's job was to help Izuku, to support him. She would be there for him when All for One couldn't be, the boy's constant companion, his loyal lieutenant. Standing up, Momo held out her hand to the boy, who looked up at her with confusion. "Come on," she said with a smile. "You said that you're going to fix what's wrong with our world, and I don't think even you can do that from right here." The boy gave her a blank look which caused Momo to briefly sweat under her collar before he gave her a hesitant grin and reached out so she could pull him to his feet. "So let's get back, Midori." "No, Izuku-sama." For a moment the green started, but he didn't say anything as he followed her to the entrance of the cemetery, where the two loaded into the limo that appeared, as if by magic, at their approach. This time Momo got in first. Izuku paused briefly, holding the door with one hand as he turned around to look back towards where the grave of his mother rested. "I'm sorry, Mom," Izuku whispered, his eyes softening before they hardened with renewed resolve. "But I promise you, that no matter what happens, I will save people. I'll still be a hero, just in my own way." With that, the green-haired boy got into the limo that immediately peeled away from the curb, disappearing into the early evening traffic. However, none of the vehicle's occupants noticed the spiky-haired blonde with a bouquet of roses that had rounded the corner behind them as Izuku'd gotten in the car, nor the way he'd frozen upon catching sight of the flowers in his trembling hands falling to the ground around him, where they were picked up by the wind and blown away. None heard the confused voice tinged with anger that had hissed in a mix of a growl and whisper a single word, "Deku." The sounds of muted battle echoed through the deserted halls of Cherry Blossom Manor. Flesh impacting flesh interrupted the sound of trickling water and the slight whisper of a breeze that sent the petals that gave the complex its name fluttering to the ground. Ducking under a punch, Izuku immediately leapt backwards to avoid having his legs swept out from under him. Using his arm to wipe some sweat from his forehead, Izuku grinned at his opponent, who gave him a knowing smirk in return. Izuku dodged and weaved between the next two punches before grabbing his foe's arm when they extended it for the third, launching a kick of his own that connected with their left side. As Momo reeled backwards from the hit, Izuku pressed his advantage. Turning so his back was to her, Izuku positioned her arm over his shoulder and used it as a makeshift lever to pull the Ravenet girl over his back, flipping her completely in the process. Momo hit the floor with a resounding thud and let out a pained groan as she lay on her back. Izuku stood victorious for a moment before letting himself fall on his butt as he let his own wounded Mo-ns join Momo's in a painful duet. When Momo had first taken Izuku to the training room the day after they'd met and asked him to punch her, the green had been adamant in his refusal. That refusal had lasted all of 2 seconds, as that was how long it took for the raven-headed girl to punch Izuku in the nose, sending the green reeling backwards, clutching a now broken olfactory organ as blood splattered the padded mats beneath them. Momo had then asked Izuku rather condescendingly how he planned to become powerful enough to accomplish his goals if he didn't even know how to fight. Izuku had, reluctantly, acknowledged the taller girl's point and thrown a half-hearted punch which was easily dodged and countered with a blow to the boy's exposed stomach which had left said boy kneeling on the ground throwing up his breakfast before rolling into a fetal position. It had been almost 8.5 months since then, and just as All for One and Itachi Yaoyorozu had predicted, the two had become fast friends, finding kindred souls and like minds in each other. During that time Izuku had come to see the training as a necessary evil, one that he ended up enjoying much to his surprise. Nothing got the emerald-eyed boy's blood pumping more than a good fight, a subject which could be seen as surprising or unsurprising considering his experiences growing up. A decade of endless bullying, as well as physical and mental abuse by most of the people around him. However, Izuku's training combined with his cunning mind and developing body made the boy a naturally gifted fighter, one who relied not only on their strength but their mind as well. Time had also had an effect on the two teens. Izuku was slightly taller, having gone from 5 feet 4 to 5 feet 6, although he was still shorter than Momo. The Greenette's body had also changed thanks to strenuous physical activity and martial arts training overseen by said girl. Izuku's body was now covered in toned muscles with defined abs on his stomach that gave the boy his very own six-pack. Said six-pack was slick with sweat and, thanks to Izuku currently being clad in only black shorts, was bare for the world, or at least his training partner, to admire. Time had also had an effect on Momo, and although she hadn't grown any taller, the Yaoyorozu heiress had shed some body fat gained while gorging so she could use her quirk more, putting on some muscle of her own. Clad in a black sports and similar colored booty shorts, Momo's outfit highlighted her toned stomach and legs. It also emphasized her large chest and butt, both of which had been the only part of her body to naturally grow larger, much to the girl's embarrassment. Drying off with some workout towels, the two teens split up, heading to their respective rooms to shower before regrouping in Izuku's office. Located on the second floor of the mansion, the entire back wall of the room was a floor-to-ceiling window that looked out over the garden in the center of the complex. The room had a polished, dark, wooden desk with a comfortable black leather chair for Izuku to work from, as well as a small attached sitting area on the right side of the room for meetings to be held in. The left wall of the room had several bookshelves against it with books covering a wide variety of subjects from anatomy and physics to psychology, ethics, and heroics. Many of the books were quite old, valuable, limited edition, or collectibles of one sort or another, and there was even a first edition copy of Meta Liberation War on the shelf for those who paid close attention. However, the majority of shelves' contents seemed to be dedicated to warfare, strategy, quirks, and manipulations which, while unusual, seemed perfect for an aspiring villain. On the opposite side of the room in the sitting area, the walls were bare except for a single item. Suspended in a glass case on the wall of the sitting area was a long metal baseball bat, slightly bent and misshapen. The bat had once belonged to a pro hero based out of Musudafu, and upon being discovered in the wreckage of what was once an apartment complex, it had been immediately sent to the Hero Commission for processing and DNA analysis. When nothing identifiable had been found, the bat had been stuffed in a box and forgotten about. All it had taken was a disgruntled Hero Public Safety Commission's officer who wanted to earn some cash on the side, and the bat had found its way onto the black market, where it had quickly come into Izuku's possession. A small plaque on the glass provided the identity of the trophy, the baseball hero Slugger's bat. As Izuku sat in his chair, he rested his elbows on the desk and interlocked his hands as he gazed over the numerous files before him. After 8 months and hundreds if not thousands of files and hours of searching, pushing his analyzation skills to their limit, Izuku had narrowed his ideal quirk down to the ones that rested before him. Foresight, belonging to All Might's former sidekick Sir Night-Eye, this quirk allowed the now independent hero to accurately predict a person's actions for an entire hour. Additionally, this quirk could foresee events years into the future, although there was no way to predict the exact date said events would occur. While it had the drawback of requiring the user to touch a target before making eye contact with them to see the person's future and a 24-hour interval to occur between activations, Izuku could see the benefits that came with having such a quirk, especially since the quirk had proven infallible so far. Even if Izuku doubted that the quirk was 100% accurate, its success rate spoke for itself. Planning his next actions, fighting, raids, all of it could be done with foreknowledge of what his opponents would do, something that highly appealed to Izuku's intelligence. Additionally, it would allow Izuku to strike back at the number one hero in a more personal way, one that would likely haunt the man for some time due to his relationship with his former sidekick. Whirlwind. Although this quirk was labeled Whirlwind, Izuku personally thought that air manipulation was a more accurate title. Possessed by the UA hopeful Inasa Yoarashi, it granted the user complete control over the air around him, letting him create everything from gales to tornadoes all under the user's control. The only weakness that Izuku could foresee with this quirk was that, like all air, it would be susceptible to extreme heat and cold, potentially disrupting Inasa's control over the air around him. Overhaul. One of the most powerful quirks Izuku had ever come across, and possessed by the acting leader of a group of Yakuza. Overhaul let one Kai Chisaki disassemble and reassemble all matter with a mere touch of his hands. However, Izuku had noted that the quirk was limited to his hands, meaning if they were rendered useless, neither Kai nor Izuku would be able to access the quirk. Overclock. Possessed by the former pro hero, a clock and one of Izuku's favorite quirks, Overclock allowed the user to stimulate their brain, speeding up their perception and thoughts relative to others, as well as granting heightened senses, letting the user see, hear, and think at hyper speeds. This not only let a clock move faster than normal but also allowed him to read a person's subconscious reactions, letting him react before a person even acted in the first place. However, this quirk came with several notable weaknesses, requiring a cooldown period between uses and only being able to be used continuously for a few seconds at a time. Also, based on the information he'd received, Izuku suspected that a clock had lost his quirk, seeing as how said man had dropped his hero persona and was currently running around as a vigilante in Naruhata. Although Izuku knew who'd likely taken Overclock, Izuku was also unsure if the quirk was even still within all for one's possession, making him slightly hesitant to ask the man for it. Weather manipulation. Another powerful quirk, this one allowed a small-time villain named Ikoku Q to control the weather. From rain, to winds, to tornadoes, and lightning strikes, the possible applications of this quirk had Izuku practically salivating, but there was only one problem. As powerful as the quirk was, it had one of the worst drawbacks the Greenet had come across, causing cellular degeneration and immense pain, which means this quirk could only be used sparingly. Besides cellular degeneration, Ikoku had also begun recruiting a team of outcasts for some nefarious purpose, and although Izuku had an interest in the group, he was unsure if facing the man at this time was the wisest idea. Transforming arms. The last quirk Izuku was still considering, as well as one of the ones initially offered to him by All for One. This quirk allowed the user to shapeshift their arms as desired. From wings to fly with, stretching them out, to even splitting them to attack from multiple angles, the sheer variety was what attracted Izuku to this quirk. It, unlike most of the others, didn't even have any notable drawbacks other than the fact that it was limited only to his arms, which meant if they were immobilized or he lost them, Izuku would be back to square one. 6 quirks. 6 quirks that he could choose from to be his very own. Closing his eyes for a moment, Izuku briefly imagined what it would be like to use each one, from flying with Whirlwind to controlling the weather. From seeing the future to simply speeding up his brain. The possibilities were numerous and varied from quirk to quirk, yet as he looked them over, Izuku couldn't help but focus on one of the quirks over the other. It seemed to call to him, speak to him, and as he thought about it, Izuku couldn't help but agree that such a quirk seemed handmade just for him. The sound of the door to his office opening caused the Greenet to open his eyes and settle them on his friend. It was still so strange to the boy that he had to literally resort to villainy to meet the first person he could call a friend since the age of 4. Dressed now in a simple red t-shirt that exposed her toned belly and a black jacket with similar colored jeans and thigh-length boots, Momo was dressed and ready for action. In comparison, the Greenet was wearing a simple black t-shirt with a black chain around his neck and black athletic shorts that stopped just above his knees. "You certainly look ready," Izuku noted, looking the girl up and down. "It is the recommendation exam," Momo explained, standing attentively, knowing that now was not the time for anything other than serious business. "Reports say that they administer the written test and the interview first before allowing you to change for the practical test. I plan to change before the latter and play up the clueless rich girl if needed during the interview." "Good," Izuku said with a slow nod of approval. "Give them what they expect to see, the smart rich girl clueless about what's normal for others when compared to yourself, especially relating to money." Make sure to emphasize that this is almost a form of rebellion for you trying to be a hero when your parents would rather you simply stay in the money part of the hero business, although make it clear that you are serious about being a hero and this isn't a passing whim. If questioned on the recommendations provided for you, simply say that the heroes and teachers were impressed by your quirk. We don't need you investigating them to try and find the bank deposits or hidden accounts we paid your recommenders with. Momo nodded her understanding, and after reminding Izuku about his meeting with All for One, left to head for her limo. When Izuku had first asked her to attend UA, she would honestly admit that she had thought the boy had snapped. After all, she was from a family of villains and was serving him, a boy who had more than a decent chance of being the heir to the so-called symbol of evil. Yet when Izuku had presented his case, Momo had been unable to deny the boy. As a spy, she'd be able to provide Izuku with insider knowledge on both the heroes and her classmates, look for potential allies, and simply sabotage any plans that targeted her young master. Momo had been unable to offer any rebuttal other than the dangers of if she got caught, or that she would be distanced from Izuku, unable to provide assistance if needed. Izuku had acknowledged the risks but assured her he had plans to keep her safe and protected. Although he didn't tell her what said plans were, Momo couldn't help but relax at his assurances. She knew Izuku and trusted that he wouldn't abandon her. So saying, the Yaoyorozu heiress silently swore to live up to her master's expectations. However, her main concern remained, and as she watched her limo pull to a stop in front of the gates of UA, the Ravenet couldn't help but wonder, if she was going to be attending high school, then who would be assisting Izuku? Despite being prepared, Izuku couldn't help dropping to his knees as he was warped to All for One. Coughing and sputtering, Izuku tried to get the stink out of his nose and mouth while the villain looked on impassively. If not, Izuku couldn't help but think disgruntledly, amused at his protege's reaction. Remind me again, Izuku practically growled, why I have to be warped to you using that quirk. Kurogiri isn't only more comfortable, but his warp doesn't come with a stink attached that makes my mouth and nose feel like I just gorged myself on rotting sushi made from Sebastian and flounder from The Little Mermaid. As I've said before, All for One replied calmly, Kurogiri is unavailable to you at this time. He is working on another project of mine, one that you should be meeting relatively soon. So tell me, how goes your search for your oh-so-important quirk? I had it narrowed down to 7, Izuku said, standing up and facing the scarred face of the man who'd changed his life forever. When Izuku had first seen All for One's face, it had taken everything the teen had to keep from vomiting on the floor. The villain's face was disgusting, nauseating, a mass of scar tissue that completely covered everything from his mouth upwards, leaving the man with no nose, ears, or eyes at all. Only the outline of eye sockets remained, giving the man's face the slightest bit of normalcy in something that otherwise looked like it belonged in a horror movie. Izuku had questioned how the man had survived injuries that would kill anybody else, and All for One had reluctantly admitted that his current appearance and status was after the application of multiple quirks, including several the man had to keep running permanently to keep his current state from deteriorating more. Izuku had asked, quite bluntly, who could inflict such devastating injuries to the man, and despite All for One's reluctance to give a clear answer, Izuku had managed to garner several clues. The first was that the person who'd inflicted the injuries had been the most recent of several individuals to inherit a quirk passed on from generation to generation. It was uniquely similar to Yaoyorozu's bloodline quirk in that it was a fusion of two quirks, one that stockpiled power within the user's body and another that could pass the power onwards, although unlike bloodline, this mystery quirk fusion was passed on to a single chosen individual, not the user's direct offspring. The second clue was that the individual who'd injured All for One had been a pro-hero. Although the likeliest option, it had still been important that Izuku consider all the possibilities from vigilante, to villain, to a simple paid mercenary. The fact that the person was, or at least had been, a pro-hero merely narrowed the sizable list down. The final clue was that the individual had been male, something Izuku had inferred based on the sheer amount of hatred All for One seemed to possess for an individual the man would only refer to as him. However, now was not the time to think about who could harm the symbol of evil. No, now was the time for Izuku to choose his quirk. 7 quirks belonging to a variety of people, including established villains, heroes, vigilantes, and even students. They were all powerful and all of them could be utilized in their own way, but of the 7 only one stuck out to me, spoke to me on a personal level. Yes, All for One asked, leaning forward eagerly like a child waiting they could be told to open their present, and who could blame the man? What the villain had thought would take Izuku a mere few weeks had instead gone on for months on end. Several times the scarred villain had been tempted to go back on his word and merely force a quirk on Izuku, but All for One had been able to restrain himself. Izuku was not Tamura, and the Greenette put thought behind his choices, unlike the elder boy who merely launched himself as challenges as they appeared. The difference in their thought process, actions, and behavior, while vastly contrasting, was also similar. They embodied different ideals All for One possessed, but both had the drive and determination to succeed the legendary villain in time. After careful study, I have determined that the quirk I desire is Overhaul. I see, All for One said, leaning back in his throne as he brought a hand up to rub his chin. A powerful quirk, and one with a wide variety of uses, quite useful, I will admit. However, you said the quirk called to you. What did you mean? I meant that the quirk suits me, Izuku said, shifting his feet and appearing hesitant. Flushed. No, embarrassed, All for One decided with concealed amusement. I intend to tear society down, exposing the injustice and flaws that are covered up and hidden underneath, but I also intend to rebuild. To make a society to replace it where no one has to face the problems and abuse that I and so many others have faced, whether it be because we're quirkless, or because the quirks in question are considered weak or villainous. Overhaul reflects that it's a quirk that can destroy with a touch of a finger, but it can also rebuild what was broken, fixing it in the process. For a moment All for One was silent, and Izuku wondered if the man approved of either the quirk or his reasoning for desiring it. However, after a minute All for One merely changed the subject entirely. The quirk is possessed by quite the young man, if I remember correctly, the villain said as he resumed stroking his chin. Kai Chisaki, the acting head of the Shihasekai after their former boss, a man Kai respects greatly, became comatose. Yes, Izuku agreed, and the fact is Kai is most likely the one who put him there. He is quite capable, and his quirk makes him incredibly dangerous to anyone trying to fight him at close range, while the fact he was willing to turn on the man who essentially raised him shows how far Kai is willing to go to achieve his goals. Not to mention he's apparently quite charismatic. With 8 loyal subordinates he calls the 8 precepts of death, or the 8 bullets, not to mention the other low-level grunts and thugs under him. So what's your plan? All for One asked, turning his head so his eyeless sockets locked onto Izuku. A targeted strike, Izuku replied confidently, clearly having given the matter a lot of thought. Aimed at Kai and those close to him. I'll use low-class villains from the surrounding area as distractions with the promise of money or valuables once we succeed. Those low-level thugs will deal with the foot soldiers of the Shihasekai and serve as a distraction for any heroes that may show up. Meanwhile, I expect Kai to try and escape, so I'll head to where the exit is located and wait to ambush him. I'll knock him out and then transport him to you so you can transfer his quirk to me before he awakens. I'll then dispose of Kai and attempt to recruit the remnants of his organization to work for me. A decent plan, but one with several flaws. All for One said, raising a hand to stop Izuku's protests before they could begin. Tell me, where will Momo be in all of this? When do you plan to raid their base? How do you plan to deal with the 8 precepts? And most importantly, how do you know where the escape tunnel is located, and what assurances do you have that Kai will be alone in all of this? Seeing Izuku opening and closing his mouth but no words coming out, All for One let out a sigh as he rested his head on his right hand. Be careful, Izuku, the man warned, raising his free hand to point at the boy. I got these injuries because I underestimated an opponent, a mistake I do not intend to make again. Normally mistakes don't risk your life, but as a villain the smallest flaw, the slightest mishap can cost you everything. I once ruled the entirety of Japan's underground and no one dared to stand against me, but I got overconfident. One loss was all it took for my decades of hard work to disappear into thin air. For a moment Izuku was silent, clearly pondering All for One's words before raising his head to look at the villain. I plan to raid them on the day of the UA entrance exam. It's a busy day not just in Musudafu but all over Japan, and many heroes will be focusing on the schools and the surrounding areas. Additionally, Momo will likely have been accepted into UA already. What? All for One questioned. I intend for Momo to join the UA hero course, Izuku explained, his emerald eyes as hard as the jewels. Not only will she be able to provide me with insider information on the heroes and their plans, but she'll also be able to keep an eye on the students. Numerous students within the school are quite powerful and multiple applicants were on the list of quirks I was interested in. I intend for Momo to get into UA through the recommendation exam so that she will be available for the raid in question. I've utilized her family's connections and resources over the last 3 months to secure recommendations for her as well as to build up a fake paper trail that will hold up under scrutiny. All for One was quiet for a moment, considering. He'd already had plans to insert a spy into UA and to feed the information to his protégés, but for Izuku to do so already, he'd have to think more on this matter and how it would affect his little contest. When it comes to the 8 precepts, I intend for Momo and a few of the criminals I recruit to hold them off. Not win but merely delay them while I deal with Kai. I learned about the escape tunnel from an information broker who provided me with the information on Kai and his quirk. He was a member of the Hasaikai loyal to the original boss and was most dissatisfied with Kai's leadership and the direction he seemed to be taking the organization. He told me where the tunnel was located and even gave me a map of the compound, but I haven't heard from him recently, so he's most likely been discovered and dealt with. Izuku continued when All for One didn't inquire further into Momo's insertion into UA. And how do you know Kai will be alone? All for One asked once again. I don't, Izuku admitted, but my informant said. It's good to have insider information, Izuku, All for One interrupted, but do not put all your eggs into one basket. You have a plan, one I will admit despite its flaws had merit. However, there are flaws, and with the likely demise of your informant all your information becomes questionable. How do you know he didn't reveal all of the information he'd leaked before he was killed? Kai could very well know that someone was asking questions about him and be building up his defenses in preparation for the very attack you're planning to launch. Seeing the Greenette's expression falling into one of despair and depression, All for One decided to give Izuku the push he needed. Remember, Izuku, the man said softly in a fatherly tone, remember what I said to you all those months ago? Sensei, Izuku said softly, weakly showing that despite all his confidence and bravado there was still a scared, quirkless kid underneath. Please, help me. Of course, Izuku, All for One replied, throwing his hands up in the air, I am here to help you and I know just the person you need. You do? Yes, All for One said, letting his arms fall back onto the armrest of his chair, I do. Tell me when and where you plan to gather your men before the attack and I will make sure he is there for you. How will I know who he is? Izuku asked, his eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity at the idea of meeting another of All for One's acquaintances. Oh, All for One said with a chuckle, trust me when I say that you will know him when you see him. As he warped Izuku away, All for One reflected on what Izuku had told him about Momo attending UA. That was an unexpected move, Izuku, one that even I have never considered due to how valuable the Yaoyorozu quirk is. However, if you are sending your lieutenant away you will need somebody to replace them. I wonder how he will react to you. All for One wondered. You will have all the help you need, Izuku, All for One said to the empty room. Like I said all those months ago, everything is for you. Elsewhere, in a distant range of mountains covered by a forest of dense trees, sunlight streamed down from the sky into a clearing below, illuminating the large figure sitting down within it. The figure was unique in many ways, but the first feature anyone who saw him would notice was his large size. Although he was sitting down, the figure was still easily several meters taller than the average individual, and if standing would be similar in height to that of a large tree. The second thing one would notice once they moved on from the figure's size would be his strange appearance. The figure was extremely muscular, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it appeared like he was a monster that had been carved from stone. Such a misconception would only grow when one looked at the figure's back, which jutted out in sharp mounds, making it appear like small mountains were growing from the back of his body. His prominent teeth were pointed and his lower canines protruding out of his mouth on either side of his jaw, only adding to the figure's monstrous looks. He was clad only in a pair of black tight-fitting pants that were ripped off just below his knees and clung tightly to the figure's legs, revealing the powerful muscles hidden underneath. His spiky brown hair was littered with dried leaves, small twigs, and other small pieces of woodland that might decorate the hide of a wild animal. Combined with his tanned skin, it was no lie to say that the thing seemed more creature than man, something that seemed to fit with the fact that the figure was the only person for miles in any direction. He was alone in the mountains with only the inhabitants of nature for company. Or at least that was how it would have been if were not for one thing, a portable radio that was currently resting on a stump before the figure. As strange as this would be, the image only grew stranger when one realized the sheer amount of worship the figure held for the small electronics sitting before it, almost worshipfully, head bowed in subservience. The sight was almost humorous, the towering behemoth that looked like he could tear down a building with little to no effort bowing to a radio that was smaller than the palm of his hand. However, as he listened to the radio, head down, the creature looked up when a burst of static interrupted a news program describing the latest hero killing by a murderer. The news was of course naming the hero killer. Hesitantly the figure called out a single name with so much awe and respect one would think the creature was looking upon one of the gods, Master. 1 week later, the alley was dark, covered in shadows, and reeked of spilt trash and fresh urine. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, Izuku wondered if recruiting such low-level villains was really worth the effort he was putting in. They were little more than thugs, disposable bodies meant to deal with the grunts of the Shihasaikai and waste the time of any police officers or heroes that showed up. However, Izuku had just under a month before his raid was scheduled to take place, so he couldn't really afford to be picky at the moment. Beggars can't be choosers, as the saying goes. Normally Momo would be with him, but since her acceptance into UA's hero course, the girl had needed to go home to meet with her parents and get the materials she needed for class. She even had to design a heroics costume for herself. Making his way further into the alley, Izuku let out a groan of disgust when he stepped into something sticky. Mentally cursing whoever had decided to relieve themselves in the middle of the alley, Izuku lifted his right shoe to inspect the bottom of it, but immediately froze upon catching sight the bright red liquid dyeing the sole of his shoe and dripping down to the concrete below. Blood. Instinct screaming, Izuku dived to the ground and heard the swish of a blade slicing the empty air where his head had just been. So close he swore he felt himself lose a few hairs. Rolling, Izuku came up in a crouch, having turned mid-roll so he was facing his opponent, his eyes locked onto his assailant, although they widened in shock upon seeing who it was. He had been attacked by a girl. She was clothed in a dark blue school uniform with white highlights over which she wore an oversized beige cardigan. A red scarf was tied loosely under the collar of her uniform, but it hung lifelessly against the girl's ample bosom. She was petite with fair skin and pale, dirty ash-blonde hair rather reminiscent of Izuku's childhood bully in its color. Said hair was styled into two messy buns, with numerous wild strands that stuck out at odd angles. Two chin-length bangs rested on either side of her face, framing it like a photograph. She had bright yellow eyes with thin slits resembling that of a cat, something that went rather well with the girl's prolonged canines, which only added to her feline looks. Izuku took this all in just a few seconds, but the entire time his eyes remained firmly focused on the box cutter currently clutched in the girl's right hand. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. The green tea's eyes narrowed as he noticed something poking out of the small mountain of garbage bags that rested against the alley wall behind the girl. Located between a half-eaten sandwich crust and a crumpled-up gallon of milk was a disembodied, blood-stained arm littered with cuts. If the vague humanoid shapes underneath the garbage bags were anything to go by, then that's where the bodies of the three villains Izuku had come to meet were currently located. "And are you the one who killed those three?" The girl didn't respond, instead letting out a feral growl as she bared her teeth like a wild animal, which let Izuku clearly see the crimson liquid that coated her teeth and lips. Izuku's brain barely had time to process the fact that his opponent was either a vampire, a cannibal, or someone who really enjoyed drinking fruit punch before said girl was upon him, swinging her box cutter towards Izuku's jugular. Dodging out of the way, Izuku kept his eyes locked onto the small blade weaving around the girl's wild slashes while he retreated backwards. The attacks were wild, frenzied and unpredictable, but still controlled to a degree. The girl didn't overextend, and the speed of her attacks showed that even if she didn't have formal training in wielding a blade, she still had either experience or practice to fall back on. Ducking under a slash, Izuku found himself unprepared for the sudden kick the girl delivered to the front of his chest. Sent flying backwards a few feet, Izuku collided with the alley's brick wall, the breath in his lungs escaping in a sudden exhale from the impact. The girl didn't hesitate to follow up on her advantage, extending her right arm to stab at Izuku's head like a fencer their lunge. It was only the months of training spent building up his body and instincts that kept Izuku from being pierced on the B***'s blade. A slight tilt of his head downwards and to the left caused the blade to cut his right cheek instead of impaling him through the throat. Diving towards the center of the alley, Izuku rolled, coming up with one knee bent and the other out, ready to attempt a leg sweep if needed. Ready to continue the fight, Izuku instead found himself confused, seeing that the girl who'd attacked him was crouched on the ground shivering while her tongue trailed along the shiny, silver blade of her box cutter, lapping up the blood on it. The girl was so focused on the blood that it was like she'd forgotten Izuku was even there, and after a moment's hesitation Izuku rose up out of his fighting stance to stand tall. It was all coming together for him. The girl's fangs, the cuts on the minor villain's arm which looked like amateur bloodletting techniques, her bestial attitude, and her immediate focus on his blood once she'd cut him. "You're suffering from quirk dependency, aren't you?" The girl's head shot up at his voice, and for a moment Izuku once again found himself face to face with the beast. However, this time the girl made no move to attack, instead shifting her body as if to protect the prize clutched in her hands, her precious box cutter and the blood on it. The girl's tongue continued to lap at the blade despite having already licked all the blood off of it, but her eyes remained focused on Izuku, which allowed the green to watch as gradually the wild look in her eyes disappeared, replaced by one of intelligence, fear, and sadness. The last emotion disappeared the fastest, and as her mind returned, the beyond rose from her crouch. She was standing upright alongside Izuku, although she continued to lick at the box cutter as if it was a lollipop, making sure that not even a microscopic drop remained on the blade. "Who are you?" the girl asked when she finished, twirling the now clean blade expertly in between her fingers. "And what happened?" "I'm Izuku Midoriya. I was making my way through this alley when you attacked me. I dodged around a bit, but you eventually cut me. You then immediately started licking up my blood, at which point your mind seemed to return. I'm going to ask again, you're suffering from quirk dependency, aren't you?" Since he'd been looking at the B***'s face as he spoke, Izuku saw the way her eyes widened minusculely at the term, the way the corner of her mouth twitched, creating a slight sneer. "I have no idea what you're talking about," the girl said curtly. Her voice, though flat, was filled with barely hidden emotion. The girl gave a small bow to Izuku as she spoke with her head down, preventing the green from seeing her face. "I'm sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me for my actions. Once I return home I shall contact the local authorities and you can be reimbursed for the damage I caused." With that the girl spun around and began to stride off, leaving the green-haired boy behind in the alley with 3 bodies. "It's blood, isn't it?" The girl froze in the mouth of the alleyway. In front of her, crowds passed by in both directions while sunlight streamed down on them from above. Behind her Izuku stood in the shadows cast by the buildings on either side of the alley, his left hand in his pocket while his right arm hung casually at his side. 2 sides, a choice to either go forward or back to the boy who hadn't run away. Toga licked her lips. She could still taste the sweetness of his blood, the clarity of it. It had been so clean when compared to the 3 muggers who'd attempted to feel her up when she'd passed through the alley. Their blood had been tinged by alcohol and drugs, which always reminded the beyond of rotting fish, whereas the greentea's blood had reminded her of a clean mountain stream, fresh, flowing, and teeming with life. Flashback. She'd run away a little over a year ago, immediately after the incident. She'd lost control and hadn't been able to resist the bruises and blood that had covered his body. It had just been too appealing. Normally she'd be able to resist. She had her blood bags and pills to help her, but she'd gotten in trouble recently for bringing home AB on a recent test, so Mommy Dearest had decided the little freak didn't need her medicine. The sight of the bruises covering his body, the scent of fresh flowing blood had been euphoric after a week of nothing. Her throat had been so dry it physically hurt, but she'd held back, resisted, been normal. She'd bitten the inside of her cheek so hard it bled and used her own blood to try and sat the thirst, but just like always it only made the need worse. She'd sworn that as soon as she got home she would get one of the blood bags Daddy always hid away in his private fridge for emergencies. She'd had a plan. No one would notice. All she had to do was make it through final period and she'd be free to go about like normal. Then he'd come and talk to her. Of course he had. He was a saint, a wannabe hero that tried to look out and take care of everyone. Heck, the bruises and cuts had been from a trio of bullies that had been picking on a first-year kid who was quirkless. He'd driven them off, but he had gotten hurt in the process, been weakened. He's hurt, a dark part of her mind whispered. He won't be able to fight you off. No, why not? He's asking what he can do to help you, he wants to help. Let him. Use him. Drink. No, why? Because mommy said not to. Because that bitch wants you to be normal. Chained. Broken like a dog. Mommy just wants to help me. She sure has a funny way of showing it, the voice whispered. Taking away your blood, keeping it away from you. You've seen the way she looks at you, the disgust and hatred. She despises you. Mommy loves me. When did it all begin, do you think? When you got your quirk? When you first drank blood? Saint, stop. No, I didn't think so. You see, I think it started back when you brought her that bird. You remember, don't you? The poor little baby bird that had fallen out of the tree and broken its wing. Stop, please. You'd found it there, shivering in the grass from the cold and pain. Do you remember cupping it in your hands, how it had leaned into you for warmth? Please, no more, Toga begged, but the voice had been ruthless. Do you remember feeling its heartbeat, the rapid pace settling down as it realized you meant it no harm? You held it up, didn't you? Looked at it, but then you brought it closer. You brought it up to your mouth. Toga could only sob mentally as the voice continued. And then you bit down, sank your fangs into the small body cupped in your hands. That warm red blood coated your lips, your teeth, and the little heartbeat which had slowed down began to beat like a jackrabbit. When it died, you took it to mommy and daddy, didn't you? Do you remember what you asked them as you stood there with its body in your hands and its blood staining your mouth? Do you remember showing it to them all proud and saying how you found it pretty? Toga whispered, her eyes locked onto him. Saito, her classmate, her friend, her crush. After all, what other word was there for these feelings she was having for him, the ones she'd pushed downwards as mommy and daddy had told her to do all those years ago? Toga had never had a boyfriend or girlfriend, she'd never been in a relationship. She only knew from secondhand stories what crushes, what love was. So, she reasoned, if she'd never felt this way about anyone before, then it must be because she was in love. Toga asked Saito to meet her behind the storage shed after school let out, and as she waited there for him to appear, she blushed wildly as she imagined what the two of them would get up to. Dates, movies, holding hands, hugs, kisses. Burying her head in her hands at the last one, Toga felt herself blush. She was acting strange. She was never like this, but that was okay. She was in love after all, and people always said love made you do crazy things. Saito's voice shocked Toga back into reality. Toga-chan, are you okay? But as she looked up Himiko, Toga's smile died. Saito stood there, looking a little nervous and unsure, and Toga would even swear the boy was blushing. That wasn't the problem though. The problem was that the boy was healed. He had not cuts, no bruises, no blood. Wrong. Toga whispered, her voice barely above a murmur as her ashen blonde hair fell in front of her eyes, hiding them from view. What? Saito asked, leaning in. I said it's wrong, Toga yelled as she lashed out at the boy. Saito stumbled backwards, letting out a yelp as he tripped and fell on his back, but Toga didn't care. Why didn't she like him anymore? Why didn't she love him anymore? Ouch, Saito murmured, and as Toga focused on her classmate she froze. Saito was examining his hand, which had been scraped when he'd fallen to the ground, and as Toga watched, a drop of blood emerged from the wound, trailing along the lines on Saito's hand before it fell to the ground, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The blood awoke something in Toga, something primal, and the bee-owned girl felt the feelings for Saito she'd lost only moments ago return with hurricane force. Saito was surprised when Toga suddenly launched herself at him, knocking him onto his back as she sat on his chest, straddling him. Truthfully, he hadn't been completely sure what to expect from the bee-owned when she'd asked to meet him after school. She was normally quite outspoken, and was almost always surrounded by a group of friends, but the last few days she'd been quiet, withdrawn. He hadn't been the only one to notice, but he had been the only one to ask if she was all right. He hadn't expected his question to lead to him being straddled after school by the bee-owned, but the black-haired boy wasn't complaining, nor was his little buddy, if the stiffening in his pants was anything to go by. He shivered as Toga brought her mouth to his ear, but his racing heart, dirty mind, and shiver kept him from hearing what she said. "Sorry, what was that?" he asked, the sheepish smile that made the girls fall all over themselves plastering itself onto his face. "I said thank you," Toga whispered, again slightly louder. "Thanks to you I finally know what I consider to be beautiful." Saito grinned as the Bion drew her head backwards, a blush on her face. Gods, he was going to get so lucky. A flash of steel across his chest caused the black-haired boy to look down in confusion. A cut had suddenly appeared in his school uniform, and as he watched, blood flowed from the wound, turning his white button-up red. He didn't feel any pain, and so the boy wondered where the injury had come from. Looking up, he froze upon catching sight of the girl on his chest. Toga's mouth was curled into a lovesick grin, her tongue wetting her lips as she cupped her hands to her cheeks. A blush still covered her face and her eyes flashed with fondness, but clutched in the girl's right hand was a box cutter. "I was right," Toga said, and Saito shivered at her lovesick tone. "You do look so much better when you're covered in blood. Let me make you even prettier." The wound on his chest began to burn, and Saito screamed as Toga brought the blade in her hand to his chest. Thankfully, before she could begin cutting him, the darkness of unconsciousness bore Saito away. Toga grinned as she admired her handiwork. Saito's jumper had been torn away and his entire torso was littered with cuts and blood, both fresh and dried. He looked even better than he had earlier, and Toga could only praise her obvious talent and skill for how well Saito had turned out. However, as she looked down on her crush, Toga couldn't help but feel incomplete, as if something was still keeping Saito from being perfect. As if in response to her train of thought, the burning in her throat, which had faded, returned, and Toga couldn't help but hit herself on the forehead. Just as she drank the bird's blood as a child, so too did she need to drink Saito's blood to make him perfect. Pulling out a straw that she'd put in her pocket during lunch, Toga let out a slightly insane giggle as she stuck the tip of the straw into one of Saito's cuts and began to drink. As the liquid flowed up the tube and into her throat, Toga couldn't help but let out a groan of ecstasy. The fresh blood tasted orgasmic and was 10, no 100, no 1,000 times better than the blood bags she had at home. However, as she drank, she felt something on her face. Thinking it was a stray drop of blood, Toga reached up with her free hand to pick up the drop. It wouldn't do to waste such delicious blood after all. But it wasn't blood on her finger, it was a drop of salty water. Staring at the tiny drop in confusion, Toga began to feel more and more drops on her face. Brushing them off with her forearm, Toga looked to the sky, but it wasn't raining, which meant, was she crying? A sudden shout brought Toga back to reality, and turning, she found herself facing not only a student but a horrified teacher as well. Realizing where she was and how this must have looked, Toga opened her mouth to explain when the dark voice returned, dark and eager. "More blood." Terrified of both herself and what she might do if she stayed, Toga did the only thing she felt she could do: she ran. Back to present. "Yes," the bee-owned girl said, her voice soft, weak. "I need blood. If I don't have it, the voice, it comes back and I lose control. I lost it once at school, attacked a classmate. I still don't know if he's okay, or if I killed him." The girl's voice broke up at the admission as she began to cry softly. Izuku stood there for a moment looking at the girl who'd fallen backwards to sob softly against the alley wall, her knees pulled to her chest while she buried her face in between her thighs. While he didn't know a lot about her past, he did know one thing: she was broken just like he was. The thought brought a slight smile to Izuku's face. Momo, for as good a friend and as loyal as she was, didn't understand the hardships he'd been through, the way all of society had turned on him. How could she, when from the moment she was born she'd had a silver spoon in her mouth and servants waiting on her hand and foot? She was a friend, but she just didn't understand all of him. She couldn't, at least not yet. But this girl, she knew. Izuku knew about quirk dependency. Some quirks required particular substances or items to work, and oftentimes these substances brought an addictive euphoric feeling when the user consumed them. Izuku remembered reading an article on a man whose quirk allowed him to improve his memory but required the man to take medicine meant for people with Alzheimer's. The man had been caught swiping his mother's medicine while telling her that she'd already taken it for the day. He hadn't even been apologetic, instead describing the rush as the pills worked as 1,000,000 times better than the best experience you've ever had. My memories became as clear as crystal. I could remember the slightest detail from the smallest nick in a piece of wood to even the dust floating in the air. I could remember where the dust was floating in the air when I was 3. Do any of you have any idea what that's like? The man had been sent to jail, but it hadn't been Izuku's only experience with quirk dependency. 2 members of the 8 bullets suffered from quirk dependency from what Izuku could tell. Sorimitsu Tabe's quirk was simply titled Food and allowed the man to chew through and consume any solid substance from metal to diamond to people. However, the quirk made Tabe constantly hungry and had in fact driven the man insane due to his need to eat. Diodoro Sakari on the other hand wasn't insane but was an alcoholic, constantly drinking booze, sake, anything with alcohol in it. Izuku thought that such a dependency was likely due to the man's quirk sloshed, which allowed Diodoro to induce a sense of severe dizziness and inhibit the sense of balance of those near him. Sloshed might require Diodoro to be drunk to work or store up the alcohol he consumed for later use, but Izuku couldn't say either way for sure. Toga felt a hand on her wrist and looked up through bleary red eyes to see the face of the boy she'd attacked. He was standing there, expression unreadable, and Toga braced herself for the attack that was sure to come. However, she was shocked when instead of hitting her the boy merely held his wrist in front of her face. "Drink," he commanded, his voice firm, commanding. Hesitantly Toga did as she was ordered, sinking her fangs into the green tea's wrist, noticing in the back of her mind that the boy didn't even flinch as she did so. The blood was as good as she remembered, and as she drank she felt something for the boy. It was like what she'd felt for Saito, for Yuki, and all the others that she'd developed crushes on over the last year, but it was also different, more genuine. The boy hadn't run from her, hadn't fled, instead he'd fed her. Offered her his own blood freely. Toga didn't want to hurt her savior, and she swore in that moment that she would do whatever she could to help him, to pay him back for treating her like a person, something no one else, not even her parents, had ever done. When the girl drew back, licking her lips to catch any stray blood on them, Izuku let a small smile cross his face. He'd been able to help the girl the same way that All for One had been able to help him, but he had to go. He didn't have time to help the girl any more than he already had, and he needed more recruits to take on the Shihasaikai. He'd wasted enough time here as it was. To Izuku's surprise though, when he'd stood up the girl had as well. When he'd walked she'd followed him. "What are you doing?" Izuku asked, slightly annoyed. "Following you. Why?" "Because I want to help you." The girl's voice was soft and her head was down so Izuku couldn't see her face. Her tone was strange though, flustered if Izuku had to put a name to it. Izuku was silent for a moment. "What's your name?" "Toga. Himiko Toga." "Well, Toga-chan, I'm not a good guy. I've killed people before, including a hero. I have too. But I intend to kill more, Toga. I intend to tear down this society where people are judged based on their quirks. I want to destroy it all with my own hands, and once I do I want to rebuild it as a world I desire. To reshape society however I wish. To do that I will kill people, use people, lead people to their deaths. And I want to help you." Toga screamed. Izuku's clam facade dropped for a second in shock before the green was able to get it back in place. "Do you know?" Toga asked as she clutched at her cardigan, her eyes frantic, glistening with tears. "Do you know what it feels like to be hated for your quirk? For needing to drink blood, to want to drink blood, all because of something that was out of your control. To want to ask for help but knowing that if you do you'll be hated, treated with disgust and contempt because of a quirk you didn't ask for. Please," Toga asked as she dropped to her knees on the stone ground and planted her face in the dirt in a dogeza to prostrate herself before Izuku, "please let me help you." For a solid minute silence ruled the air between the two teenagers. Toga didn't dare raise her head to look at her savior's face, not wanting to know the expression that rested upon it. She'd wanted to help him, and during his speech that feeling she'd felt had grown all the more. He wanted to help others like her, those whose quirks were labeled villainous or evil. She felt herself growing hot, and for a second she'd thought it was a fever, but when he'd threatened to leave her behind she knew she couldn't be separated from him. He had saved her, so it was only right that she spent the rest of her life helping him, serving him, working to achieve his dream. "What's your quirk?" The voice of her savior was soft, angelic but also curious, and Toga blushed knowing that it was directed at her. That he was looking at her. Raising her head, the girl gave a smile, exposing her fangs as she licked her lips that were as red as blood. "If you want to destroy society," she said, flashing Izuku a sadistic smirk as she imagined all the ways her savior could put her quirk to use, "something tells me that you're just going to love it." Then as Izuku watched, Himiko Toga began to change. Day of the UA. Entrance exam. Izuku sat on the metal shipping container, legs dangling over the side, and looked down on the villains gathered before him. There were just over 60 in total, and while the number might seem like a lot, none of them were big names. In fact, most of them were offenders whose crimes, assault, robbery, drug dealing, etc., were petty or didn't amount to much in the grand scheme of things by society's standards. Were they bad? Yes, but not as bad when compared to monsters like All for One, Muscular, or Moonfish. However, Izuku didn't need the big names, not yet at any rate. He needed foot soldiers, thugs and grunts he could use to wear down his opponents and deal with the riff-raff. The old Izuku would have cared about the men and women before him, wanted to help them, redeem them. New Izuku couldn't help but scoff at the thought. He'd known for years what cruelty people were capable of. In fact, most of said cruelty had been directed at him. Old Izuku had wanted to save everyone, and it had taken a hero killing his mother and a building collapsing around him for Izuku to learn, to understand, to know, that not everyone could be saved, nor should they. Feeling a tap on his shoulder, Izuku turned to look at Momo, who was standing behind him on his right. She gave a pointed nod towards the entrance, her eyes locked onto the most recent arrival before turning around to keep talking on her phone. Turning his head to look forward at the entrance to the warehouse, Izuku took in who they'd been waiting for. Just as All for One had said, Izuku knew the man when he saw him. He was tall, 2 stories of solid muscle, and that was while he was bent over. His hair was brown and spiky, much like his body, which appeared jagged, much like rock. His teeth were bared and pointed, with his lower canines protruding out of his mouth on either side like an anime orc. He was clad only in a pair of black shorts that hugged his lower body tightly and a gray hooded cloak that was open at the front, hood down. From appearance alone, Izuku would guess the man had a simple mutation quirk that gave him tough, rocky skin, super strength, and maybe increased senses of some kind. However, this man served All for One, and Izuku knew that appearances could be deceiving. The man could have an entirely different quirk or even multiple quirks hidden away within his body, you never knew. Good. Great, goodbye. Hearing a beep, Izuku turned his attention back towards his lieutenant, who was reaching into her cloak to put her phone away in a utility belt strapped around her waist. Momo was dressed in a hooded black cloak with a kabuki mask in the shape of a kitsune over her face, keeping her hidden from view. It was a necessity to make sure that any of their men who got caught would only be able to identify Izuku, who had no intention of giving up his spy so soon. Although he suspected that she was wearing very little underneath due to her quirk, the only thing he knew she was wearing with certainty was the utility belt around her waist. Her belt was rather similar to the one she'd asked for from the UA. Support course, magnetic, with metal tiles attached to it inscribed with the molecular structure of items or materials that could be considered useful. First aid kits, steel, swords, guns, knives, titanium, diamonds, shields, bandages. All of it was a tile away, and most of them Momo didn't even need to reference, having memorized their molecular structures years ago when she'd practiced and trained with her developing quirk. Feeling Izuku's eyes upon her, Momo turned around and gave her master a thumbs up, showing that they were good to go. Letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, Izuku pushed himself to his feet so he stood above the crowd below him. A stomp of his foot on the metal shipping container caused a loud metallic thump to ring through the warehouse, and immediately everyone's focus was on the greet. For a moment there was silence, but then Izuku spoke, his voice confident, commanding, echoing through the warehouse with no trace of the stutter, insecurity, and fear he'd had only months before, a testament to Momo's work to improve the green-haired boy's confidence. I won't waste time boring you all as I drone on and on about our opponents. They aren't some great evil that seeks to destroy our way of life, to slaughter your family before putting the survivors in chains. They do not desire your wives and daughters, nor do they want to take what you own. They've committed crimes, done wrong, but so have all of you. So do you want to know what they've done to earn my ire? What your reward shall be for helping us in the endeavor I've gathered you all here to undertake." Seeing looks of interest, Izuku plowed on. "Our opponents are what remains of the Yakuza, a name that once sparked fear throughout Japan but with the appearance of quirks has fallen into ruin. They are wealthy, weighed down with money, gold, and jewels obtained from banks and stores all over Japan by their forebears. But that is not what matters, to me, to us," he said, gesturing to Momo and himself. "What matters is that these beasts, the Shi-Hasaikai, killed our family. They broke into our apartment, killed my father and brother, before raping and torturing my mother and sister. Only my sister survived, the attempt on her life leaving her scarred and disfigured, but our resolve has never been stronger. We seek the destruction of those who hurt our own and leave the treasures within the compound to you all for your assistance." The lies and falsehoods slipped out smoothly, with practiced ease, and Izuku could see in the faces below that they believed him. Most of the upturned faces were marred by greed for the false treasure, but some held sympathy for a family and sister that didn't exist, and from an unexpected few, rage for such actions being committed against seemingly innocent people. Holding back his grin, Izuku instead twisted his face into one of fury, as he pulled out a stack of old-school wanted posters and tossed them into the crowd below. As people bent to pick them up and examine them, Izuku explained, "These are the leaders of the Shi-Hasaikai as well as the members of the 8 Bullets. They are the ones who have wronged my family. However, I don't seek their deaths, instead I ask you, those willing to help me get vengeance, to bring these people before me alive. I do not care what you do with the others, nor do I care if you injure these targets. All I ask is that at the end of the day I get the chance to enact my revenge, personally." The last word was uttered with a dark smile, and Izuku, looking down on his minions, saw that his impromptu speech had been taken exactly as he hoped it had. Of course, he had no intention of actually killing all the elites of the group. His research had found that most of the 8 Bullets followed Shisaki because he'd saved them in some way. Izuku figured that with some persuasion, they would be more than willing to change their employment to someone who would be able to better utilize their skills and abilities. As for the ones who didn't, well, the last time Izuku had met with All For One, the man had asked for any he couldn't use. Subjects for an experiment of some kind, although Izuku hadn't asked for specifics. A gut instinct told him that while he might fall in and become a villain, he wasn't ready for whatever the experiment entailed, not yet at any rate. However, if it helped him, Izuku had no problem providing All For One with the materials the man required. The crowd looked excited, joyous at the chance not only for riches but to fight freely with the use of their quirks. The fact that the villains would be the good guys for once seemed to rile them up all the more, as Izuku knew from research that several of the villains in the room had been ex-hero school applicants who'd been rejected for one reason or another, either through some fault of their own or, more likely, they had simply been unable to make the cut. As the crowd yelled their support, clenched fist raised towards the sky, Izuku spread his arms wide and the noise began to gradually die down. "I thank you, my friends, for your support. Never, not even in my wildest dreams, did I imagine that so many of you would be willing to offer me aid in my quest to do what heroes," he spat the word with disgust, "never could. Now go," he said, gesturing towards the front of the warehouse. "Transportation outside awaits to carry us to our destination." As the crowd began to funnel outside, Izuku turned towards Momo, who stood behind him like a silent guardian. "Is our surprise ready?" he asked, voice low. The surprise had been a last-minute idea by Momo and was one Izuku had agreed to. Not only would it delay the heroes' response to the raid, but it would split them up and distract them at the same time. Police, civilians, rescue workers, all attention would be focused elsewhere, leaving the raid to hopefully be passed over in the confusion. Momo's nod caused Izuku to let out a small grin as he made his way towards the entrance of the warehouse. Just before he reached it, however, a giant hand came down, cutting off his path forward. Turning, Izuku found himself looking upwards at the giant of the man sent to assist him by his mentor. For a moment the two stared each other down, a modern David and Goliath, but eventually the living mountain spoke. "You are confusing." The giant's voice was rough, grating, but Izuku's face remained blank. "You inspire others, like Master. But you give hope, like him." The giant growled the last word in a manner eerily similar to All For One, and behind him, Izuku sensed Momo tense up, slowly trying to move to a position the Ravenet bodyguard could use to her advantage if she needed to battle the giant. The only problem is there was none. Not from flat concrete to a monster rising 2.5 feet above her. And, Izuku asked, his voice calm with a polite curiosity that any politician would find enviable. You are not worthy of succeeding, master, the large man growled. You are weak, you do not inspire fear in enemies. You are nothing compared to him. For a minute Izuku was silent, his head tilted downwards as shadows covered his eyes. The giant looked at the green before turning away with a sigh of disappointment. I will help. Master commanded me to. However, I will not help afterwards. Not when you are unworthy. Gigantomachia, Izuku said. His voice was low, but it was enough to make the giant walking away from him pause in mid-step. That's your name, isn't it? All for One told me about you, how you used to be his bodyguard, about your abilities. He spoke highly of you, but the thing he praised most was your loyalty, how steadfast you were in your support of him. Tell me, are you questioning his decision? Izuku had barely gotten the word out before the now-named giant had turned around, his fist raised to deliver a crushing blow. Momo began to react, but she was slow, unable to keep up with Gigantomachia, who moved faster than any man his size had the right to do. Izuku didn't react as the fist came down towards him and merely closed his eyes, blocking the dust and small pebbles that were thrown into the air when Gigantomachia buried his fist into the ground just in front of the giant. Do not question my loyalty, the giant growled, his eyes locked onto Izuku, who calmly opened his own emerald orbs to meet the man's gaze. Noted, Izuku said, raising a hand to brush a small piece of concrete off his shoulder. However, I will tell you now. Izuku raised his head and the giant froze for a split second at the look on the boy's face. It was a look of death, of pure one-minded focus that was eerily familiar to the man. Do not call me weak, because my experiences have made me 1,000,000 times stronger than you will ever know. The tension between the two was staggering, and to Momo, the sole person looking on, it appeared as if lightning itself crackled and burned between the two. Gigantomachia was the first to turn away. We shall see, he said as he strode off, slamming the steel door closed behind him as he exited. Izuku stood tall for another moment before collapsing backwards. Wow, he said, as sweat ran down his forehead, he's even more intimidating than I thought he would be. Izuku turned towards Momo only to be greeted with a slap to the face. The force of the blow sent Izuku tumbling head over heels, and for a moment he felt as if his soul was leaving his body heading upwards towards a bright light, but it returned to his body when Momo began shaking him. What were you thinking? The Ravenet cried, as tears streamed down her face, her kabuki mask lying forgotten on the ground. I thought he was going to. I couldn't. Sobs racked Momo's body as she buried her head into Izuku's chest. For a moment Izuku lay there uncertain of what to do, but after a moment he raised his hand and began to rub circles into Momo's back. In the brief moment he'd looked into the girl's eyes, Izuku had seen fear, not for herself but for him. The fear that if he died she would once again be alone with no one her own age who understood her like he did. There, he said, his voice soft, I'm right here, everything is going to be all right. For a minute the two lay there, just finding comfort in the other one's presence. Eventually Momo's sobs began to die out, and she raised her head looking at Izuku with red, puffy eyes. Promise me, she said, her voice soft and low, trembling with emotion. Promise me that you'll never challenge someone like that again. That you'll never do anything that risky. Please let me know. I can't. Izuku's voice was firm as he cut her off. Looking at his friend's shocked expression, his eyes were soft pools of jade as he explained himself. I can't promise you that I'll stay safe, that I'll never do something like that again. I want to so badly it hurts, he said, the slightest tremble in his voice allowing the Ravenet to hear his sincerity, but I can't. I'm a criminal, a villain, and in the underworld strength means everything. I have to be strong even when, especially when, I'm not, and right now I'm not strong. I'm quirkless, literally everyone is stronger than me, better than me. I only have two things going for me, my brain and all for one's support. If I lose either I am finished, plain and simple, and you can't just walk away from villainy without sacrificing something. Right now the only thing I have that I care about is you and I refuse. Izuku's voice hardened, and a dark look covered the green tea's face in shadows. To sacrifice the first friend I've had since I was 4. I was fucking 4 the last time I had a friend. When I had anyone I could rely on that wasn't my parent from birth, and even one of them walked out when he found out I was worthless, a fucking Deku. Tell me, Izuku yelled at Momo as tears appeared in the corner of his eyes. Tell me what the world has ever done for me, why I should give a crap what happens to it. Why I shouldn't tear it down with my bare hands. Why? Izuku began to sob, looking at Momo as tears streamed down his face, his voice lowering from a shout to a whisper. Why it took away the last thing I cared about. Eyes closed Izuku and felt rather than saw Momo pull him to her chest, the warmth of her body and soft, low thump of her heart doing more to calm the boy than any words ever could. I can't lose you, he whimpered, softly. I can't, not after everything. I don't care what happens to me, but if I lose you I'll have nothing, no one at all, and I can't go through that again. Momo ruffled Izuku's signature curly hair. Don't worry, I'll always be here for you, she said, her voice soft and caring. How can you know that? Izuku asked, pulling his head away from her chest, his eyes now puffy and red as he sniffled. How can you promise that? Because it's true. Taking a deep breath, Momo pulled away from Izuku, who fell backwards onto his knees. As Izuku watched, Momo created a knife and took a deep breath before with a single smooth motion she cut the palm of her left hand. As blood flowed from the wound, Momo tossed her knife to the side and brought the pointer finger of her right hand to the injury, dipping it in the blood. Then she looked towards Izuku and promptly stuck her finger in his mouth. Shocked, Izuku fell backwards onto his back, coughing and sputtering as he tried to spit it out, but some of the crimson liquid still found its way down the green tea's throat. By my blood, Izuku turned his attention back to Momo when the Ravenet spoke and found her looking at him. Though her voice was flat, emotionless, the young woman's eyes screamed fondness, loyalty, compassion, and the barest hint of something he didn't want to name, an emotion that if he were more confident he might label love. I swear my loyalty to the one who holds my blood within them, the one I claim as my master. A servant bonded in life and in death, to act as his sword and shield, companion and friend, soldier, healer, and whenever else is needed of me. To follow my master's orders obediently from now until the end of time. Let no doubt, no question, remain within me, and may he never doubt my sincere vow. By my blood I swear this unbreakable oath. For a moment the two were silent. Izuku's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water while Momo looked onwards, calm on the outside but nervous on the inside as to how her now confirmed master would take her vow. Well, now we'll always be together, she said as she gave him a strained smile. Said smile seemed to snap Izuku out of his shock. Did you, he asked, voice trembling, did you really just swear my oath to you instead of all for one? Yep. Momo said cheekily. In their months together training, Momo had explained her family's history to Izuku, including the fact of how each member had sworn their loyalty to All for One when they'd come of age. How they were raised from literal birth to serve him and only told when they were trusted not to betray the legendary figure. Momo was the first in literal generations to break the tradition, swearing her loyalty instead to the green before her that she'd known for less than a year. Bu, but, smiling with fondness, Momo grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him to his feet before reaching down once more to grab her kabuki mask from the ground. Come on, master, she said as she fixed it upon her face. We'll talk later, right now we have Yakuza to raid. 4 tour buses made their way through the city of Jakku, cutting through the mid-morning traffic with a purpose before eventually being forced to stop due to a red light. Beside them, nestled in between several office buildings, was a traditional Japanese residence which, while strangle, was nothing too peculiar to take note of. However, it was just as the light turned green and the buses prepared to pull away, everything went bottoms up. Loud bangs rang out and smoke began to rise up into the clear blue sky as massive explosions went off all across the city. Cars crashed and people ran in panic and fear, uncertain of what was happening. While this occurred, a giant figure in a gray cloak who'd been walking down the sidewalk stopped and let said cloak fall to the ground in a heap. As the doors of the tour buses opened and the villains Izuku had gathered began to pour out, the former bodyguard of All for One pulled back his fist and slammed it into the front gate of the compound, sending the wooden doors flying inwards. As Gigantomachia charged in followed by the various villains shouting their battle cries, Izuku stepped off the bus with Momo right behind him. The few civilians still on the street turned and ran shouting to non-existent heroes for help. Looking around at the chaos surrounding them, Izuku turned towards Momo, giving her an approving nod. The masked girl didn't react and simply dropped the remote detonator in her hand onto the ground, where she promptly crushed it underfoot. The explosions had been Momo's last-minute surprise, meant to serve as a way to distract emergency services, police, and heroes while the raid occurred. The two young villains had no doubt that the forces would eventually arrive, but they would be severely hampered by the chaos occurring throughout the city. The explosions had been bought using All for One's resources from the black market. Hooked to a remote detonator Momo created with her quirk, the explosions had been set at predetermined points all throughout the city. From the tour bus agency where the buses had been stolen from to an electrical plant that provided power to the Shihasaikia base to sewers and several abandoned buildings or construction sites, the explosions were meant to provide secondary assistance to the raid and cover Izuku's forces' tracks while sowing chaos with minimal casualties. As Izuku and Momo walked through the front gates of the compound, Izuku couldn't help but wonder how the UA entrance exam that day was going and if a certain blonde Pomeranian firecracker bully was in attendance. At the same time, Katsuki Bakugo let out a growl as he stalked forward into UA, his hands shoved deep into his pockets as he made his way past other student hopefuls enraptured by the sight of the #1 school in the country. "Damn extras," the blonde growled, uncaring of the girl he knocked onto the ground with shoulder-length brown hair cut in a bob style. He was here, the next big milestone in his road to becoming the next #1, yet it felt off as if something was missing. "Hey, isn't that Bakugo? You know, from the sludge incident," he heard an extra whisper to his friend. Casting a glare at the fucker who'd spoken, Katsuki let out a feral growl as he forced himself to keep his hands in his pockets instead of exploding the dumbass for making him look weak. That was the other thing bothering him. 10 months ago he'd been attacked by a villain and saved by All Might, the #1 pro hero himself, his lifelong idol, and yet he'd been unable to remember it. He remembered waking up in a park covered in burns and ash as if he'd been hit by a powered-up version of his own explosions, but he had no memory of how he'd gotten there nor of anything that happened after the last school period of the day had ended. Confused and in pain, he'd made his way home and walked in the door only to be immediately set upon by his witch of a mother. She'd asked if he was okay, and when he'd asked what she'd meant, she flat out told him they were going to the doctor's. He'd growled and protested, but the old hag hadn't budged, and it was in the waiting room to see the doctor that he actually found out what happened to him from a TV resting on a corner of the wall displaying the day's news. As he watched himself being held hostage before being rescued by the #1 hero, Bago's head had started to throb and he'd actually groaned in pain. It had felt like a nail was being pounded into his head, but thankfully as the pressure worsened, the doctor had arrived to see him. The man had carefully examined him, remarking that the burns on his body were likely self-inflicted since they shared all the markers of his quirk, since explosions were apparently different from one another. Combined with his pounding headache, apparent amnesia, and psychological profile, the doctor had theorized that after his rescue, Bakugo had, in a fit of rage at appearing weak, attempted to use his quirk either for practice to improve it or on himself, resulting in his burns. Such an occurrence, combined with possible PTSD from being held hostage and suffocated, likely caused his brain to simply repress the memories, locking them away until he could handle them. That sounded like bullcrap to Katsuki, but his mom had lapped it up and after thanking the doctor, took him home, where she'd actually had the nerve to make him go to bed, saying he would miss school the rest of the week. He'd protested he couldn't appear weak to the others, especially not fucking Deku, but his mom had been firm. At least his dad had been cool about the incident, which was unexpected, merely asking if Katsuki was okay before leaving him to his mother's overbearing care. The next morning, when he'd come downstairs having slept in since he didn't need to worry about school, he'd been shocked to find his mother and dad sitting together at the kitchen table instead of at their respective jobs. His mom cradling her face in her hands as she cried while his dad rubbed her back supportively. "What's wrong, you old hag? Shut up, Katsuki." For once Bakugo had been speechless. No matter what it was, his mom had always been the one wearing the pants in his parents' relationship, and it was the first time he could ever remember his old man raising his voice at him. No. He needs to know. His mother had sniffled, raising her head to look at him with red eyes. Last night a villain attacked the Horikoshi apartment complex. For a moment Bakugo felt a twinge of worry. He recognized that name. It was where Deku lived, but he brushed it off. He didn't care about the quirkless hero wannabe, and it was just an attack, one of the many that happened every day, so why was the hag so upset? The villain got into a fight with a pro-hero and one of the apartments ended up collapsing before everyone could evacuate. Now Bakugo was worried. Where was she going with this? I just got the call. They need me to go identify Inko's body. As she forced out the name, his mom collapsed into his dad's embrace as her sobs renewed. And Deku? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt numb, like he was in a dream. This couldn't be happening. Not only was he shown to be weak on national news, but his former friend, quirkless, useless Deku was. They don't know. His dad's voice was soft but firm, layered with a steel Katsuki had never seen nor heard from the man before. They haven't found a body, but they have found blood, a lot of blood in the lobby they determined to be his. It was on a piece of wood in the lobby and it had the remnants of. Of what? Katsuki asked, his voice a whispered croak. Of organs on it. Organs, as in plural. Katsuki could feel himself paling as he pictured Izuku lying on the ground, a wooden stake protruding through his chest. It was unnaturally easy to do. They haven't found a body. But based on the evidence they've listed him as missing, presumed dead. Katsuki was numb. He didn't feel himself walking forward to collapse heavily onto a chair. He vaguely remembered food being set before him and eating it robotically. Deku was dead. Deku was dead. Deku was dead. Was dead. Katsuki remembered everything he'd done to the green who'd once been his friend. The torture, the beatings, forcing Izuku to hand over money to avoid being beaten up, only to beat him up anyway once Katsuki got tired of extorting the freak, only to take the money anyway. When was the last time he'd been nice to the green-haired boy, done anything for useless, for Deku? As his mind drew a blank, Katsuki's brain went back further and further, searching, looking, hoping that there was at least one incident where he hadn't bullied, abused, or taken advantage of the green. Finally it found the time the four of them, Izuku, Fat Wings, Finger Knot, and himself, had been strolling through the woods. It was just after their quirks had come in, before Izuku had been officially diagnosed, and Bakugo was in the lead like always. The quartet had come to a stream and Bakugo had made to cross it over a log, much to the others' shouts of approval. However, the log had been wet from last night's rain and Katsuki had slipped, falling into the creek below. Only Izuku had come down to see if he was okay. Only Izuku had held out his hand with genuine worry in his eyes to help him up. Only Izuku had seen him weak, but Katsuki had been the one to slap his friend's hand away. Lying in bed that night, as the memory played itself over and over in his mind, Katsuki couldn't help but feel a pit forming in his stomach at the realization that that last time he'd been anything other than a bully to Izuku had been when the two of them were four. The thought only made the pit inside of him deepen, but Katsuki refused to acknowledge it. Instead he pulled out his phone and looked up video of the sludge incident. Opening a video taken there on someone's phone, Katsuki watched himself in the shaky amateur footage be held hostage, his explosions holding the pros back while setting his surroundings aflame. Katsuki watched and waited for All Might to appear, to save the day, but found him sitting up in shock when he saw someone else rush forward to help him. A person the blonde was rather familiar with. Deku. He whispered unbelievingly. Katsuki watched silently, mouth agape, as the green threw his school bag at the villain, managing to hit him in the eye with luck rather than skill before clawing futilely at the slime. When the slime villain recovered, Bakugo felt himself freeze in horror as the villain drew back Katsuki's arm, the blonde's palm cackling in preparation to launch what would assuredly be a massive explosion. Bakugo wanted to turn away, look anywhere but at the screen, but he forced himself to continue. Then at the very last minute All Might appeared protectively in front of Izuku before sending the villain flying with a single punch. As the villain was blasted away, Katsuki's headache returned with a vengeance. If yesterday the pounding had been reminiscent of a nail, then now it was a hot iron being thrust into his skull. Yet through the pain details began to emerge. The choking feeling of being suffocated, the taste of the slime down his throat. This time Bakugo was watching the scene play out once again, this time from a first-person perspective as his memory returned to him in a flash. He remembered kicking the bottle, the villain coming out of it, being captured and used as a living weapon, Izuku attempting to save him only for All Might to actually do it. Hell, he remembered being complimented by the heroes afterwards, some of them even asking for him to come work at their agency once he graduated, but he brushed all of them aside. They weren't worth his time or attention, not why they hadn't done anything to help him. Besides, he intended to become the next #1 hero, not some lame sidekick to a third-string hero wannabe. After regaining his memories, Katsuki threw himself headlong into training for the UA entrance exam. Never again would he be helpless. Never again would he be weak, and never, ever, ever would Katsuki have to be saved by a quirkless, useless Deku. However, even as he thought it, the hole that had formed in Katsuki's stomach upon hearing of his childhood friend's death grew just a tiny bit more, but the blonde boy locked the feeling away when it arose. It was of no use to him in his quest to achieve his goal of being the strongest, to be the next #1 hero, so he chained it down deep inside, determined never to let those feelings see the light of day, a mentality that only grew when he actually thought he'd seen the green when the hag had sent him to put some flowers on Auntie Inko's grave. The boy had gotten into a limo and Katsuki had shaken his head, driving the thought from his mind and rechaining the hole in his stomach that had loosed upon seeing the green-haired boy. Izuku, Deku, Midoriya was dead, and Katsuki knew that he was never coming back, so the blonde boy instead turned his attention to his training. In his haste to grow stronger, Katsuki failed to notice that there were still holes in his memory he couldn't remember. The few minutes immediately after school had let out the day of the sludge incident. What happened to him after he'd been released by the heroes, how he'd ended up burned and beaten by his own quirk, all of it was still missing. It was as if some of his memories were still hidden away in his mind, waiting to be unlocked the moment they were needed. As she turned in her written test, Itsuka Kendo let a soft sigh escape her mouth as she massaged her aching temples with her hands. Ever since she'd met All Might all those months ago, her life had become, for lack of a better word, hectic. Or maybe controlled chaos would be a better way to describe it. Learning that the #1 hero's quirk was able to be passed down was a shock. Learning he wanted to give it to her, even more of one. Sure, she dreamed of being a pro hero and helping others, but that was her goal, to help. She didn't care if she became the next #1 as long as she was able to make a difference in the lives of others. It might sound stupid to some, but that was fine. It was her goal and she intended to pursue it at all costs. Now here she was entrusted with becoming the next symbol of peace, with a new quirk she'd inherited from a hair she'd swallowed just hours ago, preparing to take the UA practical exam. Was she nervous? Yes, but at the same time Itsuka had never felt more comfortable in her life. She'd trained in martial arts for years at her family's dojo and spent just as much time developing her quirk. She'd always had a decent build, but All Might had taken it a step forward, designing a workout plan that accommodated for school, martial arts, working out, and everything in between. Hell, the man had even specified what she should eat and in what amounts. Slightly creepy and overbearing, yes, but it was the intention that counted. As a result of her training, Itsuka's body was now rather reminiscent of the rabbit hero, Maruko, in physique, with an athletic build and muscular arms and legs, although hers weren't as well defined as the #6 pro hero, which was to be expected all things considered. After only 8 months of All Might's original 10-month plan, the blonde hero had declared that Itsuka's body was strong enough to be able to handle one for all, but it was a shock to both the blonde hero and herself when she declined. Seeing the disappointment growing in the #1 hero's eyes, she had been quick to try and reassure the man that she still wanted to be his successor. "It was just, I want to take the test using big fists," the oranguette had said, looking at the ground shyly, unable to meet her mentor's gaze for fear of what she might see. "I've known I wanted to be a hero for years and, well," she let out a frustrated sigh as she cast her gaze upwards to the few white clouds floating in the mostly clear sky above. "Why was it so difficult to put emotions and intentions into words? I just want to know if I would have been strong enough to get in with just my quirk." "Young Kendo, that's a great reason," All Might had shouted, growing into his hero form before promptly turning back in a cloud of smoke, blood leaking through his smile and down his chin where it dripped to the sands below. "Wanting to test yourself, to see if you would have been strong enough." That is the mindset of someone who wants to be stronger. Never be satisfied with what you have, always go the extra step, run the extra mile, all so that when it's needed you can go above and beyond to save one more person. There's a reason UA's slogan is Plus Ultra. In Latin it means, further beyond, because that is what heroes do, they go beyond their limits, all for the sake of others. So the last 2 months All Might had given her more free time, although he'd made sure she hadn't slacked in her workout routines, so the Oranget could practice her quirk. Itsuka had no idea whether it would be effective or not, but she felt that she had slightly more control over her quirk than she'd had before. Whether her hands were larger or her attacks slightly stronger, if nothing else she knew that she had prepared the best she could. And if needed, if there was no other option, she had a backup plan. That morning she had finally accepted All Might's offer, eating one of the blonde's hairs, albeit reluctantly and with much protest, so as to gain the man's quirk. She didn't feel any different, but she trusted Yagi-sensei. If he said she would feel it, she knew she would. Returning to the present, Kendo took her seat and looked down at the stage as a pro hero she recognized as present. Mike walked to the podium. "Welcome to today's live performance, everybody say, hey," the hero yelled. Cupping an ear towards the crowd, the pro looked like he was waiting for a response, but the room was silent save for a faint cricket noise. "Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. I'm here to present the guidelines of your practical. Are you ready?" Though he didn't cup his hand to his ear, instead spreading them wide, present Mike received only silence once again. This time not even the crickets chirped, leaving the room as silent as a tomb. Looking slightly downfallen, the hero pressed on. "This is how the test will go, my listeners. You'll be experiencing 10-minute-long mock cityscape maneuvers. Bring along whatever you want. After this presentation you'll each head to your assigned testing location." Looking down, Itsuka found that her testing ticket displayed Site D on it. Each site is filled with 3 kinds of faux villains. Points are awarded for defeating each according to their respective level. Use your quirks to disable these faux villains and earn enough points to pass. That's your goal, little listeners. Of course, playing the anti-hero and attacking other examinees is prohibited. May I ask a question? A voice cut present Mike off before he could continue. Turning with the rest of the crowd, Itsuka found herself looking at a stiff-looking examinee with short blue hair and square glasses. In the pamphlet provided for us it says that there are 4 faux villains. Is this an intentional mistake? Because if so, it is quite unbecoming of a school whose heroics program we are all trying to enter. Thank you for noticing, examinee 711. I was just about to get to that. In addition to the 3 other types of faux villains, there is a 4th variety that you'll get no points for beating. Picture it as a hidden boss in a video game. You don't need to battle it, but you can if you want to. However, by doing so you'll be wasting time you could be spending getting more points. Does that answer your question? 7111. Yes, thank you, the stiff-looking boy said with a bow before retaking his seat. Great, now before you skedaddle let me leave you with these words: heroes are not forged from nothing. All of them possess the spark that drives them, pushes them to go the extra mile, to go above and beyond, and push through their limits. To go plus ultra. Thank you and good luck. After changing into comfortable clothing, a simple teal t-shirt and black shorts, Itsuka made her way to the fake city UA had prepared as her test site. Looking around, Itsuka took in her fellow competitors, but only a few stood out: an explosive blonde rolling his neck and cracking his finger one by one, a tall boy in a mask with 6 arms connected by folds of skin like a bat, a girl with vines for hair, another boy with a bird head who seemed to be talking to his own shadow, and a boy with weird marking around his eyes who appeared to be eating bits of metal. Some of the applicants were talking amongst themselves while others stretched, warming up their bodies or quirks. And begin. Present Mike's voice rang out over the speaker as the gates opened up. Most of the applicants stood there looking around in confusion, but 2 launched themselves forward into the mock city. Itsuka had learned from her spars at her father's dojo that there was no countdown in real life. Apparently only one other applicant had realized that this was likely another test. Casting a quick glance to her side, Itsuka found herself looking into the red eyes of the blonde she'd noticed earlier. The boy's hands were pointed behind him and he seemed to be creating explosions from the palms of his hands that he was using to propel himself forward. Producing explosions was a useful quirk, one practically built for fighting, or in this case the practical test itself. Separating from the boy, Itsuka focused back on her task, launching herself at the nearest robot standing in the middle of the street. Balanced precariously on a single wheel, the two-armed robot had a large red one spray painted on its forearms. Swinging one of said arms towards the orange-haired girl, Kendo jumped over the obvious attack and using the arm as a makeshift springboard launched herself over the robot. Enlarging one of her hands as she went, Itsuka grabbed the robot's head as she hopped over the droid's shoulder to pull the machine off balance so it fell backwards with her, the head still in her hand. As she landed, Itsuka slammed the robot's head into the ground, the metal collapsing like tinfoil as she did so, giving the orange-haired girl her first point. Itsuka didn't pause to celebrate, however, instead turning her attention to her next opponent. The two-pointer was attriped with a large scorpion-like tail coming out of the back of its body and red 2 spray painted on its legs. As the foe villain drew back its tail to strike, Itsuka leapt forward and kicked the side of the tail as it descended, redirecting it to impact another one-pointer standing nearby. Landing on the robot's back, Itsuka pressed her advantage, punching at the armor underneath her feet. In a few short moments she'd breached the metal, giving the orangutan access to the wiring inside, which she ripped out uncaringly. The robot immediately collapsed to the ground as its leg gave out, 6 red eyes on what would be its head fading to black at its defeat. However, she wasn't done yet. Target locked, commencing destroy protocol. Initiating. Turning around, Itsuka found herself facing a 3-pointer, with treads for all-terrain movement, heavy armor, and the ability to fire multiple missiles from the 2 model MLRS on its back. There was a reason the 3-pointer was worth so many points. Cursing her luck, Itsuka dodged the missiles as they were fired, her training and instincts automatically kicking in to help her as she slowly but steadily made her way closer to the machine. As explosions rang out behind her, the orange-haired girl rolled to avoid a particularly low-flying rocket. Picking up a decent-sized chunk of concrete on her way back up, Itsuka launched the rubble at the rocket system, managing to nick one of the rockets as it emerged from its tube. The piece of concrete barely nicked the missile, but it was just enough to knock the rocket off course, causing it to hit another missile, setting off a chain reaction, destroying the robot. As Present Mike's voice rang out announcing 1 minute had passed, Itsuka let herself grin. 7 points in 1 minute was pretty good, but she wanted to do better. Enlarging her hands, she launched herself at the other robots as the other examinees began to finally catch up. In a control tower located an equal distance from all 4 mock cities, a group of shadowy figures looked at screens showing multiple views of the test from hidden cameras implanted in either the robots or hidden within the city itself. "Looks like we have a decent crop this year," one said. "We don't tell them how many villains there are or where they're located," another added, looking at a screen showing a blue-haired boy with exhaust pipes coming out of the back of his legs, axe kicking a 1-pointer in half. "Such a wide battlefield and limited time drives them forward, motivating them to give it their best and go plus ultra." "It's still too early to tell," one said dryly, their shadow resembling a giant cocoon or hot dog. "True, the smallest shadow," one resembling a rodent remarked, "but this should hopefully tell us more about the kind of applicants we have." So saying, they lifted a glass case and pressed a bright red button labeled Kaiju just as Present Mike yelled out. 3 minutes remaining. Stumbling a bit, Itsuka ducked under a stab from a 2-pointer's tail before grabbing said tail and karate chopping it with her free hand, cutting it in 2. Attacking before the robot could retreat, she drove the tip of the tail into the robot's head, destroying it. 53, she said with a grin. Her grin fell though as the ground began to shake. All around her applicants fell down just as a large groan echoed throughout the testing site. A building collapsed and out of the rubble emerged a giant figure, a robot taller than most of the skyscrapers that surrounded it. As the applicants watched frozen in fear, the giant swiped a clawed hand into the sides of one of the buildings. With a heavy groan, the building collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust that covered the testing area and those within it. 2 minutes remaining. Present Mike's voice kicked the examinees back into action, many of the applicants just straight out running in pure terror from the monstrosity behind them. Itsuka was at the back of the crowd helping up any who'd fallen down. Several times during the practical she had saved someone who'd bitten off more than they could chew or been about to be ambushed from behind. Such behavior wouldn't get her anything, but it was the right thing to do, which was all the orangutan girl cared about. Shit. Whirling around, Itsuka found herself looking at the blonde boy she'd seen earlier who was lying on the ground. His eyes blazed with fury, but from where she was standing Itsuka could clearly see that the boy's foot was twisted at an unnatural angle, likely sprained if not broken. But the worst part was that he was directly in the path of the 0-pointer. 1 minute left. Itsuka didn't have time to think, to consider what she was doing as she started sprinting towards the blonde, knowing that she'd never be able to reach him in time. Come on, she thought angrily as she pushed her legs harder, reach him. That's all that matters. As if in response to her summons, Itsuka felt something inside of her awaken, and power like she'd never felt before flowed through her bottom 2 limbs. If the girl had looked down, she would have seen orange veins crawling along the surface of her skin, as if a roaring fire had begun to burn within her. Bending her knees, Itsuka launched herself skyward directly at the massive machine's face, pushing off so hard she cracked the ground underneath her, forming a large crater in the process. Drawing back her right arm, Itsuka forced this foreign power she knew must be one for all into her limb as she increased the size of her hand, making it as large as she could while forcing one for all into the appendage as well. As her jump reached its peak, making her level with the 0-pointer, Itsuka launched her attack, throwing a punch at the air in front of her. To the shock of the blonde and examinees below, as well as the teachers looking on through hidden cameras, a massive wall of air seemed to slam into the 0-pointer's faceplate, causing the head to crumple like a soda can. As the monster reeled backwards, collapsing on its back, multiple explosions erupted from its body from the damage Itsuka had caused, but said girl had more pressing concerns. As gravity began to regain a hold of her, she began the fall to the concrete hundreds of feet below her. Okay, primary threat taken out, now what do I do? The girl wondered, suppressing her immediate panic. Itsuka tried to move her limbs but immediately let out a scream of sheer agony. Turning with tears streaming from her eyes, the girl found her limbs flopping around uselessly in midair, clearly broken. Only her left arm remained intact and her right hand was red but seemed to function unlike the arm it was attached to, which, like Itsuka's legs, were purple in color, twisted at unnatural angles from visibly shattered bones. The pain and power of her new quirk made Itsuka rapidly regret her decision to not accept and train with one for all earlier. If she had, she likely wouldn't be in this situation. Hell, she might even have some semblance of control over the quirk if she hadn't thought subconsciously that All Might had to be exaggerating how powerful it was. Rapidly approaching the ground below, Itsuka drew back her left arm, ready to draw upon the power of what she was quickly coming to see as the biggest annoyance she would have to deal with in her in an attempt to break her fall. However, her actions were unneeded as a sudden explosion below caught her attention. The blonde with the hurt foot had pushed himself to his feet and using his explosions had launched himself skywards. Reaching out towards the boy with her uninjured arm, Itsuka felt relieved when she felt their fingers intertwine. The boy pulled her to him and shifted the oranget to his back, Itsuka's working arm instinctively wrapping around the boy's throat in what could barely classify as a piggyback ride. Once she was secured, the blonde boy used his explosions to slow their descent, eventually settling them on the rocky ground. Kneeling down, the boy let the injured girl slide off his toned back onto the rough ground below. Knowing she was safe, Itsuka let herself fall into unconsciousness, her last thought before she faded out being that she never got her savior's name. Striding home, Katsuki Bakugo let out a growl of frustration as he kicked a can lying on the ground, sending it bouncing away. Why had he saved the girl? It wasn't like him, and as much as he wanted to say it had simply been to repay her for saving him, Bakugo knew that was untrue. He'd acted on instinct just like fucking Deku, although he refused to believe that instincts were the sole driving force behind his actions. Bakugo shook his head, driving down the name and image that appeared when he'd said that name. A green-haired boy with a wide hopeful smile and sparkling emerald eyes in a black middle school uniform, a yellow book bag across his back as he scribbled notes down in a worn notebook. The blonde also locked down his mental defenses, refusing to acknowledge the heavy feeling rising in his chest, choosing instead to focus on what had happened next after he'd saved the girl. The old hag, who was apparently the school nurse, had refused to release him until she'd given him a kiss. Although his wound was now gone, Bakugo was exhausted both physically and mentally. He'd done it again, appeared weak, needing to be saved by someone else. Katsuki knew he'd done well on the practical. His quirk was practically built for destruction, but at the very end when he'd ignored the 0-pointer in favor of getting more points, he tripped on a piece of scrap and landed wrong, spraining his ankle. Talk about anticlimactic and karma catching up to him at the worst possible moment. Walking in the front door of his house, he growled a greeting to his parents and briefly answered their questions, dealing with them as fast as he could. All he wanted to do was collapse into his bed and take a fucking nap, but the old hag would never let him do that until she was satisfied. After a dozen minutes he finally managed to escape from the two and make his way to his room. Lying down on his bed, Katsuki felt the bliss of unconsciousness approaching. Before he faded away though, his brain finally realized why he had wanted to save the girl. Falling, her shattered limbs blowing uselessly in the wind, the girl had been weak, defenseless, useless, just like Deku. With the realization, the pit in Katsuki's grew just the tiniest bit more before he passed out, entering the land of Morpheus. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.